Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. Bloody early in the morning. Well, it is for me, it's not for you two. Here we are, it's day 2, it's Ranchi. England in a must-win situation, so they want to keep this series alive. And they've not done too bad. Joe Root has got 100. He has done what we all expected him. Well, I certainly expected him to do at some point in the series, and that was get big runs, and he has. A very bored situation. Dragging England from 112 for 5 at lunch yesterday, looking like it was going to be down and out, to 302 for 7. An important 100 run stand with Ben Folkes in the afternoon, who's unlucky to get out on 47, and then ably partnered to the end by the returning Ollie Robinson with his, I don't know, blonde thing on his head. Anyway, here to discuss the opening passage of today's play, all the way from Melbourne, it's Forthy. Good morning, Forthy.
Good morning to you, and it's very bright, it's very sunny here. I imagine it's a little darker where you are, but really looking forward to this passage of play.
Here we are indeed. And all the way from his weather cave in Perth, it's our man Messi. How you doing, Messi?
I'm particularly happy today, Bear, because it's rained a bit here for the first time in about 3 months. And
I thought you were going to say 3
gorgeous.
years.
No, I can tell you that in Ranchi it's 20 degrees and 46% humidity. It's only going to get to 23 today, up 36% humidity, so a very nice day for playing cricket in Ranchi. And the other thing I should say is this: I took Force's advice before play yesterday, against my better judgment, that the draw was good value for a bet. So I put $5 on it. I could, if I wish, cash out at a dollar profit today.
What? Whopping. 20% though.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
And Fourthy said if I'd put $1 million on, I could have funded Guerrilla Cricket from it. Unfortunately, I haven't got that million to do. But so I can't play in Fourthy if the bet goes wrong because I can get a leave it riding. But
Thank you.
one of the things about today is I think if, in a way, England will hope to get out quickly because the pitch is playing up. If it continues to play really easy, then it could be ominous for them and better for my bet, of course, because it depends entirely on the pitch, it seems to me, what's going to happen today.
Well, yes, and they were discussing that just before we came on air on the telly, and Alistair Cook, who was saying that he thought it was the cracks that made, when the hardness of the new ball, which was kind of how I felt about it, that was causing the problems yesterday morning, and therefore it shouldn't be an issue when England bowl. It's got to make use of that new ball whilst it's misbehaving and get some early wickets like they did, because then it will become easier. But then weirdly it got harder again, didn't it, when Siraj was managing to get it to reverse swing right towards 80 overs yesterday. Again it became hard. So there's a couple of trickier passages of play and then an easy one, I think, in the middle for the batters in the 80 overs. Your thoughts, Forty?
Well, it seems to me that England will hope for one of two things diametrically opposed. Either to get shot out straight away if the pitch is misbehaving, that will give them a chance to have a go at India for an hour and a half. Conversely, if they could add another, well, let's be greedy, get it up towards 400, unlikely but possible, then that would equally give them a platform. Somewhere in between might be the problem. If they get scootled for another 30 and suck up the difficult bowling conditions and see it almost through to lunch, paradoxically, that might be neither one thing nor the other in the worst of both worlds.
I still believe this pitch is going to be disastrous in a day or so, tops. I just don't see those cracks holding together. I mean, they are enormous. There's a fucking lot of them. And there's not a lot of ground between some of them outside the off stump, which doesn't says to me it doesn't hold together. But I don't know.
Just to clarify for our listeners and also for me, so what is the theory as to what happened to those cracks in the afternoon yesterday? Did the moisture?
No, it was the fact that the ball got softer, so it wasn't biting on the edges of them.
I see. Okay. So it was. So the pitch remained more or less the same. It was the ball that varied.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
to be honest, even an old ball, if it hit a crack, it's gonna deviate, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but not so exaggerated. I mean, there were ones that kept low, and there were ones that did the odd thing, but there were less of them, and it was the occurrence was less, I thought. It'll be interesting to see. Presumably, India take the new ball straight away. They didn't want to take it last night. It was reversing. It was the end of the day. Bowlers were tired as well, I suppose. So they go, right, have a new ball.
I think people who, and people quite rightly can have a go at Bazball about this, that and the other. But I think, there's a little bit of method behind it, as we obviously saw with Root's strike rate. But also, and I only saw the highlights of the last session, but there seemed to be much less sweeping, which would seem to make sense on a pitch with big cracks in it. So, I don't think it's one way or the highway. I think there is, a little bit of thought goes on behind the scenes, one would hope, and it seems to be being applied yesterday.
Very much so.
I think both Root and Folkes in particular played Test cricket they would have played 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I to be honest, I don't think baseball has anything to do with that. The mayhem before lunch may have been impacted by the state of mind, I don't know, but the wicket was playing a lot in that, and so was some very good bowling.
Yeah.
I'd say, Messi, that of the batsmen who got out in the first session, you would only say that Bairstow definitively played a poor shot, which was a sweep.
Yeah. Well, Bairstow's just... Yeah, Bairstow's in a really shit place at the moment.
He is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that was quite a handy innings. 37 or 38 or 35.
It was horrible looking innings.
No, it wasn't.
Really
the shots that he played was nice, I thought. He was aggressive, I thought. And that's fair enough. I'd have liked him to have gone on. I mean, when he got out, none of us thought he was out. Everyone thought it was pitching outside leg and missing off, and it was pitching just inside leg and hitting just inside off. Obviously, Ollie Pope got one that none of us thought were out, but it was. Yeah.
I've got something to say about that as well, but maybe not right now because that is quite a hot topic, isn't it?
Well, it is for some people. I just think people are getting getting a bit. It's always been thus, and there's always been contentious decisions. And just, gotta get used to it.
Is that a new ball in Siraj's hand? Is the question?
Well, I don't know, but we'll find out after this first ball. He's bowling to Ollie Robinson, who gets 4 off the first ball. I don't know if it's off the bat or off the pad.
Wow, very good.
Well, it's the first ball of the day. It's the first 4 of the day. And is it leg by? Ah, fuck it. We'll just give it an intermediate. It's 4 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4. He must have turned that around the corner. That's a nice. Yeah, it was. It's off the face of the bat. The batsmen are for England. This man.
His voice is high pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive Ranchi has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Bowler is after this ball, which is played nicely straight back to the bowler. No run. It is.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's here.
And the man facing is. To answer the question.
He's just taking the new ball now.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was playing a new ball jingle. You probably couldn't hear it.
Oh, right, sorry.
The joys of Zoom, eh? So Ollie Robinson is going to face the new ball. Siraj has had a couple of looseness. He is going to face it now. It's into his pads and he works it into the leg side and there's no run.
Well, just to follow up on a slightly hot topic of conversation from yesterday, I did note in Crick Info this morning there was an article from a match in one of the Pakistan leagues, I think, maybe something slightly more significant than that, where the technology being questioned and I think the VAR people had, not VAR, DRS, had written a letter of apology saying there was something wrong with the technology. So, anyway, we'll get back to that.
Poked at by Ollie Robinson, floated up outside of the off stump, very floaty. It wasn't very quick, 129.
It was quite funny to look at. You could see the ball hitting the pad way outside off stump, and the technology showed it hitting in line, or at least the umpire's call. It was very funny to look at.
Yeah, and I think some people were saying, oh, you only complain when it's England. It's not that, because I think there was a very dodgy decision against Steve Smith in the World Cup that I continually go back to. It's more a question of, should we never question the technology? I assume that even machines can occasionally backfire.
Well, they certainly can, as that was left alone through the keeper and there's no run. Again, that one in the World Cup I didn't think was that contentious. The point was, the contentious part in all of these might be that the umpire actually gives them out. Not the other way round, because the technology kind of proving what the umpire thought, but to the visual eye watching it on the telly, you might think, no, that's not out. But you don't.
It's also true, to be fair, as well, that the eye can play tricks. I mean, you're
very much so, and I find it quite a lot. That's depended on sort of covers, and there's no one. I mean, how many times do you go, I think that's absolutely plumb, and what you saw in my mind's eye was it hitting in line and going on to hit off stump, and then when you see the replay, it's hitting a mile outside leg stump, and it's clearly not hitting. So it's exactly that, and I think that's what technology does, because exactly that, you have a visual picture of what happened at that moment, and you give the decision on that. And if you get it horribly wrong and your visual acuity's out for that ball, then there's a chance to rectify it.
Yeah,
that's
I mean, I do have some sympathy for Stokes' view that if it's out, it's out. But I understand how that would change the nature of cricket if all umpires' calls suddenly became out. Yeah.
That would be interesting, because Sunil Gavaskar, who does know a thing or two about cricket, was on yesterday talking about that, and he said, well, if you do that, be ready for all tests to end in 2.5 days. If everything.
I think that's right. I think nothing's black and white, is it? It's a matter of dealing with what works reasonably well, and I think
currently it does work. Exactly, I think it does work well. The umpire's call.
I agree with that.
The umpire's call gives it to a certain degree of control to the umpire on the field, and if you make some
it's infinitely better than it used to before VAR.
Well, exactly that. At the other end, we'll give him a jingle after his first ball. The man of the morning yesterday is going to bowl to Joe Root, who takes a couple of steps down the track at him. Drives up to mid-off, and there's no one. Be interesting to see. Arkash has been a big player, I think, in the IPL. And yesterday morning, he was bowling 140s, 143s in his first spell, really fired up. I did notice his speeds dropped as the day went on. Classic. I mean, does he play a lot of Ranchi trophies? He used to playing. The fitness levels required at Test cricket. Can his body deliver 140 clicks? Because 12, 13, 14, 15 clicks less is quite a lot, and it'll probably allow the players more time to adjust. That one is wide of the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, very small database so far, but his first ball was 132. That much we do know.
You don't get much smaller databases.
Yeah, indeed, you know. We wait to see what ball 2 was. But yeah, I think the other thing is, whenever a new bowler arrives, despite the myriad video evidence that they've all looked at, and until you've actually played him in a test match, you need to adapt to a new player. It's a bit like when a promoted team comes up. It takes the good teams half a season to adjust to playing them.
Oh, Luton, that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, as a classic example. And then you think, oh, he does this, he does that. You get used to playing him. And, I mean, obviously, an excellent bowler.
Yeah, good bowler. Bit like Burnley and Norwich are the opposite of that. They come up from the Championship playing some flamboyant style of football, which they think is going to cut it in the Premier League with the playing staff that they have, and it doesn't.
There are 2 examples of clubs, post-war clubs, coming up and winning the top tier in their first season. Ipswich and Forest have both done it.
Oh, well done them. Can't imagine that happening quite these days. That one's down the arse, and Root gets nothing on it. Good save by Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps.
Our own Dave Barrett is going through something of an existential crisis. He says, I'm confused by yesterday's play. No ramping, no reverse sweeping, barely a bucket head in sight, but strangely I had a nice time. Should I recant? Should I leave the cult? Should I take Jonathan Agnew seriously and embrace block ball? Fuck no.
Exactly. Well said, Dave. I can't imagine you backing down as that one's played out to the covers and there's no run.
I think Agnew's been kind of okay with Bazball, hasn't he? I don't think he's a block ball guy.
No, he's been saying some stupid stuff recently. He really has.
That was the Pope one, yeah. But I mean, there were so many moving parts then. You thought, that can't give that out. Surely, it was miles outside the off stump, wasn't he? And all that shit. And we were actually all proved wrong.
Yeah. No umpire on earth would have given it out. And,
no.
and indeed he didn't. It's only the technology that did, but okay.
Left alone outside Root's off stump, no run. Deep opens up with a maiden. And the score remains 3. No, he doesn't, because he bowled a no ball on the last ball of his over.
For fuck's sake. What? It's so often the last ball of the over, isn't it? I think it's to confuse the advertisers.
Well, also,
I don't know why they argue with him.
Off your stride, missing.
Is he arguing with a umpire, or is he just asking where I stepped? Is he going, I can't have bowled a no ball? Well, the technology says you did, mate. So.
Yeah, have a look at the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
What a stupid question to ask. Yeah. It's obvious.
I can understand him. No, I could understand him asking how far over the line did he think he was. Yeah.
Quite a way is the answer on that one.
Yeah.
He's got. He looks.
I tell you, that technology has been really well used. That's a really good example of smart use of technology.
Boring job to do, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Attempted cut by Root, gets an under edge, goes off to gully, and there's no run.
Probably more interesting than most office jobs. Over to you, Messi.
Warren says, evening all. Hello, Warren. Jay Grover says, morning all. Time for Gorilla ASMR. Where's Ajit? Ajit's not in until the last session, I'm afraid. But the good news is that Grubby will be on in 20 minutes or so. To give you some ASMR. In fact, speaking of Grubby, he tweets immediately brilliant analysis from Forthy there. Don't suck up the difficult batting conditions for only 30.
Very shrewd. Very shrewd analyst himself, Grubby, I've always thought.
Yeah, mates got to stick together, don't they? Over on YouTube, Gopala Krishna says no declaration is a disappointment.
sod off.
Bazball was syllabus. No Baz root came out of syllabus. Mog says hello. Leah says hello. Raj Shanuk says still complaining about LBWs. Cat Martin says the hardware is only good as its calibration.
Well, that's true.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, you did miss the ball, but it's all right because it was a ball that did nothing but go down the arse once more. From Suraj, first ball of his 15th over. It's gone for 64. Got 2 late wickets yesterday. Got Folkes, who was looking good at the time. Got a bit of reverse swing. The ball that got Hartley was an absolute cracker. It was sort of arrowing in, sort of middle and off. Managed to get a little bit of reverse, held its line, beat the outside edge of the bat, and just kissed the off stump. An absolute brilliant ball. But he did bowl pretty pants earlier in the day. That's worked into the leg side out to mid wicket, and there's no run. He's had an odd series. He's had a couple of decent spells, but most of the time and I think he's a very combative bowler, but
Raj, yeah. He seems to be peppering the pads too. He's got 3 slips waiting there, and quite often he seems to ignore those and bowl more of a middle and leg stump line, and sort of rely on the one that comes in too much, I think, Siraj.
yeah, maybe he's trying to Jimmy Anderson, trying to get it to swoop away, but I don't know if that's really going to happen. That's short, and short enough that it's bounced over Dhruv Jural and gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Buys, obviously. England moves to 311 for 7. I think if England could get 350, that would be the first target. If they get there, a little bit of happy slapping, get up to the high 370s, 380s with a bit of luck.
Well, you'd say Robinson has got the characteristics of a classic number 8. He'll probably get out early in 2 innings, and you'd hope for a 30 or 40 in the 3rd innings. We've already got 35, so this is good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Gary didn't think he had the properties for a true number 8. That was a big appeal for LBW, but they've got no reviews left. Probably going. Looked like it was going down there.
At best clipping, I think. At best clipping.
Well, they burned them all yesterday. They did have 2 absolutely cracking reviews, though, which, as we said, as we said, none of us thought they were out. The Ollie Pope one, as you said, no one would have given that out on the field, and yet Technology said he was out. And it's a good review against Johnny Bairstow. It's an inside edge, that's why. Otherwise, it was quite straight. Actually, might want to have gone on to hit leg stump, but hey. Anyway, Suraj is in. That camera's on the cock, but that's clipped out to one of 2 mid wickets, pretty close together, but 1 in, 1 out. No run.
I mean, those 3 slips aren't doing a great deal if Suraj continues to bowl this line.
Yeah, they're not, are they? But he has got obviously he is trying to get something to happen off that line and go towards that. There's only 2 slips in now, I suppose.
Well, there were 3.
Yeah, there's a first and a 5th, maybe. Morning, Jason. There is those 2 mid wickets, so he's trying to bowl that line. If it goes, they might get a bit something in the slips, and if they clip it aerially, he might get a catch and mid wicket. Those are his 2 options. That one is a little bit shorter of a length and just dropped into the leg side by Robinson, gets himself a single. And keeps the strike at the end of the over. 212 for 7. Messi.
Gopala Krishna asked us to correct Siraj's bowling figures on our display. Unfortunately, we can't.
We can't. It grabs off the. It grabs off the latest spell rather than his whole figures. That's annoying, I know, but sorry, can't do anything about it. I don't program it myself, and I can't just get someone to change it.
Mog's in a good mood today, I can tell. He says, is it really fantastic that Grubby's coming on soon?
Oh, well, he'll be here in 15 minutes to tell you that himself, Mog.
Kafir says, push for 400, although I'd take 350 plus. I would have taken 200 plus after yesterday's first session.
Well, that's a great shot from Ollie Robinson. Just punched it out, maybe a bit aerial, out through point. But it was short, it was wide. And it kind of got what it deserved, which was 4 runs. Wrong line, wrong length.
He's It's looking like a classic number 8, as Gary would say. It's good stuff. I mean, we talked about things slowing up yesterday, and they did in the middle session. But actually, this partnership's going along at 4 runs and over. It's up to 71 now.
Yeah, and they kind of slowed down towards the end of the day as well. Apart from that last over, oh dear, flashed out very late by Ollie Robinson outside his off stump. Through to keeper, no run. Don't forget the GPL is open now. Ooh, £156 of English pounds in that pot for you. You must want to win that. You know what to do. Go to competitions on the website. Take your picks for the amount of runs today, and if you get it, you get a pot.
Yeah, we had 20 entries yesterday.
Yep.
And, oh dear, Mog was one off.
Yeah, one off. But he was going to be a long way off, to be fair, and then they bought on. That's left alone through to the exactly that through to the keeper for no run. The last over of the day was bowled by the Jaswell, which was Licorice Allshort's leg spin, and cut the half trackers, got the treatment, which got it up to near where Mog was, and then Root decided wisely to just leave 2 balls in a row. So it made it quite exciting, but no one won. The house won, obviously, which is always a good thing.
The paranoia of getting out to the part-timer in the last over before start.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a decent ball. Ollie Robinson poked at that. His speed is up, so he's had a good rest overnight. He's up to 140.
I remember.
No sign of any new demons in the pitch, are there?
No, not particularly, which is interesting.
Maybe
it doesn't seem to be too much variable bounce that I've spotted. I don't know whether you have.
No,
not yet.
Maybe it was just the first hour yesterday, in which case 350 won't be enough, and they'll get 600.
maybe it was the effect of the roller yesterday morning.
But don't we get a roller this morning, I presume? Down the track comes Ollie Robinson and smears that through the offside, out through the covers. Lovely shot. 4 runs. This is Bazball. And actually, now might not be a bad time to attack.
Yeah, I agree. Totally
new ball. The pitch doesn't seem to be doing what it was doing yesterday, at least.
Well, for Robinson to attack, Root can carry on doing his thing.
Exactly that. Yeah. The ball's going to come on a little bit better. It's a new ball, it's harder, comes quicker off the surface onto the bat. Take your chances while you can.
Exactly what we were talking about. There's pointless sucking up balls right now.
No.
So I know the pawn bot's not in evidence, but when we talk about sucking up balls...
Oh, pulled! No, well, not great timing, but enough, I think. Yeah, indeed. Pulled by Ollie Robinson over. Very ugly smear, really, over mid-on. It's 4 more.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I don't think he's got a test 50 yet, has he, Robinson?
No, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
His top score is 48 not out.
Which is what he's on now. So
is what we're looking
at. Yes, that's right.
I think he's had a couple of 40s and a couple of 30s.
Yeah, from memory.
So Oxymoronica is tuned in terms of his body to the cricket. He says, "Morning all, I woke up 3:50 without the alarm in anticipation. Hope England can get another 50 runs at least." And Josie Oak says, "Morning, they said they don't know why the ball wasn't tracked properly. I assume the traditional software solution was used to fix it by switching it off and then switching it back on."
Oh, absolutely. The universal reset. They're changing the bowling already.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning on the field?
And his first ball is short and wide. And Root just cuts him out in front of the square and covers. But only gets 1 run.
Yeah, they've got fewer concerns about Joe Root starting over on a second morning. He's no evidence that he suffers from Straussitis of not being able to push on after scoring a ton the day before.
Oh God, no. And presumably he'll play reasonably sensible while Robinson's there. Down the track comes Robinson. Jadeja saw him coming. Oh no, but then he just planted the bat but beat the man at cover. So they will end up getting a single down the long off.
There was that 4 he hit during the course of the last over. It was a flamingo, but flamingos usually end up going through mid-wicket, Kevin Peterson style. This one ended up going through long off.
Indeed. Joe Root just defends, and there is no run. Partnership up to 81. Handy. Back, pushed through backward point. There is a man out in the deep. It's Kuldeep out there. He was always in the deep. Must have a strong arm. And Root moves on to 108.
Maybe a case of nominative determinism. Your name's Kuldeep. Of course, they've got another.
They've got another deep, yeah.
2 deeps.
Ooh, that one goes on with the arm, and Ollie Robinson just jams his bat down on it in front of his pad, and there's no run. He'll be thinking about his first Test 50. If he can get there, one more run.
Let's not put the commentators cursing, but anyway, let's put it on. Reverse hex.
Oh, and he swept that beautifully. Has he swept it in the air? No, there's no one out there. Marvellous! Ollie Robinson gets himself yet another 4, which we'll celebrate with one of these. And gets his first ever at Test level. He's got a few. He's got 4 or 5 at county level. He's got a county ton. 110 is his highest score in first class cricket.
Well, Tom P's still on for my predicted Ollie Robinson century. Jonathan Shawland says, honestly, the only thing that worries me about DRS is its possible vulnerability to manipulation behind the scenes. I've never worried about that till now, but wouldn't put anything past the current authorities in certain countries.
Oh, yeah. You see, I don't want to go there. I think
prefer not to go there, probably, but we all know the CIA are behind everything that goes on.
Yeah, exactly.
Kafir says, I wonder what the odds were after the first session yesterday for Root to score 100 and England to win. Yes, that would have been fairly substantial.
Yeah,
well, I remember, Bear, you said this match will probably be won by someone scoring 90 or 110 or something.
Well, let's hope that's the case, and this is the one. Although the pitch does look a lot more placid today, it has to be said. That one is just worked down to long leg for a single.
There's plenty of bowlers whose main job has been to bowl for England who never have got a Test 50. So well done, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, true, and that might probably gee him up for his bowling as well. The other thing is, of course, maybe it was the pitch earlier in the morning, and maybe it still will break up anyway. It's been rolled, and maybe the rolling, as you said, has actually flattened it out this morning. And once the roller goes, it will start to.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
So you might get a good hour and a half, and then it gets really fucking tricky. As that was short and just about taken over his head by Jarrell. No run.
Why do they have a roller? Who decided that there would be a roller in cricket? And then once they've prepared the pitch, why do they need to put a great steamroller over it?
Yeah, see, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I knew there was one between overs. I wasn't sure there was one every morning, but if there is one every morning, yeah, I mean, why? The pitch should just naturally.
One between innings.
Yeah, one between innings. I mean, because I remember in the old days on the BBC they used to go, well, let's use the heavy or the light roller, because you had the choice. That's worked. Yeah, exactly. You still do. That's works in the leg side.
Remember Mike Atherton saying he had absolutely no idea what difference it made. It's the one area of captaincy he hadn't got a clue about, the roller.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit like batters gardening on the pitch and tapping places, which has no impact whatsoever.
No, that's just a nervous tick, really, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, presumably, if there is loose, it packs it down until it springs back up naturally again. So theoretically, it should make it easier to bat. That's just dropped into the leg side, picked up, thrown at the bowler's end. But Ollie Robinson is there quick enough.
There's been very little lateral movement. There's been very little up and down movement. There's been very little happening, honestly, in the pitch so far.
Exactly. Maybe it is tiredness of the Indian bowlers over from yesterday.
3-3-3.
Well, the interesting thing is
shades of England, India scores of time past as we see 3-3-3 come up.
Ah, yes. Pulled by Rooty, rolls his wrist over the top of it, gets it in front of square. Kuldeep comes round. They think about 2, but it's not there.
The interesting thing will be if the wicket remains flat for the rest of the day, whether India feel under some pressure to score reasonably fast before it starts breaking up.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. I mean, this is the big question, isn't it? India have been on. India have battered first and last two innings, got decent first inning scores, and been able to put England under pressure. India actually did pretty well in the first test when England didn't get enough in the first innings. But if England do get up to nearer that 400 score, it'll be interesting to see how this young Indian side come back at it with scoreboard pressure against them. That's guided by Ollie Robinson down towards third man to get himself a single. And England have got to be hoping for that now. Having survived the first, well, we've got probably one more over first half hour. That's always a good indicator.
Yeah. Richard Seven says, "Hi guys, an enthralling day 2 awaits. Please, can you offer honest opinions on Sharma's captaincy and where Joe Root stand in your pantheon of English batsmen you've seen?"
Well, that's easy. Joe Root is the best English batsman I've probably seen.
I would concur with that.
Yes, so would I actually.
What was the other question? The other question was...
Sharma's been very passive captain.
He's always been a passive captain, you know.
I'd equate him to a certain extent with Joe Root as
there are quite a few captains like it. They kind of let the game drift and play it by the numbers sort of deal.
Yeah.
Put your fielders here at this point in the game when things are drifting, that was pumped out, well, not pumped really, just pushed by Ollie Robinson out to deep
let's
cover
face
for a
it,
single.
you get the job by being the batsman who's least likely to be dropped. That doesn't
To a
necessarily
certain
mean-
degree. To a certain
doesn't
degree.
necessarily mean you're going to be brilliant at captaincy, as many have proved over the years.
Indeed.
Exactly that. You know. Jadeja around the wicket, late cut by Root, but can't beat the fielder at the backward point.
Rahul Dravid wasn't a particularly great captain. Ganguly was a good captain.
Yes.
Dhoni was a good captain. And Ganguly wasn't the best
Well,
batsman. in the side.
even Dhoni. Oh, that's a good ball. That
we have a
one's
super
turned.
chat.
That one's beating the outside edge of Root's bat. No run. Go on, give us it then.
It's Frank Rockefeller who sends us $20. This includes a $15 refund for England's last effort.
Thanks,
Thank you
Frank.
so much, Frank. You're a great supporter.
Oh, now that one kept low. First one that we've seen do something, but Root was able to jab his bat down on it. Big smile from Rooty. He's probably feeling good now. He's got 100.
Yeah, it's one of the paradoxes of cricket. When something misbehaves like that, you think it's bad, but it's also good for the batting side.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you got runs on the board, it's not a bad thing to see, is it? That one's defended out to the covers and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a good thing it was Joe Root facing that ball.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson's got a lot further to come down as well. That's defended. Full face of the bat. Big forward press. Rooty. No run. Ends the over. That was a quickie. Jadeja's got 1 for 63 off 29. Interestingly, most of the wickets have come to pace bowlers for India as well. 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Moggs says, "I trust you've all been following the series featuring the Nefandus N nations. Namibia currently well ahead. So there's Nepal there as well. Who else is in that? I'm not sure.
Namibia.
Says, come on, Ollie. But yeah, no, he's mentioned Namibia. Namibia, Nepal. Oh, fucked if I know. I'm sure you'll tell us, Mog.
Norway, North Korea.
Well, boys,
Korean.
where'd you change?
Righto.
Oh, right, okay.
We're going to be joined by Grubby and Jason. It's going to be a 3-man crew in the studio, the early boys. And yeah,
So
you choose wherever you want to sit.
Have just come in. Leah is the first one 10 minutes ago.
Leah is the first one 10 minutes ago, as it's just dropped into the offside by Ollie Robinson. He'll get himself another single. And when you're ready, Grubby, it's you.
It's me.
It's you.
Hello.
Oops, what am I doing? Not that one, that one.
I feel like I've been here for days.
Yeah, well, you've been here over the course of 2.
I've been here for a day.
Yes, I found you slumbering on the sofa this morning.
It's very comfy.
It is quite a comfy sofa.
3-3-7 for 7 it is, and Root gets a ball on middle and leg, turns it down to long leg, gets a single.
Lovely. Good start by England this morning, eh?
Really, I mean, Ollie Robinson's flown out of the traps, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think Root scored. That's his 5th run this morning, Root, and Robbo's gone from.
We've done it.
What was he on this morning? Don't know, but he scored about 30 odd runs, didn't he? 30
Robertson was on 32. I think.
Was he? Oh, he's got 25 then.
No. He was on either the high 30s or he was on 40 something.
No. He wasn't on 40 this morning. This one he attempts to hook off his nose, and it does him for pace. That ball from Siraj. Through him, he can't get anything on it. 3 in the studio, always nice.
Always very nice, isn't it?
Hi everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, to use that well-worn phrase.
Yes.
And all of those things to Hendo, if he's listening.
Wow.
He won't be at the moment.
Of course he won't be. He'll be snuggled up in bed. Now he's going to send us a furious tweet. What do you mean? Well, if you're up, Hendo, you should be fucking in here.
A length ball, which Robinson leans on easily, steering it through point and getting himself another single to take the score to 339 for 7. He's got 58. Ollie Robinson does, and Joe Root has Nelson, 111. I saw a lovely tweet yesterday from Lawrence Booth saying that was a great Bazball innings from Joe Root. Soaked up the pressure,
Yeah.
executed his game plan, didn't deviate from it.
That's true.
Because that's the thing. It's not like Root playing the way Root used to play for England and Bazball are mutually exclusive things. As this is another short ball from Siraj, and it's through Root, who attempted a hook, so a half-hearted hook, and a good take behind the sticks there. So yeah, it like most things in life, it's not black and white, is it?
No.
He played. Yes, he played differently. Yes, he didn't ramp the ball, and yes, he played in a way that we're more familiar with from a few years ago. But he's still an integral part of this team, and however this team is playing, using that phrase that I don't like. Anyway, he turns this through square leg, gets off Nelson with a single. Oh, the Bears doing one. No sooner do we have 3 men in the studio than the Bear breaks it up.
He's taken the opportunity to refuel.
As we all have to do.
Yeah. What was the first thing I did when I came in?
Refuel.
Straight to the kettle.
Have you got any messages there, Jace?
I do. The last one, I'm not sure what we had, but Ombenueva says, "Morning, fantastic GC. I stand by the call for allowing an aerator as well as a roller. Much more fun for the bowlers."
An aerator?
Yeah, a spiker, something you put into the
Oh, yeah,
turf.
fair enough. Jadeja's going to start a new over, and this ball keeps very low as it half beats Root on the outside edge and hits Durrell on the right shin.
Yeah, bit of grub there.
Actually, it did get an under edge. That's why the fielders were up in arms, thinking that might be a chance, but it wasn't really. This is a more conventional defensive push to cover for no run.
If that was the other way round, they're saying to Johnny Bairstow, "Why didn't you catch that?"
Folks would have. He'd have snaffled that, wouldn't he? Jadeja round the wicket. He's got significant turn in the last few balls. This one, Root just turns to the man on the 45. Can't get a single.
But yeah, he's got a magic ball previously in the previous over.
This is Fuller, and Root is able to turn this through square leg for a single.
I'd love it if Rooty somehow, with the help of whoever's there, could get to 150.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Bear.
Yeah, he does like having big tons, daddy tons when he gets in.
And do you know that Ben Folkes and is Root's batting partner in Test cricket, with whom he shares the highest average partnership? You know that? Back in his crease is Robinson, and defending this to cover. Point.
Something like
100 extra cover.
Folkes has been involved in 2 of the last 500 partnerships or something.
It's something like 78 is their average partnership, as Robinson is forward in defence, smothering that one.
Yeah, well, I think it suits their roles. Folks like to play a supporting role, and he just sits in and tucks in, and he's very good defensively generally.
Isn't that incredible, though, that after that long career that Root has had, and we hope as England fans he'll have a few more years left in him, that Folks is the partner with whom he is most profitable in partnership terms. It's incredible. It's 78 is their average partnership.
Well, you say that, but then you look at statistically.
I do.
The sample size may not be that big because Folks tends to play away, but then when Folks has played away, for example, one of the series he played in was on those flat fucking things.
Well, it's big enough there. It's big enough to be of note.
Just being pedantic, you know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Root and Cook are in there. There was another surprising one at number 2. I can't quite remember now. Anyway, Siraj starts new over, full delivery, and Root is forward to that and defending it into the onside. There's no run.
Anderson, Mark Wood.
No, not quite. I forget who the second one was now. Someone will... Messers will be able to access that
That's
list.
the kind of thing that I can never get on Stats Guru.
Yeah, someone had tweeted it out. Not one of our own, I hasten to add. It wasn't Messers.
It's something that like Zoltzman would have found it in 2 seconds flat.
Yeah, it's if you know what you're looking for, it's easy to access, I guess. A shorter delivery, and Root is back and swivel pulling this, and he's got all of that. That goes to deep backward square for one of these.
Lovely shot, lovely shot.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And that is the ton-up partnership, of which Joe Root has very much been the junior partner. Ollie Robinson has got well over half of those runs.
This will be worrying for India.
It
Or
will.
maybe it won't be. Maybe they're going, the pitch is flattened out.
Well, as I said to Jace next door,
Let's just bat and bat.
they could easily get 550, India, when they come to bat. But at the moment, England will just look to push on. And Root does push that one defensively into the offside. No run.
It's very early days, but if it is, as we suspect now, tricksy early on and then flattens out into a road, this could be the first pitch in which we could possibly see a draw.
Well,
Messi Jez will be happy with that. He's back the draw, isn't he? $5 on the draw.
yeah.
Joe Root has 117. Ollie Robinson has 58 of the 100 partnership that has just clicked onto that 100. 345 for 7 is the England score, and we are in the 100th over of the innings. So still scoring at what is traditionally a decent lick, 3.5 and over. Couple of slips, fairly wide apart, and this one is once more turned through square leg by Joe Root, who is going to come through for another easy single.
He's just looking to accumulate, isn't he? And let Ollie play some flamboyant shit at the other end.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think Ollie is being that flamboyant. He was beaten by one earlier this morning, and then decided to shimmy down the wicket, smack it through extra cover, and then the next ball he pulled through, cow corner area for consecutive forwards. But I don't think he's being outrageous or outlandish in the way he's batting. Siraj into the crease now, bowls a short delivery which Robinson saw coming and ducked underneath it.
Yeah. That's a smile back at Siraj. He doesn't look happy.
No, Siraj has very much held the pose there in his follow-through, staring down Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I think he gets annoyed at Robinson not being like a typical late-order batsman and actually playing proper cricket.
Cricket. He has got a first-class 100 to his name,
Yep.
Ollie Robinson. 110, I think he scored against Durham, was it?
I don't know who it was, but yeah,
I think
do
it was
remember.
against Durham.
He scored that just before he got picked, didn't he, for England or something?
You might be right there, Bear. Yeah, sometimes, most of the time, I think Siraj is quite smiley. Sometimes menacingly so, but he's not got a smile on at the moment. He's pissed off about something.
Yeah,
Another ball just short of a length that Robinson's able to duck underneath. And he's really got a bee in his bonnet about something, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think Robinson's another person who likes to wind the opposition
Oh,
up.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't he just?
Yeah.
Oxymoronica says, what a weekend of sport we have had. I read that the Calcutta Cup was first played in 1872, yes, at the Oval, in fact.
Ah.
Just up the road from Ranchi in Calcutta, by a group of 40 Brits playing 20 aside, with one team representing England and the other Scotland, up the Empire. And Leah says, I think Jared had an interesting stat yesterday. Folks is an average number 7, but he's a below average batsman amongst keepers. He's a throwback to the pre-Gilchrist days.
I think he's a better bat than
his test
below
shows.
average. Than his test average would suggest.
Well, yeah, doesn't he bat at 5 for Surrey, doesn't he, or something?
He has done, but not recently.
This is now the second highest 8th wicket partnership for England in India. The only one above it on that list is Dawson and Rashid. No one would guess that, would they? Dawson and Rashid back in 2016. And in third place, Jardine and Verity.
Yeah, two spinners who
1934.
arguably should have been on this tour.
Jardine and Verity, no. Dawson and Rashid, yes. Well, Rashid hung up his Red Bull gloves, if that's the thing, a few years ago, and Dawson might be aggrieved not to be in the touring party.
Yeah,
As Root comes forward to Jadeja's first ball of this over and pushes it defensively to point no run.
Didn't he rule himself out early? Didn't he? Said, I'm going off to take some T20 franchise buck somewhere.
No, I think he was told that there wasn't any value in picking him if Leach was going to play, and he was going to be the backup drinks waiter all tour. Because he was just bowling essentially the same purpose.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Leach got injured.
Root back cuts this one to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah. He'd have been first choice, but Hartley's done all right. It has to be said. Picked out of nowhere.
Fuller and slower and floatier from Jadeja, and Root waits for it. And off the front foot, the ball fetches up this time at backward point once again, and there's no run.
Bit squirty there. He had to reach for that.
He had to wait for it, didn't he? Because he held it back, Jadeja, that ball. Figures of 1 for 64 in his 31st over now. A lot of yakka for Jadeja as Root turns this through backward square and gets yet another single. He moves on to 119 and the score to 347 for 7. 2 balls left in this Jadeja over. They never last very long, do they? Jadeja overs. But all
Not unless
good.
he bowls the occasional bad ball and goes to the boundary.
Another one that I'm saying he's bowling deliberately more slowly at the moment, and Robinson
But
is
he's
forward in
not.
defence.
95.
No.
95, that's quick.
Yeah, well, to the eye it looks like he is,
Yeah.
but that's the mystery of Jadeja. Round the wicket he comes again. It looks relatively slow, but maybe it's not, and once more it's defended fairly comfortably by Ollie Robinson to backward point. That does complete the over and remains 347 for 7.
Oh, damn it, I can't see the things
You
on
can't see a thing. Let me go for it. Who we got? Carl Herbert says, what a difference a day makes. Pitch is not so spicy today, or is Robinson just a good batsman? I guess
Well,
he's
both,
a former,
probably.
but this is a great partnership. No, yeah, Robinson isn't a bad batsman. And yeah, the pitch does seem to be a bit quieter. It'd be interesting to see what it plays like when you're 300 and whatever, or maybe 400 behind when you're India coming out and you've got those runs off. And if it has been rolled after an hour or so when the roller, although it gets rolled again, doesn't it, when India change of innings?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what roller, if they have a choice of roller, what roller they would use today, because if they put the heavy roller on, it's just going to flatten it for half an hour, but then it's also going to break it up more.
Yep, could do. Now we're having a change of bowling here. I'm sure we'll jingle up soon. One of my favourite bowlers in world cricket, the left arm wrist spin of
This man.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that virat junk away.
Joe Root it is who will face up to Kuldeep, who starts with the ball from over the wicket on middle and off, and Root is forward to that and defending it. Can you hear me okay, by the way? It's
Yeah.
gone a bit quiet in my own ears.
Oh, those headphones are a bit, yeah.
Naff.
There's a slip, there's a slightly deeper forward short leg. Root is again studiously forward to this and smothering the spin back to the bowler.
Is anything in your ears?
No.
In that case, it's probably you need to fiddle around with a connection on the ground. Somewhere you have to.
Usually Gary stood on the wires, but Gary's not here, so I can't blame him.
No, you can blame me instead, because I'm in.
Kuldeep is in once more, and it's full, and Root turns this defensively to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But we can hear you fine. I'm not sure you can hear us, though.
Yeah, I can, don't worry.
Okay, you can.
Root facing Kuldeep once more. Oh, it's a delicious delivery. It takes the outside edge. It's caught, I think, by a diving Rowett. No, it's not. It must have come to him on the bounce. He wants to review it.
He's not sure.
But he doesn't think he's caught it. Otherwise, he would be much more celebratory than he is. It was a great ball. One of those beautiful deliveries that I love watching from Kuldeep across the right-hander.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
a lovely...
just took that outside top corner of the bat, if I can call it that. Rowett dived forward.
It's the arm ball. It was...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it did.
Kuldeep's normally coming in. That's the one that goes straight on. It's
Exactly.
the overspinner.
Yeah. One of my favourite deliveries in world cricket. Rowett is not confident at all. He's smiling away. His cap looks very tight, doesn't it, Rowett? It's like he's pinching the back of his head.
Yeah, it's probably been put in the wash one too many times and shrunk just that little bit too much.
Do they have their version of the baggy green? That's definitely not going to be given out. It's bounced on the ground and up into his palm.
Yeah.
So-
Definitely on half volley. He
Well-
kind of knew that, didn't he? It
Well-
didn't look quite right.
And he knew it as well.
Yeah.
And it was a almost apologetic signal by him to send it upstairs.
It's the 1 in 100 review.
And
Which is
also-
why you asked the umpire to
Yeah,
review
but
it,
actually,
so he
also,
doesn't lose one.
It's not his. They've used all their reviews, so it wasn't his choice.
Yeah. No, yeah, I know. He was just saying to the umpire. "Have a look."
Rockin' Rod Tucker sent it upstairs, and it was rightly given not out, but a very good ball. This one, Root is back in his crease and looking to whip it through the onside. It can't beat the fielder. Still no run.
Was a good ball though.
Yeah. It's that beauty, isn't it? Because you've from over the wicket, it's the right hander. You've got to play it because
You've
it
got to
might,
assume it's
because
coming in, so you've
because
got to play it.
because it might be the actual leggy, but it was, as you rightly pointed out, Jace, the one that's going across. And this is defended again by Root.
The thing
Up
is
to
about
mid-off,
that-
no run.
I don't like that because actually Rohit shouldn't insinuate to the umpires
He
to
shouldn't.
do that.
That's like saying to the referee in football, give him a card.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Basically,
He should be given a card himself for that.
Give me a chance. They should just rule.
Yeah, if it's the umpire's decision, it's very much their decision. It's not for the players on the field to say send it upstairs when they've used all their reviews.
To be fair, I think that if he hadn't done anything, the umpires would have reviewed it anyway because it was so close.
Yeah, fine, but it's not exactly. It's not for him to
But
say.
he shouldn't be.
Insinuate and do it. Because he's run out of reviews. That's exactly that. If their decision was it's not out, and then he swayed them with, well, maybe I called it. Have a look
If I'd been the
upstairs,
umpire, I might have been of a mind to say, well, given that you've just
Sin bin.
I'm not. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna review it. I might have done, but I'm not gonna now. Now you've asked me to. Jadeja starts a new over. Is he caught behind here? He is caught behind, looking for a reverse paddle there, Ollie Robinson.
Why?
And
Ollie
feathering
Robinson?
it through to the keeper.
He
There's a
reviewed it.
review. I don't know how confident Robinson is, whether he just thinks he should review. On field, the bowler, the wicketkeeper, and I think most of the fielders around the bat were pretty confident that they heard something.
I'm just questioning this shot. He's been batting so well. Why did he need to pull out the reverse
Well,
sleeve?
I think he thinks that we're just going to get on with it.
It's one of those shots. It's a shot. It's a legitimate shot that they think is no more risky than any other. Whether we agree or not is a different matter.
Well, the question is, did it catch his glove or
I
something?
think
well,
he
all the
might
way
have
through?
caught the glove behind the bat.
And it might indeed have got to the face of the bat on its way through. It was one of those
Well, that's what I thought.
sort of flatter, quicker ones from Jadeja, I would say. And
Well, it
maybe
certainly looks to deviate there, doesn't it?
it does, yeah. It looks like it's come off the bat. We're going to see a replay. We are seeing it now.
Glove.
Yeah, glove. Tiny bit of glove there. So the on-field decision will stand. Fair play again to Dharmasena, who gave it out. I think he got one wrong yesterday, but all umpires are allowed to get one wrong. His decision is confirmed, and that is England's 8th wicket down after a 100-plus partnership between these two. But it's ended now. Robinson goes for 58.
The crowd says, you're out.
I think it's fair enough. We had 3 reviews left. Might as well use one on each of the next wickets.
Yeah, and it was only a little feather, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Even though the Indian team was were very confident about it, and it was given out on the field. Robinson thought, well, there's just a possibility that it didn't.
I don't feel like I'm wasting one when we got 3
No,
to
exactly.
hand.
Yeah.
Well, Bashir comes in.
Yeah.
He had an enterprising little innings, didn't he, in the game that he played?
Well, again, Jace, you were saying next door that he came in
In his first innings,
Jimmy came in ahead of him.
Yes.
But then in the second innings,
No.
they-
reversed. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
much so. Well, he has a jingle that goes like this.
likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
And surely Root gets a little bit more adventurous now, doesn't he?
yeah, probably. Yeah.
He might change to farming the strike a little bit as well.
Yeah, he might do.
So, Shoaib Bashir comes in, taking guard now. Tall lad, as we can see from the side-on view that we're looking at the moment.
Well, he's taller than Root, so that gives you some idea.
Yeah, so he's 6'2" plus there, therefore.
I think the whole reason that Bashir and Hartley was picked initially was because they are tall.
High release
And they will
point.
get a high release
High
and a high
release point.
and bounce.
Jadeja, oh my goodness me, that takes, I think, the top corner of the bat, beats first slip, and gets Shoaib his first run, is it? Or did it take him about the body somewhere? It is a run to England.
That one seemed to
Oh,
burst.
maybe it's signalled leg, but it must
It's
have
off the hit, isn't it?
off his hip.
No, it's
Oh,
off
it's
the
off the
keeper.
shoulder.
Oh,
off
right,
the
it's a
keeper.
bye then. Right, I'll beg everyone's pardon.
That jumped, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
You want to see that if you're a bowler.
Well, I think Rohit, that will bring Rohit to an idea of bringing in a second slip, I think, shortly.
Yeah.
If he sees another one like that.
Not Rohit.
Root's come on to strike now. Jadeja round the wicket to him. And this is pushed to long off for a comfortable single to Joe Root.
Well, there's no farming now. His first opportunity, he said, I'll have a single, please.
And I think that's right as well.
You take everything that's on offer.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly at 8 down, he might have a moment to think, well, I'll farm
Well,
the
see
strike
what-
when I've got Jimmy at the other end
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
moment. And Shoaib goes for the big old waft and gets caught at backward point. Easy as you like. That is, some may say brainless, some may say just trying to get the game moving.
Well, yeah. Doesn't have a lot of experience, does he, at this level? So probably got instructions.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, a bit of a
Live chuckle from Bear there over his own jingle.
flat-footed swat, that was, with
Jim-
no footwork.
Jimmy would be wandering out, shaking his head at the young man, going,
I should have been 10. Told you.
"That's not how you bat, lad."
Well, no,
He doesn't speak like that.
Jimmy's
does he?
going to do his customary reverse sweep, but surely.
That's his shot.
That's his shot.
Yeah. Doesn't even look him in the eye as they cross on the stairs at Ranchi. It's a quacker for Shoaib Bashir, who was beaten all ends up by his first delivery. Went for the big old Yahoo from the second one that he faced. And spooned it up in the air, caught a backward point. 3-4-9 for 9. So the game is now moving on again. Jadeja has 3 for 66.
Aye, and the big man comes out. It's Jimmy. Looking as grumpy as Jimmy always looks.
Can you see from this distance?
I just know.
He's just got that aura of grumpiness that it permeates the whole 5,000 miles to here.
He's a lovely boy, Jimmy.
He is.
I really genuinely think he's a lovely man.
Oh, same here.
Sometimes his relative quietness can be mistaken for grumpiness.
Well,
I would say.
True. But I'm sure, I reckon he wears that with a badge of honour.
Yeah, he wouldn't be out there. Like, I wonder what he thought about Broad doing the Bales trick at the end of the summer, last summer. He probably thought he flash git.
Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, they're great mates.
Yes.
But he thought, you'd never catch me doing that. Well, we've seen one England bowler get his maiden 50 today. Jimmy Anderson has also won 50 in his much longer career.
With Root, I do recall.
Is that right? Was it? It
Root
was
was
at
at the
Trent
other
Bridge,
end,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
This ball is Anderson's first, and he's forward to it. It turns, Jadeja staying around the wicket to the left-hander.
There's a
And
famous image in my
off
head
the pad
after
and
this
they
ball.
run. Round the wicket once more to the left-hander Anderson. This time he's able to turn it down towards long leg. I think off the bat. They're back for 2. So it's 2 runs to England.
Oh, that was good. Well, that was good running as well. I didn't think they'd get back for 2.
Leg byes, I'm sorry. It took him on the pad, so Jimmy yet to get off the mark. But England have breached another milestone. 3-5-1 for 9. It is now at the end of that over.
Yeah, in his 81, and he and Root were batting. They finished the session at Trent walked off, and then took their pads and bats and gloves off and laid them on the pitch by the side to dry out whilst they had 40 minutes of lunch.
Yeah.
And with the intention of, no, we're going to bat on after lunch, and we're going to be here for a long time yet, India.
Yeah.
You just wait and see.
Yeah.
We got about 600 hours of. That was the most boring pitch in the world, though, wasn't it? It was impossible to get wickets
dead,
on.
yeah.
I was at my mate's wedding that day. I remember looking on my phone. Was that one of Root's 10 centuries against India? Root was the first man in history to get 10 centuries against India in tests, which is something, isn't it?
It is indeed. Well, you know, he's a legend, a leg end.
A leg end. Reveal the leg end. Who used to say that? This is whipped through mid-wicket by Root. First ball of the next over. He's not going to take the single, though, so he's farming the strike. Who said that? Reveal the leg end.
Peter Kay in Phoenix Nights or something like that.
Same part of the world. Light entertainment show. Quiz show.
Mike Reid?
No.
Oh.
Back in his crease goes Root to Kuldeep and defends it into the onside.
Roy Chubby Brown? No, there'll be a few F's in there.
A blankety blank check, pen and book.
Oh, Les Dawson.
There we are. Reveal the leg end. I knew the mother-in-law was coming round. The mice have thrown themselves into traps. Kuldeep throws one up outside of Root's off stump and he watchfully defends it into the onside. Kuldeep does his own fielding. No run.
Now does Rooty go? Just try and get another 15, 20 runs before Jimmy gets out. Somehow.
Stick or twist time now, 4th ball.
Yeah,
does he take the signal or does he wait for the...
It's not going to be a shot or ball, as we just see there. He's forward in defence again. 2 balls left already. 4 balls into this Jadeja over.
And now the field will come in to try and restrict the scoring. There's the opportunity to get extra value runs.
Over the top. Rooty, over the top. Here comes Kuldeep. Just the one slip in place there. No one else close to the bat, apart from the wicket-keeper. A full delivery, which is pushed to long off for a single, and Jimmy will have 1 ball to negotiate.
That was a gimme, wasn't it? You know
It was a bit, yeah, free run. I'm not saying the room was small, but you had to buy bananas ready peeled. Might be the best joke ever written, that. That's another Les Dawson one.
Oh dear, oh dear. The 70s and 80s, eh?
It's a cracking joke, that, in any era.
Yeah, it's clean, unlike a lot of the comedians.
Unlike the muck you have to listen to these days.
No, some of the other northern comics of the time.
Oh, well, yeah.
In quotes.
Yeah. Anderson, he's just faced the 2 balls. There's a short leg has come in for him, and he defends this very competently to end that over. 352 for 9 is the score. What we got on socials?
Leah says, Jimmy seems like a funny guy off the field, but he has a reputation of being a bit witless on the field, even by Australian standards. You're the cuntiest cunt ever cunted, level sledging from what I hear.
Oh. What?
Oh, that doesn't...
How come that tweet has not elicited a Twitter ban?
Yes. Oh, yes, an hour left in the GPL. It's lunch. We are due a change, actually. We're probably going to have drinks now. The GPL has reached 160 quid. There you go. Come on, pop in, get in.
160? Well, that's not just a round of drinks. That's take your mates out for dinner.
Exactly.
Territory.
Yep.
Or spunk it all in yourself. And by that, I mean spend it.
To do that.
We are due a change. It's going to be... Jace, you're going to be doing some ball by ball.
I am.
You need to hop into this chair. You're going to be joined by Krishna and Messi. And
Hello.
Hello. All right, Messers, how are you?
I'm very well. I want to catch up on one tweet that got missed, which I thought was well worth the read. Anna Forsyth said, in the unfortunate 30 seconds I had to listen to Graham Smith's commentary, he genuinely said the phrase, Gladstone Small's in the crowd. Ollie Robinson, he's not small. Jesus Christ.
Okay, we're out.
Thank you, Anna.
Morning, Krishna.
I'd have been
I'll
proud of
see
that
you
one.
in a bit.
Hello, gents. Hello from a beautiful sunny Melbourne where it's 23 degrees today.
Well, it's 24 degrees in Perth, and it's been raining, and it's fucking wonderful. We've had 11
Like you guys have had, yeah, absolutely.
11 days over 40 this month so far, and it's been shit. So it's lovely to have a bit of rain. And
Well, that was an
on-
interesting first hour, wasn't it?
It was
Absolutely.
indeed.
Last time I was on, England were 5 for 112, and we thought 200 was a good score. This is outstanding. We've just been witness to a Joe Root sublime masterclass, haven't we?
We have. We've also
certainly
been.
have.
This is apparently going to type for Ranchi pitches, where it's a bit spicy and a bit tricksy early on, then it evens out a little bit. So
Yeah, it feels that way.
no, we may score 400, but what's the bet against India scoring 550 on the same pitch?
No,
Depends
I mean,
how it holds
the
up.
way-
It's going to be interesting, but I do think that there's very little to suggest the pitch has deteriorated at all today. But Jimmy will get something out of it.
I'm sure he will. Just looking at Robertson's dismissal again, I was a bit
And the way
disappointed.
Joe Root backed him. Sorry, go ahead.
I was a bit disappointed at the way he he's tried the reverse sweep when he'd been batted so well orthodoxly. And even more disappointed by Bashir's bringing a swat 2 balls later, which I think
I
probably
don't disagree about Bashir, but with Robinson, he had started playing some quite aggressive shots, and I think that's fine. You know, given the nature of the state of the game, he was scoring runs by hitting it hard with slightly unconventional, possibly ugly shots, but he was getting runs for it. So, you know, I wouldn't be too critical of him going into reverse sweep.
anyway. Jadeja's going to continue. He's got 3 for 66. The first ball's on a length outside off stump, and Joe Root just covers up.
That was Robinson's top scorer in Test cricket as well, 58. So brilliant hand by him, and a 100-run partnership with Joe Root. So very, very valuable.
A sweep by Root. It's out to deep mid wicket, and Root shuffles a single. Oh no, he doesn't take a single. He declines the run entirely.
I don't blame
Oh,
him.
we're into that fun and
Four
games
balls
now.
left in the over.
And that's bounced on. Root plays that off the back foot. Has he taken a single? No. Not
Good
interested.
strike management. And I hope this innings tells Joe Root that he needs to bat this way all the time. The others in the team can do the baseball stuff, and he just needs to play the style. 'Cause he's
He
brilliant.
just needs to be the glue. The one man who's plays his own way and doesn't have a pace forced upon him.
Absolutely.
Now, when is Rohit going to bring the field in and try and pressure Root to try and keep him off strike for the next over? 3 balls gone. This is the 4th. That's pushed down the ground. I think Root's taking a single this time. Yes. He's ambled a 1. England are 353 for 9. And he moves to 122.
How far behind is he, the great Sir Alistair Cook now? Couldn't be that far, right? In terms of total runs.
I think he's
Quite a
couple
long
of-
way.
couple of thousand runs. I think he's got 10.5 or 11,000 runs, and Cook got 12,600. And that's an interesting ball and an interesting shot by Anderson. Anderson basically turned away, tried to flick the ball down the leg side without looking at the ball. That's hit him in front of the stumps. There's been an appeal by Jadeja, and he's been, after thought, Dharmasena has given the ball out, and Anderson has immediately reviewed.
Yes, he would.
He must be the most
857
thoughtful umpire,
runs.
Damasceno.
857 runs behind Cook is Root. There you go.
Oh, not too far then. Another couple of series.
Yeah.
3 series.
It's hit him on the roll of the front foot. That's quite well out of his crease. Let's see how he's doing for direction.
Yeah.
It's
It looks unless it's bouncing over, I reckon that's pretty plumb.
Yep. And yeah, we're just waiting for ball tracking, but yes, it's certainly not outside leg or missing the stumps unless it goes over the top. Pitched in line, wicket, and it's hitting, and that's the end of the innings. Anson disappears for
Joe
another.
would be regretting taking that single, one ball early.
Yes. Yeah. Oh well, it's a red inklet for him, so his average goes up. In fact, he's now averaging 49.85.
And a good stint by Jadeja. He's finished with 4 for 67, so he's wrapped up the tail in short order with 3 wickets there in, I think, 3 overs.
Yeah, and that partnership with Robinson, how vital is that going to prove in the context of this match? Because they were 7 for 230, 240 when he came in. They could have been
7 for 245.
Yeah, they could have been bowled out for 250, but they put on 100.
Well, I think one thing that this wicket has shown is when you get a wicket, you get them in clumps. I mean, the clump of 3 to start off the match, then there's another clump of 2, and then another clump of 2, and then 3 wickets right at the end. When wickets fall, they fall in clumps on this wicket.
Yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily a rule. They have, but I don't think you can say that's going to necessarily continue.
No, it just suggests that it's hard to start an innings on this pitch.
Yeah, that's true. But the next 15 minutes is going to be very interesting. See what Jimmy can get out of this wicket in particular, I think.
Yeah.
And Robinson.
And I think the fact that they've got 2 bowlers that can keep the run rate down is going to be to their advantage as well.
So the 10 wickets have been spread out amongst the 4 main bowlers. Jadeja gets 4 for. The debutant Deep gets 3 for. Siraj gets a 2 for. And who was the other one? Yadav gets.
Ashwin got 1.
Ashwin got 1, and Yadav was wicketless at the end.
Yeah. It's interesting. Jadeja went for just over 2 and over. Yadav went for just under 2 and over, but the others were all reasonably expensive. Ashwin at 3.77 and over, Siraj at 4.33, and Deep at 4.36. Although both of them suffered at Crawley's hands, obviously. But yeah, it's Jadeja again.
Yep. And I was surprised that India left Bumrah out of the rest team, because I thought while the series is still live, you'd want your best bowler in the team.
I think the argument perhaps was Dharamshala is the pitch best suited to pace bowling. They wanted him 100% for that, if it went to that. And they were prepared to gamble on the fact that they'd have a reduced bowling performance in this test as a result.
I think that
I heard an interesting stat today that it's been 29 years since a 5-test series went 2 all into the 5th. I can't remember what series that was, but that was an interesting stat, I thought. It's been a while.
29. That'd been 1995-ish. That might have been the Windies in 1995.
Yeah, I haven't fact-checked it, but...
So there's a chance to catch up on a few socials. Anyhow, classic Hindi songs and sports is with us. When I was taking my mother-in-law to the airport, I put Gangster Rap in full volume. Was that to make sure she doesn't come back? He says, good morning, Messi and gang. Raj from Vancouver, Canada. Perko says that comment about spending the GPL winnings on taking your mates to dinner, says that comment either shows how many mates Grubbies has or where he would take them for dinner. Frank Rockefeller says it's 28 degrees and freezing in New York. That's 28 Fahrenheit, I'm assuming.
Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Is the logic of Bazball getting enough runs to avoid the second new ball? Well, certainly that's generally been the case, hasn't it? There haven't been a lot of innings of this England team over 80 overs. Frank Rockefeller also says that Indian review has a fourth stump. England need them in clumps of 5. My prediction, India all out for 250. And Tom P says it'll be interesting to see how well India go on this pitch. Jaiswal in particular scares me. Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty awesome batter so far. It will be really interesting to see how Sarfaraz goes on pitch like this too. And we've got plenty of comments on Twitter. The Pornbot says, bit in early in the morning for grubby spunk. Anindo's with us, says, dear kiddo, I mean you, Bashir, it's easier getting an Indian visa than a big hit of stage. Hashtag life lessons, hashtag just saying. Tony Bishop says, England have recovered magnificently, but look at the 2017 Ranchi test to see a very large warning sign not to be prematurely triumphal.
Was that the Karen Nair 300? Perhaps.
Yeah, certainly. In 2017, India scored 650 odd in the second innings, I think. Leah very helpfully sends us a chart of comparisons between Fahrenheit, Celsius, and Kelvin in terms of Fahrenheit. 0 is really cold outside, 100 is really hot outside. Celsius 0 is fairly cold outside, 100 is dead, and Kelvin 0 is dead, and 100 is dead. Yes, that's certainly true. And Oxymoronica says it's a bit of a worry that the pitch has flattened out. India could bat for the next 2 days and get a decent lead. That certainly is a possibility. It's going to be very interesting to see. And that, I think, brings us up to date on tweets, which is kind of handy.
Yeah. As we watch some of the dismissals from earlier in the game.
You guys think of Ben Stoker's comment that we should just do away with umpire's call on DRS and just, if it's hitting the stumps, it's out. None of this.
Well, I understand that. And, you know, technically that's sustainable on the basis that, yes, it's either out or it's not out, and it's confusing when a ball can be both out and not out depending on what the umpire happens to call. But the reality is that there is some doubt about the technology still in terms of its accuracy, but more importantly, I think you change the nature of the game if you get rid of umpire's call, because all of a sudden you increase the level of jeopardy for the batter very, very considerably. It's a huge increase in the area which can be hit. And the truth is, I think it's working fairly well at the moment in terms of balance.
I agree.
So I think it will be precipitate to move to something like that. I really do.
Let's not forget just how long ago it was that India started using DRS in series. I mean, it's only about 5-6 years that they've actually been using it. Fiddling with it.
They refuse to. I'm a fan of Stokes' comment to take a contrary view. I just think that as we try and broaden the appeal of this game, the idea of a decision being out or not out, the same event occurring, is ludicrous. If you're an American watching this and you try to explain that to them, they go, "What a stupid game this is." So
yeah, but they're going to say that anyhow.
But they have the same argument about whether things are balls or strikes in baseball.
Yes,
it's a subjective decision still.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Because there's no DRS on that, is there?
Yep.
There's lots of technology to support them, but in the end, the decision of whether it's a strike or not is purely down to the umpire.
Grant Rockefeller says India is recalibrating DRS as we speak. It is a stupid game, but we like it. Indeed.
Anyway, the players are now out, so I should start jiggling up some people.
the last thing I think we should do is tailor our game to make it appealing to Americans. God help us.
Yeah, then the bowlers are really going to
Well,
be in for it because everything's going to be hit over the boundary for 4 or 6. Nothing
The
else will
100
matter.
days till the World Cup in the US, and there's a big
And that-
cricket ball on display in Times Square in New York, apparently, advertising that fact.
Well, there's a complete fuck up in terms of the ticket sales there. Absolute
Is there?
total mayhem. Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't have any available for the ballot, which seems crazy. And once they went on sale, they were already sold out in so many of the games. It's just nuts.
Right,
That would
well,
be the ICC at work, wouldn't it?
Well, with a bit of help from American cricket, I suspect.
anyway, this guy I think is going to face the first ball.
From Surya and Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
He looks very cool, calm,
Not bad,
collected.
average of 71.
71
Early in
after
your
how many 4 tests, and this man, not unsurprisingly, he's going to open the bowling. And his first ball gets a nice bit of shape away from Jaiswal, through to a nice bounce too, through to Folks. And there's no run.
Yeah, this is Jaiswal's 8th test. And Sharma's 58th.
It's always surprises me when you see Sharma's got 58 tests and he's only got 4,000 runs. You'd have thought he'd have had more, but I think his major test innings for India have happened in the second half of his career.
Well,
Before that was somewhat
an
patchy.
awful lot of runs in white ball cricket too.
Correct, yes. I think his game wasn't up to the scrutiny of Test cricket for a long time.
It's another away swinger to the left-hander by Anderson, and Jaiswal just shows the bat at it and leaves it outside off stump.
Yeah, he's made 10,700 runs in ODIs. At a higher average than Test cricket, which is unusual.
It shows the element of risk, I think, in one-day cricket, that there's less risk to your wicket initially. That's again a tempter. Jaiswal's having nothing of it. Dot ball.
Yeah, you can see Anderson's working on a plan already. 3 balls, pitching and moving away. He's looking to bring one in soon, I'd say. I think. What's your feelings about this score? Above par? 350?
Par or below par, I think. But and that's on the stumps finally by Anderson, and Jaiswal just covers up stoutly and drops the ball into the ground.
We must be on Jimmy Anderson
Yeah.
watch today, mustn't we? He's got 696 wickets. 4 to go.
I think a little below par.
Oh, really?
But given
Okay.
the way the wicket was playing in the first session yesterday, it was tough going, but I just don't think it was particularly suited to...
We've certainly not seen any of the spitefulness
Style
so
of
far.
batting.
And that's another ball that's on the stumps, and Jaiswal just drops into the offside. Chance of a maiden here for the first over. As Anderson trudges back to his run-up.
The thing I really admire about Jaiswal is that while he's capable of really going on the attack, he's also very capable of playing defensive cricket for as long as it takes to get on top of the situation.
Yeah, that's true.
Anderson, last ball of the over. And that's again left by Jaiswal, who's very circumspect in the first over. That finish it. It's a maiden. And India are naught off 1.
Leah said Rohit didn't start to click in tests until he started to open the innings. He was pretty average 3 number 3 and 4 at pairs. I think that's right. Mog says, "Where's the crowd noise gone? Has the background disappeared along with the man who goes way, Jason?"
No, he's still going way in my ears, so...
Oh, that's weird. George McPherson says the bowlers have been pretty poor too. It takes them forever to bowl out India. India will yet again get an innings lead. Not too easy to bowl in the heat and last night's Vindaloo. It's not hot there today. It's only 21 degrees at the moment. It's a relatively cool day.
And from the other end, it's an unnamed bowler who's come in and bowled his first ball. That's dropped into the offside for no run. It's this guy. Bowling to this guy. And just seen Robinson's haircut, or hair colour, sorry. He's sporting quite bright blonde tints.
It looks fucking dreadful as far as I'm concerned.
Thank
Really
you. Somebody agrees with me.
Look, I hate it.
I like the dark roots underneath it. That's dropped into the offside and there's no run.
When I first saw it, it reminded me of KP's dunk hairstyle.
Well, the skunk at least had a plan for along the centre line. This one just looks like he's put a pudding bowl on with the peroxide underneath it. Here we go, Robertson again. That's moving away, but Rohit isn't tempted into a shot.
Well, I mean, I guess he's had 3 tests to think about it, sitting on the sidelines. This is the best he could come up with.
And that's the first runs for India. That's a no ball.
And that ball was at 122 Ks, so I hope he can crank it up a bit more than that.
Yeah, that's not much.
Yes. Normally you overstep when you're straining, not when you're bowling within yourself.
He looks like he's lumbering, to be honest.
Here he comes again. And yes, he's not really getting much pace out of it. That's 126. It's again tempting outside off stump, but Rohit has nothing to do with it. This isn't looking particularly promising for England at the moment.
Wow, all 4 balls in the mid-120s.
Let's hope that he just works himself into his spell and cranks it up in the next subsequent overs. As he chugs in for his 5th ball. And that's played at last by Rohit, but he can't get much timing on the ball. And it dribbles up to mid-on, no run.
For a bloke that was 121 Ks. For a bloke who's been chomping at the bit for the last month, you'd think he'd have a bit of vim about him. There's absolutely nothing to suggest that here.
Let's not forget he's had half an hour to an hour of boffing the ball around earlier today, and that's Rohit tries to play an aggressive shot to that, doesn't time it, and doesn't hit it, and that dies on him and goes through to Folks, and that's the second maiden of the day.
Well, Robinson's a genius here because he's bowling extra slow and it's too slow for Rohit to actually lay back on ball.
You could say that, yeah. It's not a maiden if there's no ball in it, I don't think.
That's true.
Tom P says, I think from 112 for 5 to manage 350 is a decent showing. Whether or not it's enough is a question we're currently asking. That's a fair point.
Last ball.
Of course.
And he tries an expansive cut shot to that. Doesn't connect. So that is the end of the over. India are 1 for 0. Crawling out of the gates to start their innings.
Jeez. That was a pretty dull over. In days gone by, we would have folded for 130 odd and been out of the game, so I'm happy now. Kafir says, I still hear the crowd's noise. Perko says, Mog's been playing his music too loud again, maybe. And as far as the hair's concerned, Colin Suter says, looks like what he is, a prick. He's not a big Robinson fan.
Anderson
It's
in,
fair to say.
and that ball is defended by Jaiswal down the pitch, just past Anderson to mid off, and there's no run. And there's already a sort of captain's council going on the pitch between Stokes, Robinson and Anderson. And as we see pictures
Stokes
of
must
Stokes
be
bowling,
saying to Robinson. Sorry, go ahead.
maybe Stokes, this might be the first time Stokes actually takes the ball in anger, and that's played off his hit by Jaiswal into the onside, easy single. He trots through for one, and it's the first run off the bat.
Stokes must have been saying to Robinson, "Are you having a laugh? What are you bowling out here?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
On other cricket matters, we should mention that the Women's Premier League started in India yesterday as well.
With a win from a 6 from the final ball, which is always good fun.
Anderson in, and that just evades the short leg off the hip. Hartley fields and throws the ball in. Did they make two? They did. Rohit's back on strike.
In classic club versus country discussions, I heard that Heather Knight has chosen to play for England and not for her franchise, whereas Nat Silverbrunt did the opposite, and she's playing for her franchise because they have her series in New Zealand coming up, I understand.
They do. They were given the option, I think, by the England management, and one chose to exercise it. Change of fielding from that shot. Duckett is moving away from the offside into a short square leg position. Ready for the clip. Anderson comes in. That's a good ball. Has he got him? He has. That's been nibbled behind by Rohit.
That was a poor shot.
And that's Rohit done and dusted. India are 4 for 1.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a straight up and down delivery by Jimmy Anderson, and it was that perfect fifth jump line though, and Rohit just hung his bat out to dry basically.
Long way from the pad. He didn't need to play it at all. Yeah, his head wasn't in the right spot for it.
Wicket number 697 for Jimmy Anderson.
We may be on Anderson watch after all. So who did that bring to the crease? Go on, Messi. Get some social.
Leah says that Robinson hairstyle is a pretty lame Outlandos d'Amour wannabe. For some reason, Aninda's inspired a whole lot of ice hockey memes. Warren says I'm sensing a lot of hair jealousy. Well, I mean,
well, look at me and wonder why.
Arises is any hair better than no hair? And in my view, when I look at Robinson, I say no. I'd rather have no hair than that.
Anyway, it brings this very stylish right-hander to the crease.
It's Gilly, Gilly, Austin, Pepper, Katzenell, and Bogan by the sea.
Who is going to look to improve on his previous performances in the series.
Oh, and by the way, we're about to finish.
Yeah, we are.
But a reminder, the GPL is open and is currently £160. It'll be a little more when I put my interest in. So get in. You've got half an hour till lunch to get your GPL picks in.
And that's clipped sharply to that depressed short leg, who then has a quick shy at the stumps.
You get an idea of how important Jaiswal was to the Indian team management, because Gill was the opener before Jaiswal was introduced to the team, and then they've asked Shubman Gill to go to number 3.
You wonder whether Gill is more temperamentally suited to 3 than he was to open.
So where did you change?
We are. Grubby
That
is
was-
settling into the central mystery position. Ready to
who's
take
on
up your
tweets?
socials.
So has Grubby got his cans on yet?
And that's
Yeah, mate.
good. And that's
Okay, the
short
next-
and tucks up gill a little bit. That's the end of the over.
Excellent. So the next YouTube message is from Mayank, and we're up to date on tweets, Grubby. Catch you after lunch.
All right, mate.
See you, gents.
See you,
Thanks,
Krishna.
Messi. Thanks, Krishna. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, everyone.
Hello,
I'd like to
Fourthy.
thank I'd like to thank my junior school headmaster. I'd like to thank my mother. I'd like to thank my mother-in-law for this. Anyway, here we are, India versus England on the second morning of the fourth test. England have nibbled out Rohit Sharma early, which will please them greatly. How are you? Who would you say was had their noses ahead there, Grubby?
England right now.
And in comes Ollie Robinson, his magnificent locks glowing in the late morning sunshine. And that's defended by Jaiswal, who's already beginning to take on ominous proportions in England minds. Yes, I think you're probably right, but anything could happen
Early,
in the
though.
next
Yeah,
hour.
early.
Certainly anything could happen in the next 24 hours.
I'm just starting to wonder whether this Robson bowling 125 is a deliberate no pace policy on this pitch. So I'm sure he can bowl quicker
Well,
than this if he wanted to.
He's certainly down on pace if that's not the case, isn't it?
125 is particularly low. You'd think start off a little more rapid than that. That's squeezed out to point by Jaiswal, no run. 126 giddy heights for Robinson.
I mean, it's certainly not looking particularly threatening so far.
Well, he's keeping him
No.
honest, I'd say.
Yeah,
I
it's
predicted that both first overs would be maidens, and it was only thwarted by an
oval.
overstep.
a noble. Quite like Ollie Robinson's hair. There, I've said it.
Me too. It's like he's been
There we are.
dangled by his feet into some hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hashtag me too. It's got more of an Eminem vibe to me. That gets up a little bit. Might have hit a crack. But when you're bowling at 127, it's not quite so fearsome as when you're bowling at 147, of course. But,
Well, you've got plenty of time
nice.
to react. Let's put it that way.
Jaiswal momentarily inconvenienced. Dot ball.
Fourth, you might like this. When I watched England in Sri Lanka back in the early 2000s, they played a mashup. That was a thing back then, a mashup, and it was Eminem.
Lose yourself?
No, it wasn't Lose Yourself. It was before that. It was The Real Slim Shady. Hang on a sec.
Oh, yeah. In comes Robinson again. Oh, he's edged it. And it's just fallen in front of second slip and gone for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
And it was Jaiswal doing the edging as well. Just falling short of Ollie Pope at second slip.
Yeah. No, it was The Real Slim Shady, and it was mashed up with Britney Spears' "Baby One More Time" that they played. They played at the ground at Candy. It was tremendous, actually.
In comes Robinson again. He'll be buoyed by that. And that one comes back a bit. Not only that, it bounces up onto the thigh pad of Jaiswal, goes up vertically, and then almost comes down, and he has to watch it quite diligently to make sure it didn't come back down onto the stump. So, a couple of moral victories for Ollie Robinson.
Nice piece of lift there. He's certainly getting a bit more out of the wicket now than he was in the previous deliveries.
Well, his speed's not up, but it wasn't a million miles away from bouncing back down onto the stumps. It bounced into the ground and then over the top of middle stump in the end. We've got 4 slips in now. Jaiswal plays that, well, reasonably confidently. A very thick outside edge into the covers. Hurries through for the single. He'll be happy to get off strike.
Yeah, it's the end of it. But I think just on that point about Robinson, that is his sort of super strength, isn't it? His consistency and hitting that length. And
yeah, he was touted when he came into the test arena as the British McGrath.
Well, McGrath or Philander or Ryan Harris, that sort of bowler, I would say.
Yeah.
Not express
Probably
pace.
in English,
Yeah.
probably in English terms, closer to someone like Mike Hendrick of years gone by.
Angus Fraser.
Or indeed
Yeah,
Angus Fraser.
maybe.
Yeah, there's definitely a role, you would say, in every, not every, but in a classical bowling lineup for a bowler like that who shouldn't go for too many. And that is full and slightly wide from Jimmy Anderson, and a beautiful classical drive through the mid-off area by Jaiswal leads to this. Beautiful weighting, very well balanced shot, wouldn't you say, Grubby, there?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, and just slightly overpitched from Jimmy. He doesn't get too many wrong these days, does he? But that was
He
right.
knew as soon as it left his hand.
Yeah.
Here comes Jimmy again. Oh, that's Fuller and on middle and leg, but it's flicked imperiously by Jaiswal. And it will indeed go for another one of these.
Nice. That reminds me of Candy, circa
Yes.
2001.
Flick down through fine leg, in fact. Wouldn't want to have missed it, but with players like Jaiswal, you sense they don't miss them too often. Of course, when you're a batsman, you only have to get unlucky once.
What's the bowling equivalent of a bunny? Because at the moment, Jimmy is that to Jaiswal.
Yeah. And this one's, not surprisingly, pitched a little shorter from Jimmy. So Jaiswal, perhaps anticipating this, rocks onto the back foot and flicks it through square leg for a single.
Big, fat, juicy roast turkey, I think. Tuck in.
Yeah. He looks like a man with nary a care in the world, Jaiswal, doesn't he, at the moment?
Indeed, he looks. Imagine if you could kind of bottle this and have this form for the rest of your life. He scored 10 off the first 3 balls of Jimmy Anderson's third over. That accounts for the majority of runs that have gone off Jimmy. He's 1 for 13. But he's no campaigner. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Let's see what he's got in mind here. That one strays onto leg stump, played off his hips by Jaiswal, but there is a leg gully just for that very shot dot ball.
Yeah, definitely got this plan of having a sort of a short square and a before, in front and behind.
Yeah.
For both
Where-
batsmen, in fact.
I can remember a time, I'm sure you can too, when leg slips and leg gullies almost completely went out of the window in Test match cricket for many, many years, but they're certainly back in play these days.
Very much in vogue at the moment.
Yes. In comes Jimmy Anderson. And that one just is a little short, but just deviates a touch. Jaiswal plays it off the back foot, defensive shot for a dot ball. Yes, I think in the 50s and so on, it was a leg slip was pretty well a mandatory position.
There was an awful lot more spin bowlers who would have leg traps.
Particularly for the spinners, and sometimes to leg slip and a leg point. Short fielders in on the leg side, but it's definitely come back into play. Last ball of Jimmy Anderson's over. Into Jaiswal. Defended. Dot ball. End of the 5th. India 19 for 1.
I have a couple of X's for you. Leah, a few minutes ago, recent history making her look not silly, but just says India look rather nervy. That was before Jaiswal went on a mini binge against Anderson. Thank you for that, Leah. And then our very own Tony Bishop says, guerrilla ad men with hair approve of Robinson tonsorial shocker, whilst follically challenged veterans tut in disapproval.
I also quite like ink. How do you go? Jason, how do you feel about?
Oh, you mean
tattoos?
tattoo? Oh, right. Jace, got any thoughts on that?
Tattoos, not for me. I prefer unadorned flesh.
Not for mine. First of all, Robinson's overs left well alone by Gill. How do you feel about ink, Grubby?
I mean, I'm fine with it, and I've been threatening to get one for about 20 years. On my left shoulder, I want my favourite horse, Moscow Flyer, who won the champion chase at Cheltenham in both 2003 and 2005.
Oh,
And he's the horse. You know, Tommy Cooper once said, "My wife drove me to drink, and I never thanked her."
yes.
Well,
right.
he's the horse who drove me to horse racing.
Robinson in again. Big forward defensive from Gill. Arms thrown up in the slips, not quite sure why. Or the possibility of misfields, but no.
No, it was
You could maybe have some lyrics, meaningful lyrics from My Beautiful Horse, from Father Ted.
My lovely horse.
Is it My Lovely Horse?
My lovely
Yes.
horse.
My
Yes.
lovely horse.
My favourite bit in that whole thing is where Ted, when playing the guitar, goes, "Hang on, I can get this. The chord. I can get this."
I love the Kraftwerk priests in that episode. I saw Kraftwerk and I was chuckling away to myself, remembering it. Saw them on their tour recently.
There's only one answer to that. That comes from Frankie Howard. Nay, nay, and thrice nay.
Hey, very good. Spelling very much in that horse's wheelhouse.
In comes Robinson again. Nagging accuracy, but it's just flicked off middle and off by Gill. So good eye down to long leg, which I
Noted, Forthy. Noted.
thank you.
Because my eyes.
Well,
are
everyone's got these things. I always think that the best little jokes and puns and quips are the ones that absolutely no one notices, and you're chuckling away to yourself. I love those in meetings when you crack a funny one and keep it to yourself, keep a totally straight face. The meeting moves on.
Only to tell your mates later.
Particularly when it comes to something like a literally, and you say literally. Oh, okay then. In comes Robinson. And that's squirted out. Couldn't think of an equine metaphor for that one. Sorry. Out to point, dot ball. In the wheelhouse, that's a phrase that's come in recent years.
Oh,
as well,
very
isn't it?
much.
My wife used it yesterday, and I said, "Oh, look at you, keeping up with the times."
Was there a big cheese wheel in your house?
On the Lazy Susan that we tend to bring out on a Saturday night. Bring out the Lazy Susan, Tamsin.
The idle Janet.
In comes Robinson for the fifth ball of the over. The accuracy's there. And that's again immaculate line and length from very Angus Fraser-like bowling, as Jace pointed out. Big forward defensive from Jaiswal. Dot ball. Yes. Wheelhouse. I saw the Smythes last night, Smith's cover band.
Oh, I bet that was good.
It was bloody good, actually. Yeah, sure, you might think cheesy, gimmicky. Wasn't really. Superb musician. I mean, better than seeing a kind
There's
of...
a lot of skill in that jangly guitar pop.
No, well, I mean, he did a good job, the guitar. They all did a good job. Big forward defensive from Jaiswal, out to point, dot ball, end of the sixth, 20 for 1.
A couple more tweets from some recent tweeters. Leah says, "You should do a Steve-O from Jackass and get a giant tat of yourself on your back." That'd be confusing for lots of people, wouldn't it? And then...
Well, you
I
can't
don't
look at
see
it to see what
Jackass
it's,
as my-
if it's a fair resemblance then, can you?
I mean, there are
There are
mirrors.
mirrors.
Yeah, there are mirrors. Yeah, maybe. Maybe in my world, because in my future tattooed self, I do have that horse tattooed on my left shoulder. So maybe I can have myself just looking up admiringly on my back. And then Tony Bish, the Bish, is back with us after this.
Well, Anderson in again, and that's again squirted out for a single. The exciting news, as Jaiswal is on 16 off 21, he's very much on for the Bannerman. Early Bannerman alert.
Oh, yes. Bannerman watch. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Yeah, so the Bish says that woman to drink quote was W.C. Fields originally.
Was it?
One thing I do know about Tommy Cooper, I'm a big fan of Tommy Cooper, is that he used to send off, you could write off to places in the States and they'd send you a load of sort of one-liners. So he got a lot of his material.
Or you could just ask Bob Monkhouse, who had them all catalogued everywhere.
But you could pay, threepence halfpenny for, 125 one-liners. They come through the door.
He lost his joke book towards the end of his life. Didn't he? Poor old Bob Moncas.
I don't think
Again,
it was a
nagging
book.
accuracy from Anderson. He's got a man in shorts, but not that short on the leg side. He's got a leg gully. He's got 3 slips. He's got a mid off. He's got a mid on, and 1 dot ball, 1 and a dot so far in this over.
The Million Joke Man, he was known as.
Yes, didn't he have a series of massive tomes of jokes?
Yeah.
And also, didn't he have something like 7 or 8 video recorders? He recorded every channel.
Is that right?
And had a massive video library, which they then
Yes.
found lots of missing or deleted footage from.
Oh, okay. Defended off the back foot by Jaiswell, and Jimmy essays a really interesting bit of football there. I don't know if either of you guys want to describe that.
Well, it was like a Cruyff turn almost.
Yeah, it was almost. And it ended up in Cover's hands.
What do you mean, a
Very
heel
nice.
drag?
A heel drag.
They could do with him at Burnley this season.
Burnley.
In again, and that is deflected off his legs from outside off by Jaiswell. Nice shot, gets it wide of that man at leg gully and comes through for the run. He moves on to 17 out of the 22 runs.
Which is 70% or thereabouts, so a bit more,
yes,
isn't it? And above 70 would certainly be beat the Bannerman.
Yeah, because
Interesting stat I spotted during the second innings of England from the last test, that Mark Wood scored, coming in at number 10, scored over twice as many as the next scoring batsman. That can't have been done too often. We're just having a look at Jimmy's first-class career, and he's on 1,111 wickets, which hasn't been done too often. All the ones, 1-1-1-1, and celebrates with a dot ball.
That would mean in binary terms he's got, what was that? 1,
Yes,
3,
work that one out.
7,
15.
Thank you very much. More quickly worked out than me, Jace. Thank you.
Yes, we are living in a digital world. In comes Jimmy Anderson. Last ball of his 4th over. Defended off the back foot by Shubman Gill. He remains on 2. India 22 for 1 at the end of the 7th.
Now, I'm not sure if we've had much YouTube action recently. We definitely haven't had any super chats. If you would like to donate, go onto YouTube, and it's quite easy to do so. You just click a button and then pay us some money. Equally, we've only got a few minutes left of the GPL,
Yep.
Jason, haven't we?
Yes, we'll finish at the end of the session.
Yep. What you
So-
do, if you're not familiar with it, the GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League. You go onto guerillacricket.com, you find competitions, you register if you haven't done already, and you make your prediction for the number of runs to be scored in the day's play. And if you get it cock on, then you win the pot, and the pot is currently £160 or thereabouts.
In comes Ollie Robinson, nagging line and length, and just beats Jaiswell. There's a few oohs and ahs. I think that was, he genuinely played at that one. Dot ball out, no suggestion of an edge. So yes, roll up, hand over your cash.
This is
or your credit card details. That was a good ball from Ollie Robinson.
It was bounced a bit. It's a bit of a wobble seam, so you don't know which way it's going to go, whether it's going to come in or go away.
Well, interestingly, I was going to say that I thought the seam was relatively, it wobbled a little bit, but it was relatively straight.
Yeah.
Landing it on the seam.
Yeah. Rather like a client having a mini wobble in a meeting. That was a mini wobble. In comes Robinson. It's played off his legs through the square leg region. Comes through for the single. How England would love to have Jaiswell back in the hutch, or is it the hatch? Hutch, I think.
Yeah. Is it only hutch for rabbits?
Hutch for rabbits. Is there any other use of the word hutch apart from
Starsky and
domestic rabbits? That's very good. Yes, that's true. Banana. No, that's the Sweeney. And it's Starsky.
Very much.
Is that Starsky and Hutch?
Very much the
UK. In comes Ollie Robinson again, and thick outside edge of the bat, but all along the ground to gully from Shubman Gill. Dot ball.
Yes, many 70s classics. That's why you got them conflated, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, indeed.
We'll be on to hum that tune in a moment, won't we?
Yeah. The reason I've got that, they played over the PA as the evening was winding up. They played the Sweeney theme tune last night. Dollops of nostalgia.
What, at the Smythes?
At the Smythes, yeah.
God.
Genuinely, if you get a chance to see them,
I will.
Strong recommend.
Thank you.
I also recommend who I saw on Monday night. We'll get back onto that after this ball from Ollie Robinson, which goes straight through to Ben Folkes' dot ball. Saw Mogwai on Monday night.
One of your favourites, no?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Wasn't their best performance, and indeed the sound was all over the place for the first 3 or 4 songs.
Oh, no.
But they play fantastic on Remurders and Old Poisons. If you're a Mogwai fan, you know what I'm talking about. Great band.
There's nothing really worse than going to a gig and having it ruined by bad production.
Bad mix. There is, yeah, just dead right. And so if it's earth-shatteringly loud, it's ridiculous. In comes Ollie Robinson. That is so accurate, it's not true. But
it is true.
As chance would have it, it's completely bisected Ollie Robinson and the mid-on, and they've actually managed to get a single from it. It was no more than
2
forward. They actually got 2 from it.
I know.
Yeah.
Could you Adam and
Poor
Eve
old Jimmy had to dive, didn't quite manage to stop it, and then get up and dust himself. I had to go and chase it.
He doesn't like that.
Yeah. I don't think the batsman had any thoughts of runs when he defended that ball, but you'll take them if they're available.
Jaiswal has 72% of the score at the moment.
Oh, he's still on he's still on, I think 67.8 or something like that, isn't it? Is the Bannerman. Defended off his hips. Last ball of the over from Gill off Robinson. India at the end of the 8th over, 25 for 1.
Well, I think we are due for the solitary over a spin before an interval.
We have 8 minutes left to that interval.
I think literally as we speak, I see someone marking out their run-up.
Who could it be? Maybe.
Who could it be now?
Send us a tweet, by the way, if you're there. There are a few people with us on YouTube. I'll mention a few names. Oh, Jeff Perkins is with us, which is always nice. Willow Moon. Jeremy Henderson. Hello, Messers.
Jeremy.
And Tom with an H. Not Tom York. Is the
the
most famous Tom with an H that I know.
This guy's come on to bowl.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
You see, the main reason Shoaib Bashir seems to have been picked is because he is tall. I think there are better reasons for choosing players, but hopefully he will come good.
Yes, high release point.
High release point. And with his high release point, he has a pretty good first ball. Right up there. A little bit too full to trouble Jaiswal, who follows through with a shot that goes straight back down the wicket, dot ball. He's got a slip, he's got a man in short under the helmet, probably Ollie Pope, nearly always is. And that's pretty accurate stuff. I think, how would we assess, how do you think England have started this bowling innings? I think reasonably accurate.
Yep, containing rather than threatening, apart from the one ball by Anderson.
Certainly doesn't look to be doing a great deal. There's been 1 or 2 have beaten the bat, as you would expect early on in an innings. In comes Bashir again. That's played out on the offside comfortably enough by Jaiswal. Dot ball.
Well, if you're England, you've got to do something that's going to shunt Jaiswal out of his comfort zone, because he's well within it at the moment. He's batting with a high level of confidence. He's got to do something a little bit different, whether it's, I don't know, coming around the wicket and bowling a couple of short ones into his ribs, if you're at the Pacers, or just something to get him out of there.
Yeah. Ball and 2 full. Jaiswal follows through on the shot, goes through to mid-off. Come through for the single. Shubman Gill now on strike.
I'm sure
Jaiswal moves to 19.
Jaiswal is only thinking about surviving to lunch and getting a nice cup of chai.
Probably a cup of chai, don't know, chicken tikka masala. Or maybe if it's a Hindu, it won't be chicken tikka masala.
No, it was invented in Glasgow, wasn't it, that?
Yeah, that's true.
When someone went in there into an Indian restaurant and said, where's the The gravy. I want some gravy.
I had a guy from Glasgow come visiting us a few weeks ago. He's a really, classic Glaswegian, but he's had 3 daughters, and he's had them for the best part of 25 years. So he has softened over the years, I would say. In comes Bashir.
So he's more Billy Connolly than Babsy Nesbitt.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, strays onto the leg stump, but Shubman Gill, possibly playing for the vegetarian tikka masala, just plays it off his leg stop ball.
Slightly softened West of Scotland accent.
Yes. Oh, and something slightly more extravagant. A couple of paces down the wicket, opens his shoulders, but just goes straight to mid-off by Gill. Dot ball. So that's just 1 run off the over from Shoaib Bashir, and India remain on 26 for 1 at the end of the night.
Got a trivia question that our friend Messi Jez has put forward, inspired by Jimmy's 1-1-1-1 first-class wickets. Who's the only player who played first-class cricket into this century who's taken over 1,500 first-class wickets? He's not English.
1,500? Wow.
Who played into this century. Okay, so someone who had a long career and went into the 2000s. My starter for 10 would be Wasim Akram. Or is it maybe someone who's not as well known as that? I don't know.
I was thinking
someone who beavered away on the county circuit for many years. In comes Ollie Robinson, clipped off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket, dot ball.
Not English though, Forthy.
I'm thinking it has to be a spinner.
Ah, right.
So I was thinking Shane Warne.
Well,
I would probably go for some obscure Indian I've never heard of.
Excellent. Excellent. If that turns out to be true, Forthy, you get the points.
Thank you.
You don't have to be any more specific.
Sometimes they have very long careers playing for, the Bank of South.
That's why I was thinking, because Shane Warne had a career after international cricket, and he played quite a lot of white ball cricket red ball cricket throughout his career.
Shot of the innings so far, an immaculate on drive, beautiful execution thereof by Jaiswal. He moves on to 23.
So I reckon he's got at least 1,000 wickets, if not more. And he may well have got.
This is 1,500 is Messer's question here. The only player who played first-class cricket into this century who's taken over 1,500 first-class wickets.
But that would mean that he got 800 wickets outside tests, and I don't remember him getting that many. And that's flicked off his legs by Jaiswal, and there's 1 or 2 hands thrown in the air, but in fact the result is a 4 through mid-wicket.
Oops, there's a bit of an echo there.
Really lovely roll of the wrists from Jaiswal on that one. Really picked it off beautifully. He is looking like some player.
Yeah, he's in a real purple patch at the moment. And Ollie Robinson always pushing that front line, by the way. That was very close to a no ball, if not actually a no ball that wasn't called.
Ah, right, okay. Off the back foot by Jaiswal, out not very far into the covers. They think about a single, and then they decide against it.
Well, they've got a minute to bowl 2 balls.
This
If
will
they want to
probably
get
be the
another
last
over.
people.
Yeah, it's the last over before lunch, this, yeah.
God, that was a beautiful on drive. He could not have got a better left elbow. And in fact, he kept it up there for the cameras for quite some time after he'd hit it. Understandably so.
Look at my elbow, he said.
Yes, look at that elbow. Left with a flourish of the wrists. Even sometimes, when a player is in good form, a leave can look spectacular. That was a good leave from Jaiswal.
Gorgeous leave.
Just beautiful leave. Remember when England went to the 1970 World Cup, and Alf Ramsey imported England buses because he didn't trust the local buses in Mexico, and Bobby Charlton said, "Oh, and then we got over there, they had some lovely local buses."
I don't know that story.
Well, it's not really a story, but it always made me laugh.
Well,
Bobby, they had some lovely buses over there. Left well alone, last ball of the probably the last over before lunch. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The bails are removed. India are 34 for 1 at the end of the 10th over. A steady start. I think probably both sides might have settled for that. Just the 1 wicket during that spell. Jaiswal still there on 27 out of the 34. The 1 wicket that did fall was Rohit Sharma. So good to have him back in the hutch or the hatch. And everything to play for going into the afternoon session. Your thoughts, Jason?
I think that's pretty much on as even for the session. England will be slightly disappointed he didn't score more runs, but they did advance it by about 40 runs.
51, I think. I think 302 this morning and 353 is where England ended up.
And then a steady start by India in the second half.
Yeah.
Steady. All round. It's pretty standard Test match morning, really, of a second day, sort of thing we're used to over the years, but perhaps not quite so used to from this England team. So there we are.
Yeah. So,
Grubby, your thoughts?
Well, I was going to sort of dot the I's and cross the T's before we go off for our little lunch break.
Yes.
353 all out was the England score, having started on 302 for 7 this morning. Standout innings from Joe Root, 122 not out. Contributions from Crawley with 42, Bairstow 38, Folkes 47, and Robinson 58. His maiden Test match 50. Wickets for Siraj, 2 for 78. Akash Deep, who got 3 yesterday for 83 in total, and 4 for 67 for Jadeja, who mopped up what was left this morning as usual, and 1 for 83 from Ashwin. They were the wicket takers. And then 10 overs in the Indian innings, 34 for 1. Bannerman watch, Jaiswal being on 27 of those 34. Rohit out for 2, caught by Folkes off the bowling of Anderson, who's just 3 short of 700 in Test cricket, and Gill is Jaiswal's partner on 4, 34 for 1, and that lead is 3-1-9 going into lunch on day 2. Jace.
So Grubby, did we have the answer to that Messi question?
No.
Oh, so he's just left us hanging.
He's left it hanging. Yeah.
He's keeping us hanging on.
Although Leah thinks it should be Walsh, who played until 2001 and took over 1,800 first-class wickets.
That's correct.
Hey, well, there we are. Courtney Walsh.
He took 519 Test wickets and almost all the rest of them with Gloucestershire.
Wow.
There we are. Well, good answer. Well done, Leah.
Very good. Very good. Well, that's a good place to leave it, I think, for lunch.
Yep.
What are we putting on, Jason?
We're going to put on the latest episode of The Bishop and the Bear.
Tremendous, where you can hear Fourthy comparing Mark Ramprakash to Himmler. Which is a treat for everyone.
We'll see you in about 35 minutes.
Fourthy, a pleasure as always. See you soon.
Always a pleasure. Cheers for that.
Cheers,
Jace.
What are your thoughts on it?
I think my thoughts are there's been obviously a huge amount of airtime filled with everybody's thoughts about this. We can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater at the first sign of a defeat. We can't say, well, that strategy didn't work. Let's go back to the 90s. That's obviously a terrible idea. I think that, first of all, India are a very good team. And this has maybe slightly been overlooked in all the talk about Bazball. Superb batting lineup. So they can pluck someone like Jaiswal, and I'm sure Sarfaraz Khan will in good time. He's scored a mountain of runs in the Ranchi Trophy. People say, oh, well, it's a weakened Indian lineup. England should be able to beat these people. Have you seen how well Jaiswal batted? This is just...
He's extraordinary. And that takes us very neatly to that question as well about the BCCI's prioritising the IPL, but we'll hold that thought. There's some fascinating stats
hold that thought
for that.
And the second main topic is every time an England player does something that is regarded as incorrect, such as Joe Root's shot, it doesn't mean that it's Bazball's fault. Joe Root had been worked over by Jasprit Bumrah over the series, and he was trying to find angles. And if you look at that shot in isolation, it looks as if he's lost his mind and that he's adopted Bazball, and that why doesn't Joe Root go back to being Joe Root? I don't think that's the story. I think the story is Jasprit Bumrah has got his number. He feels penned in. He's probably the best fast bowler in the world at the moment, arguably. And he's trying to find ways of solving that problem. That's the Joe Root story. It's not a Bazball story. So not everything's about Bazball. The fact that India, and they've got a superb bowling lineup. Jadeja ran through the Australians in Delhi a year ago and got 5 wickets in a session, and they were all out for about 120. It happens in India.
Exactly.
Let's not. Everything is not needs to be referenced to the Bazball in England. If there is a criticism of England, it's not, I think, of either Bazball or this English team or Ben Stokes' management or Ben McCullum. It's the fact that the structure of English cricket has sent an English team out to India with 2 rookies the minute that their first choice spinner was injured. There ought to have been better players on the county circuit who they could have sent out there. And that's where the fault lies with English cricket, is there are structural problems in county cricket. That's my feeling about where we sit in between the 3rd and 4th tests.
Well, that's fascinating. You could, by the way, Bear, as well, you can go back to the Ashes, because there's a similarity. If England had held their catches in Rajkot, it could have been a really, really different game.
All the should, coulda, wouldas, aren't they? I mean, this is the thing about cricket. You can always go back to that. I mean, my thoughts are, this is just overblown bollocks. It happens. Once again, we lost. The thing about Bazball is if you're going to lose, you're going to lose in spectacular fashion because that's the way they're playing, right? But as I said before the series, if you're going to go out to India and play like we played last time, you are going to get hammered. You need a different approach. There was no reason why. We won 1 test last time on a flat deck. We won 1 test this time in a really good win. We had chances in the 2nd test, we fucked it up, and we certainly had chances in this 3rd test. But there are many things in India that you need to go your way. One is winning the toss. We won the first toss, and it didn't go the way you probably wanted to get the win, but we did get the win in the end. We lost both second tosses, and if you put big runs on in India, no matter how good your batting attack, you are going to struggle. I mean, I was having this conversation with somebody. I think, if you're batting second in India, you've got to get a 100-run lead, which means we'd have had to score 550 in that second innings, just to be in a rough parity going at what would probably be a wearing 5th day pitch, and it was, and it started to misbehave on the 5th day. It's just not easy, right? Bairstow is all at sea over there. We miss Harry Brook. Harry Brook, it occurred to me that if Harry Brook had been at number where Bairstow is, Bairstow probably wouldn't be playing right now. And I'd expect Harry Brook to do a lot better. Things like this don't go against you. And I keep pointing this out, and I've been pointing it out more and more as we go along. And Balty's dead right. England's bowling attack is very callow and very inexperienced. Now, it's telling that India have not prepared Bunsen burners, I think, because that's what we all expected, right? I think they thought England's bowling attack is inexperienced, and whilst if we create Bunsen burners, it's going to be a leveller. And if we don't create Bunsen burners, we've got a better bowling attack, basically, and they might have a slightly better batting attack, but we're in our home conditions. And therefore, the weight of everything is probably in our favour if we create just standard Indian wickets that are going to break up. They are going to turn on the 4th and 5th day, and it might be quite exaggerated, but if they're reasonably flat for 2 or 3 days, then we should be able to get through this with winning.
Doesn't that always still place a massive premium on winning the toss?
Yes,
England won the toss and won the game. India won 2 tosses. And India are just better equipped to take advantage, I think, to Forthy's point, but the toss still becomes a massive factor.
The toss is massive in India, because if the pitches do break up, the problem with Bazball to a certain degree is it doesn't take time out of the game, but, if England win the toss tomorrow, for example, come out, get really aggressive, score 400 runs tomorrow, we'll all be going, and then they get another 150 runs, say, on Tuesday morning before lunch or whatever. I'd like to see how India do pumped up against 550 runs. They will have a different approach, and they might well get and that we'll find out. But if you can get runs on the board in the first innings, Yeah, it really helps. England's spin bowlers just don't, the problem with England's spin bowlers is they just don't offer any control. And if the wicket's not offering anything, Hartley, Ran Ahmed, Root or Bashir aren't going to offer you 2.5 runs and over any sort of control of the game. So India are always going to be able to score runs, and that's going to let the game get away from you.
Well,
whereas if England bowl second and the wicket starts to do something, they probably won't have much control in the first innings, but if you get weight of runs, you might be able to winkle them out and get a lead. And then if you can get then ahead and you're bowling last on what is a crumbling wicket, I don't think your control is necessarily the thing, because enough balls will misbehave that you'll be able to pick up the wickets in time. And I think that's got to be what England's strategy is, but it does kind of rely on winning the toss, and that is a game of chance.
Well, if you look at Ranchi, it's another ground, I think, where there have been only two previous tests, which is true, I think, of every ground except Hyderabad. Certainly it was true of Rajkot.
I looked at them. A really boring draw and an absolute...
Well, it was a draw against Australia with a fair old mountain of runs from memory. I'm just trying to look it up. But then they absolutely batted first and pummeled South Africa. I think the Australia game was 2017. Yeah. Australia... actually, no, I'm lying. Australia batted in first in that. And they put on 451. But India responded, batting second, with 603 for 9. And then it was Hanscom and Marsh, I think, kept Australia just 6 down, and it was a draw. The last test, India won the toss. They batted first, got nearly 500 against South Africa, and they didn't need to bat again.
They rolled them twice, about
162 and 133, I think.
South Africa are worse than us at playing spin, so you know.
Yeah. So it does suggest that toss does become important. Now, to quote or misquote Barry Davis speaking of Francis Lee, Worthy, interesting, very interesting. It's pretty much how they've been talking about the Ranchi wicket, isn't it?
Very interesting. I don't know anything about the Ranchi wicket. To be absolutely honest with you, what's it looking like?
Well, it's much drier and cracked than you'd expect this far out. Apparently,
just look at the pitch. Just look at the pitch.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting that they've given Bummer a rest and created a cracked pitch. I was reading this last night because based on those results and what I've read about the previous 2 tests, it was quite a flat wicket. But then I was reading last night how it was going to be a trial by spin. So they've clearly said, right, Bummer's not playing. He's not going to get us 7 or 8 wickets in the game. So we are going to hand it over to the spinners, create some cracked nightmare.
Well, you say that, but then look at England's team selection. So on the one hand, both Ben Stokes and Ollie Hope have both come out and said, on the one hand, 5 fingers, I've said it's a really interesting pitch. It's cracked. There is one, allegedly, apparently, according to them, very long, pronounced crack, which pretty much is for a left-hander, right where, Crawley, right where a seamer's going to want to pitch it. But if you're thinking,
a right-hander, Tone.
Okay, duck it then. Yeah. One of the. I know we got right-hand, left-hand opening combo, haven't we? Yes, you're right. Thank you. But safer. But then England's selection has potentially got 3 seamers now, because you've gone for Anderson, who doesn't get a rest. You've bought in Ollie Robinson, so you've got your wish there, Bear.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad choice.
You've potentially got Ben Stokes to bowl.
Yeah.
Who says he's ahead of everything he expected fitness-wise. I mean, there seems to be so much hype of Ben Stokes' fitness. And then you've got Bashir in for
Ran Ahmed.
So it's a much more classical 3-2 format, and you've got Joe Root potentially for England, who's done more work than he's ever done in a series before with the ball and has got dodgy fingers. or a dodgy thumb, I think. There's something, but he's got a problem anyway, and clearly has a problem with his bowling. So you've almost set yourself up for a classic, a 3-2 attack, as opposed to a 4-1, which is where they were where they started. They've gradually edged their way from 4-1 to 3-2, and
well, it's 3-3 essentially, isn't it? You've got 2 all-rounders if Stokes can bowl, and that's a pretty balanced attack. I don't mind that at all. I think that's probably wise. If it's gonna, you got to think, if it's gonna spin, it's probably gonna break up. It's gonna break up. It's probably gonna be uneven bounce. Ollie Robinson, that's my whole reason. I think he probably the best equipped to take advantage of uneven bounce because he bowls from such a great height. So I'm expecting to come up and get some shooters. He could get some LBWs. He's pretty accurate. He's not the quickest. He's got a good little off cutter. Gets it to go both ways. So
gets decent bounce if the pitch.
If there is any, well, there probably won't be. But I mean, the ones that will get people are the ones that squat. Probably. He'll be itching to have a go, and I think he might be reasonably successful. Let's hope so. Anyway, I'm, all these doom mongers. Hendo last night in the WhatsApp group was just, they just wind me up. It's just like, oh, we lost by so many runs. Yeah, England are prone to do this. They've done it all my life, but this is a team that is capable of bouncing back, I think.
I think also, what is the alternative strategy? Is it something we tried in the 80s or 90s? None of that worked. And I saw that an article by Mark Ramprakash in The Guardian, which I think sparked that debate we were having on that group. Well, honestly, listening to Mark Ramprakash and getting advice from him on how to play Test cricket is I don't know what the metaphor is. It's a bit like Himmler saying, well, I'd be, don't be quite so harsh on the minorities. Maybe not.
That's possibly edging towards an extreme analogy with apologies to Mark Ramprakash, should he ever actually listen to this podcast.
Yeah, very unlikely. But I mean, who would you choose? Who would be the person you'd choose the least to give a balanced commentary on how to keep morale up when you were playing Test match cricket? Scored imaginative runs in counter. Very technically brilliant cricketer, but could not step up. And not helped, of course, as we all know, by the fact that he was fucked around with by the English management time after time. I think he was dropped and brought back about
the in out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. No. I'm not going to listen to Mark Ramprakash on this subject. It's absurd. I'll
Dancing on the other hand. If you want to know how to do an American smooth, Mark Ramprakash is your man.
Oh, absolutely.
Every day of the week.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, a Test match is. I think all Test matches start at the same point, and you have to take each one in isolation. And when you start a new Test match, you have to forget what's happened in the previous one, because everything starts from zero again. You're not in a shitty position. You're in a position to start winning the game from the off,
which is absolutely what McCullum and Stokes say.
Precisely.
You can't do anything about what's gone. You look relentlessly positively forward to the next one.
And you are not out of series. You've won one. You're 2-1 down with 2 to play. If you get the right result here, we have a decider, and it'll be fucking exciting. Even a draw here, you get exciting. But
totally. Now his point is when someone said, "Well, perhaps they should have just reined it back a bit on the fourth morning." You said no, because the minute you say we'll do this unless this happens, you introduce the element of doubt, and it's much easier for cricketers. Just much easier for them. Maybe not every decision is going to be right, but it's a split-second game. If they're very, very clear on what the vision is, it enables them to execute it. And of course, sometimes it won't work, but at least you know exactly what the strategy is, and you're not double-thinking yourself.
Exactly. And one of the problems there, as I said earlier, I think is Bairstow actually looks completely all that sorts. Kuldeep's got his number. He can't pick.
Never scored a ton in a Test in India.
No, and he doesn't look like it either, does it? I mean, he looks at all that sorts. Had this series gone out there and Brooks being fit, I'm not sure Johnny would have played. Because Folkes is clearly a better keeper, and he's done really well behind the stumps. He's not scored many runs, but then his job is at number 7, and it's not always for him to score the runs. He had a vital partnership with Pope, didn't he, in that first test? He didn't score loads of runs, but he allowed Pope to get to 196, and for England to create a winning situation, and everyone else.
Isn't there a bit of a question with Bairstow? not just this India tour, but has he actually been anything like the same player since he had that horrible leg fracture playing golf? He's not made a century in 25 international matches, but he did make 99 at Old Trafford in the Ashes. Give him that. And he's never made 100 in India, but he's gone 25 international games without a ton. I guess they include the World Cup in that stat. Thank you to the Times. But that doesn't feel like a sudden drop in form. That feels like
well, no, a ton is a ton.
like a sustained period of decline, not a
it
blip.
depends. I mean, if he's got a few 50s and a couple of 60s and 70s, and you say he's got 99, is that really? Someone doesn't get a ton. Cody didn't score a ton for how many years? 3 years or something. You know, I mean, it's like as long as they're scoring runs. I mean, the problem with Bairstow, he's always in and out of form, isn't he? I mean, 1 minute he's blasting it around everywhere and he's fucking brilliant, and the next minute he can't fucking hit anything for toffee. And
he'll probably take care of himself when Harry Brook comes back anyway, I would imagine. Because that's probably a fairly straightforward swap.
Well, will it? Because then they'll come back to England and they'll drop Folkes and Bairstow will go back behind the stumps, I imagine. And then they'll
really?
Yeah, unfortunately that's what they'll do. They don't, they'll see Bairstow as a better option as attacking at 7 than blah blah blah. It's what
but a quick word for Folkes, who has been, I think, maybe not quite immaculate, but excellent behind the stumps. And some of it's been very unflashy wicket-keeping, just very classical wicket-keeping. There was one he took standing up, and he just let the ball, he just caressed it into his gloves and took it in a way that, a part-time wicket-keeper just doesn't do that because they approach it with harder hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure Gary would be able to wax more lyrical than I on the subject, but he's been he's been superb behind the stumps.
Bairstow highest score this series 37, and that was quite early on, wasn't it? Joe Root, if I'm right, is it a highest score of 29 for him?
Something like that. He's got an average of 12.5 in this series, Joe Root. That is a worry.
Bowled more overs and he's got runs. There's and you can add to everybody wants Joe Root to do well. His place, as such, is not in question. I think Bairstow perhaps is lucky with Lawrence chomping at the bit.
Or champing,
but he's champing or chomping. Which is it, Orthy?
Champing.
It is champing. Can you not chomp at a bit as well?
Probably can. The traditional saying is champing.
All right, champing. Bit academic because he's not playing. So let's move on. Whether he champs or chomps, I'm not sure it matters. I've lost my thread now with the champ-chomp debate.
It was Bairstow.
Root. Yeah, Root. You've got to add to Root's woes a little bit. The 2 drop catches. The one being particularly. When they conceded that big first innings lead, if you were to take off 80, 90 runs, which is probably what the Rohit drop cost,
it did, yeah.
It would be quite a different game.
It would have been a very different game.
It would have been a very different game. And you can go back to the Ashes and you can look at the drops from Bairstow, I think, in the second Ashes test. Where again, everyone said, "Oh, it's the overnight declaration. What are we doing? What are we doing?" No, if you don't, if you drop batsmen who go on to make massive scores the next morning,
I mean, you can say shoulda, woulda, coulda all the way through there. I mean, if Axel Patel caught Ollie Pope on 110 in that first Test match instead of letting him get to 196, and he was also dropped on about 180, he probably wouldn't have won that first Test. Drops happen in cricket. As much as you don't like them to, they do.
Yeah. Ask Louis.
Yeah,
he will tell
you. I think there's do you not think, guys? There's, and I know it won't. This is a slightly vexed question. But there's kind of a bigger issue as well. Is that about the future of Test cricket, and it does feel as if England's approach has got to be the way forward. Otherwise, people will gradually just lose interest in Test cricket. We can't go back to the way it was played in the 60s and 70s. And I know that it's getting under people's noses, particularly when Duckett says something like, "Ooh, I think Jaiswal was taking notes on our approach," which is obviously Codswallop and probably just a bit of PR spin.
Of course it was.
Don't buy into that at all. But there is a big picture about what is the future of Test cricket, and obviously we would much rather watch the English approach than than even the classical test approach. Because young people need to get interested in Test cricket again.
Well, that possibly segues quite nicely into a couple of stats. This is my super stat of the day, which I'll bet you've already heard, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give it to you anyway. There are 4 men in first class history who've had a decent number of games behind them. Who first class? This is so tests and other first class games. Who have a batting average above 70. Okay, the first is Don Bradman.
Yes.
Who had 28,000 odd runs and a first class average of 95.14. Do you know who the next 3 are?
Well, I was going to say Herbert Sutcliffe, but he's probably just gone down the list a bit these days, has he? Maybe he was.
This is first class, not tests.
Not Herbert Sutcliffe.
Well, Sarfraz is the 4th. I know that much.
Yes.
So we all knew that because they were telling us that in the last test. You know, I mean,
Jaiswal. Okay, I'm going to put you out your misery. Jaiswal is second.
Yeah.
From 2019, 2,700 runs, first class average of 77.31. I think you then got Vijay Merchant, going back to the sort of the 30s, 40s. And then Sarfraz Khan, as you rightly said, Bear, is 4th with nearly 71. And the reason I think that's interesting, because that kind of goes back to that Jay Shah comment about not over prioritising the IPL. Now, I realise that's biting the hand that feeds, and you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. But I think what he's saying there is, you're talking about players who grew up in, what do they call the area in Bombay, the Maidans, or is it Maidans, or whatever?
Maidans, yeah.
They're Maidans. There's a huge area of nothing but cricket pitches, facing 600, 700 balls every day. What they call that Bombay mentality is if you batting is everything. You die to bat, you just don't give your wicket away. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be dull doing it. And look at Jaiswal, who is in every. You telling me on this current form he wouldn't walk into the England team?
Yeah, he'd have a
he'd be Bazball. He's got Bazball written all over him in terms of mentality, but with a solid technique of knowing when and how to deploy it. And that, I think, is the issue, isn't it?
Also, I mean, you have to look at Jaiswal. Both Sarfraz scored those runs at home. Jaiswal scored majority of his runs at home. Those guys, the test for them is when they go somewhere. If they come to England, the ball's nibbling about. Are they going to be any good?
Yeah.
If they're good, they will work it out. If they're not, they will struggle abroad. I mean, there are many players who struggled abroad, and it could be quite telling. Look at Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill was another one who was, fated to be whatever. But you look at that first innings and that last test, he was all over the shop. Got a bit lucky in the second innings as well, and ended up getting a score.
I think the thing is this is not a binary thing. It's not either you're not either Chris Tavares or you're Ben Duckett. It's
you
not
either identify as Tavares or Duckett.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great reservoir of great Test cricketers somewhere in between. And say if you had, I think I read this. Say if you had Alistair Cook, who was 20, and Alistair Cook, who was 25 and was averaging 55 or 60 in county cricket,
and could make runs in India.
And as we know, can make runs in India. Are you not going to pick him as your opening batsman now, just because he doesn't fit an imaginary stereotype of what Bazball is? I think he probably would get a game. Because he's not
actually.
He's not Dom Sibley. He's not a strike rate of 25.
Sorry, who was this? This is
Alistair Cook.
Oh yeah.
If he comes in, he's not Dom Sibley with a strike rate of 25. He's probably got a strike rate of maybe 45. Now, does that mean you don't pick him as part of this England team? It'd be an extremely solid opener, and he'd set you up.
Difficult, isn't it? Because I don't know if they would even. They might not look at him in this instance. I mean, it would be crazy not to, but that's all with hindsight, isn't it? I mean, it's like. I do wonder that.
What about Jonathan Trott? Would he have got a run in the side?
Probably
Can you imagine
not.
what he'd do? Well, Jonathan Trott would basically dig a hole towards Australia in some of these Indian pitches. When he starts hacking away at his mark.
Alistair Cook, who went on to score 13,000 runs or something like that for England. You know, obviously a limited player in some ways, but England's top scorer of all time. How about Jeff Boycott? Presumably he wouldn't get a game.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Boycott possibly. I suspect were Jeffrey here, he would argue, well, I might have a different approach these days.
No, he wouldn't.
You can't just.
He certainly wouldn't.
But history would suggest he might find it difficult. Whereas Alistair Cook, I think it strikes me more as someone who could adapt. I mean, yes, he played to his limitations, but he played to his limitations brilliantly.
Would
they ask to adapt? Or would they say, you do your game and we'll play around you?
I was about to say, do you have sort of 10 Bazballers and Sir Alistair Cook to Baz around? I think that's a really interesting thought.
Well, that's what they should do with Joe Root, isn't it? I mean, that's where Joe Root should sit in this side, and we've been saying this for fucking ages, is Joe Root should just be Joe Root. He scores quick enough anyway when he wants to. He does no need to do some of these stupid shots. I mean, I like watching him do those stupid shots, and I don't mind if he does them when he's on 80. And we're in a very good position. But I'd rather he didn't do them. We're still 200 runs behind, and what we could really do is a big ton. Get within 50, and then you can afford to lose a wicket, sort of deal. You know, it's like it is tricky because I love Joe Root, and I don't really want to criticise him, but I do get frustrated with him giving it away. On the flip side of that, Bumrah has had his number as fourth, he said, and Bumrah is a class act, and
yes.
And he's not going to be playing this test, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, we also got very excited, my analogy for this was always the articles fourthly that appear in the Watford Observer, which says who's not playing for the opposition. And then we go out and lose to whoever the fuck they play anyway. And we get very excited. We got excited about Ashwin not playing, didn't we? And then what happened? He could take a day off. They rattled through us anyway.
You know what?
What? It doesn't matter. Play what's in front of you. Not. That's it. You've said what's in front of you will be good.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not so worried about is their spinners, because they have plans for spinners. They're aggressive, and if it goes wrong, it does go wrong. But they are able to get on top of the spinners. I mean, a lot of the strike rates of spinners. You don't expect Jadeja and Ashwin to be going at 4s and 5s and over. And they've consistently managed to do that throughout the series, with the exception of that the last innings of the last game, but no, that was pretty much lost anyway. As soon as Duckett got stupidly run out, you knew the game with the gig was up, basically. But they have managed to score runs. I mean, they've got Akshar Patel out of the frame, haven't they? Literally, because partly going back to what I said at the beginning, they haven't created bunts and burners, and Akshar Patel actually just bowls flat darts, and if the wicket offers something, he offers variation. But if he doesn't, it's actually quite easy to play because there's no lot of variation in his flight. He just bowls flat and fast and allows the pitch to do stuff. So if the pitch isn't doing anything, no biggie. Jadeja's a wily old fox, but he's been hit as well, and Ashwin hasn't had it all his own way. The person who has made the difference in the Indian side for me has been Jasprit Bumrah. He's got crucial wickets at crucial times,
and they've not missed Kohli at all, in a way. Possibly you could argue.
In a way, yeah.
But because the Jaswale has been so excellent with the bat, they brought in Sarfraz when they lost KL Rahul, and he's done fantastically. To go back to the Jay Shah and his comment about really valuing first class experience. If they'd been playing nothing but IPL, I doubt that they'd been able to do what they have done. And India knows very well that why that is important. And that's where that Jay Shah comment comes from. The other one that's interesting, by the way, and I think it was just in the last test, and it proves that for years we were going, who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Our openers are a problem. We haven't got openers. We had Duckett and Lees, and not Duckett and Lees. We had Lees and Sibley, and we thought, oh my God,
Robson, Hamid.
In the last test, the first 3 partnerships for England scored more runs than all the other 17 partnerships combined. Duckett and Crawley and Duckett put on 89, Duckett and Pope put on 93, Duckett 93, 42. After that, any partnerships fall off a cliff. So it seems to me the problem for India, and it does kind of start with Root because he comes in at 4. The problem for India seems to be for England seems to be very much if Root and Bairstow aren't firing, it just shows that they are missing Harry Brook, because if Brook were there, Bairstow wouldn't be playing, would he?
100%. I think that another way of looking at this is an exciting time for international Test match batting. You've got Jaiswal and Sarfaraz emerging during this tournament, who hold your hand up. I wasn't particularly aware of them before this. Now I am, and Jaiswal in particular. And then you've got Harry and Ben Duckett emerging for England, and maybe Ollie Pope in time. And it's a good time. This is a good time for international Test match batting. Very exciting times.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
That is for sure. Well, let's move on. There was one other subject we had sort of this week, and again it goes down to comments from, as well as his very interesting about the pitch. Umpire's call. And the value of umpire's call and the impact it's had on this series. Ben Stokes, and to be fair, let's not forget Kohli before him, have all questioned whether even on the Crawley dismissal in this test, was that off Bumrah?
Yeah,
literally, barely shaving the bail of his stump.
Yeah.
On the one hand, Stokes is going, if it's hitting, you're out. On the other hand, does umpire's call create some confusion? Because if your two forms of technology don't align, because I think Hawkeye and whatever the other one is didn't say the same thing. Surely
it's just a visual, wasn't it?
Surely the batsman gets the benefit of the doubt, don't they? And you don't rely on old blind Joel. Although he did get three on the bounce right in this test.
I think there's a situation where players who would have been given out in the past aren't given out, and which is when they're way back in their crease. It's maybe on the knee roll, and maybe there's a vague suggestion it could be middle and leg versus leg. A cowardly umpire, to put it mildly, then doesn't give that just on the off chance. The big appeal, and it turns out that it was, like 1/3 of a ball was clipping the legs up. But the guy's way back in his crease. It's clearly going to hit, but he gets away with it. And I think in pre-VAR days, that would have been given out. And I think that's unfair on the bowling team.
Yeah, I have a slightly different view. I don't think it would have been given out previously. I think that there's always been this. I mean, they tried to reduce the margins of the ball, didn't they? I mean, I was reading a lot about this the other day, about how if you reduce the stumps, it's X amount of square centimetres and blah, blah, blah. And if you do that. And apparently, umpire's call used to be from the bottom of the bail, and then they moved it to the top of the bail, which adds an extra. Yeah. But my problem with that one with Crawley, I didn't so much have a problem with the one, the Kuldeep one. I think if the technology shows, I mean, you can be slightly wrong, and you can be wrong, right? The one where Crawley got in the earlier with Kuldeep was given non-out. It was pitching in line, and it was hitting. Okay, it didn't look like it, but technology said it was go. My problem with the one with Crawley in that last test from Bumrah is that for me, the umpire caved. It was a celeb appeal from Bumrah. He was convinced it was out. I think all of us looking thought, nah, that's not out. It's either going down or it's going over. Yeah. And Bumrah went all the way down the wicket, virtually to where Crawley was, virtually on his knees, pleading with the umpire. And the umpire, I didn't think was going to give it. And then at the end, he thought, I'm in India, I'm at home, maybe it's out. And he put his finger up. For me, that was a little bit of a cave on the part of the umpire. And that's the only one I've really had a problem with the entire series. I thought that when I saw it and I was watching it live, I thought that's a bit off. He's basically just caved to Bumrah because Bumrah thinks it's out.
All right, everyone. We're back after lunch. And I think we have the pleasure of Mr. David Brook with us. Hello, Dave.
Hello there, Robbie. Hello, Jason. How are you?
We are tremendous, thank you. As tremendous as you can be, having spent a night on the sofa at Gorilla Towers, or half the night at least, due to unforeseen travel arrangements.
Oh.
Anyway, have you recently got up, or have you been following this morning's play?
I know that sofa well. I've been following it. I've missed your first stint, Robbie, I have to say.
It's all right, you're forgiven.
But I've been, following it as much as I can. And it sounds as though, well, I wouldn't say England threw it away, but obviously that Joe Root was going so well. It was just, it'd be nice if the tail end had stayed in a bit more with him after Robinson was out.
Yeah, it's not the done thing to launch attacks on batters getting out in certain ways, particularly if you're a number 9 or 10. But I did think that Shoaib Bashir might have batted slightly differently. He got beaten by one, worldie of a delivery from Jadeja first up, and then the next delivery he faced, he just thought, I'm going to have a go here, and pretty tame dismissal. But anyway,
pretty village, wasn't it?
A little bit village. But it's a beautifully poised test match, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, all credit to England for getting up to 353. I mean, who would have thought that? What a recovery, and what an innings from Joe Root.
Indeed. Now I'm just going to do a couple of jingles to introduce you to the players.
It's Gilly Gilly, Austin Pepper, Cats and Ellen Bogan by the sea.
And this fella also.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
And bowling for England after this ball
is Bashir.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
For defensive Gill to his first ball, and the second ball, Gill comes down the track. He also plays it defensively. So India resuming on after lunch, 34 for 1. The wicket to fall was Sharma, caught Folkes, bowled Anderson for 2. England closing on 353. As Robbie said, it's beautifully poised, and this one's played out by Gill. Do you think he's a bit of a nervous starter, Robbie, isn't he, Gill? Chance to get him early.
Yeah, I suppose all batters are in a way. But yeah, he obviously likes to play himself into an innings. He's shown glimpses of the class that he has in this series. Jaiswal at the other end is in the purplest of patches there, isn't he?
Oh, astonishing. 2 double centuries already in this series. Yet to win a Player of the Match award.
What's he got to do?
One. Yeah. Defensively by Gill, plays that one back to Bashir. He's heading for sort of Bradman-esque type statistics in this series in terms of the most runs. I mean, it's just extraordinary from Jaiswal. So when he scored that first century in West Indies on the debut, 173, goes big when he gets them. That's beautifully played by Gill, comes down the wicket, times it beautifully, and classic Shubman Gill down to the long off boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, gorgeous shot that. Weight forward, a couple of half steps down the track and caressed it through extra cover.
Looks so elegant when he gets it right.
Yeah, exactly. We're also on Bannerman watch, aren't we, Jaiswal?
Oh yes, that's played down to long on by Gill, and what was his percentage, Bannerman? What was his
69, I think, something like that.
60,
and
late 60s.
It's 150 out of 200 and something.
Has he got close to that then, Jaiswal, so far?
Well, he was up at 75 at one point, obviously early days in the innings, but always nice to keep an eye on.
Yes, indeed, that's the end of the over.
During the interval, we've had a super chat from David Scher. Dare I say, a mob of what's that?
Can you write more? Can you just write bigger letters so we can read it? Thank you.
A mob of losing totters from Esperance, Western Australia. Hey. Cheers, cobbers.
Sorry, that was a super chat. I should be more gracious than that. Thank you very much for that, David, for your 10 Aussie dollars. God bless you, sir.
And we are still waiting for people to come back from the interval on Twitter.
67.35. is the actual Bannerman percentage. 165 out of 245.
Give us the year. Give us the year, Grubby.
Well,
1882, wasn't it?
As we all know, Dave.
Or 1880, one of the two.
Yeah, it's definitely then.
So here he is on 697 wickets, Jimmy Anderson. 1 for 15 in this game. To resume, that's short dug into the ribs of Gill. And so Jimmy preferred to Robinson to resume. What did you make of Ollie Robinson's first spell, Grubby?
Well, he's his super strength, I was saying, is his sort of nagging accuracy, isn't he? He's that Ryan Harris type bowler, that Vernon Philander, if you will. Ollie Robinson, he was sort of straight on the money, but didn't look. I thought his pace was a bit down. That was the only thing.
Yeah, of course, he does deliver from decent height, so he might be able to get the bounce. That one does bounce up from Jimmy, short, and well, a little waft from Gilby. He wasn't really going for that, I think.
Better just give him, just for good order, give him his jingle here, Jimmy.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
Well directed short ball there.
Yeah, pretty decent bumper, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gill playing the Ian Botham no-look pull shot.
And that wraps Gill on the pads there from Jimmy. Talking of no look, Jimmy didn't seem to look at the ball he was out to. Just sort of turned away completely, didn't he?
That was a very strange shot.
One of those that he sort of closed himself off. I'm sure he doesn't get too technical. Well, he does get technical about his batting in 180 games, whatever he's played. But it was one of those, as a left-hander, and who got him in the end?
Jadeja, yeah. He was the last one.
But was he coming round the wicket?
Yes.
Yeah, he was, so it was one of those where he's looking over his right shoulder, Jimmy, and he closed himself off and then looked away again. So, yeah, didn't look at all.
Was defensive by Gill. Yeah, Jimmy was the last one to fall LBW to Jadeja for no score. That was after Sherib's 2-ball knock. Petita bowled Jadeja from naught. And Robinson, of course, that maiden half-century in Test cricket, he was out. Caught Jurel bowled Jadeja for 58. So Jadeja's cleaning up, ending up with 4 for 67. And a little bet landed there, Grubby, for the highest wicket taker.
Well done, mate.
Nothing to write home about, but it was 9-4 favourite. That's out defensively by Gill, and there's no one, but it all counts, you know. Really
Little
counts.
Fisher sweet.
You know, a 9-4 shot is a 9-4 shot.
Better than putting it in the bank.
I presume that was pre team sheet selection.
It was.
Otherwise, Burma would have been a strong
game,
candidate.
That was.
Well, no, Burma was still in the squad at the time I made that selection. Yeah.
Shrewd as ever, Dave.
Anderson bowls that angle in to Gill, and then sort of reverse paddles with his feet. If that's possible. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 39 for 1. Jason is on 27. Gill is on 9. And the Twitterati should be waking up from their slumbers, or wherever you are in the world. What do you reckon is a good score for India? That seems like a decent score for England, 3-5-3.
Well, they're not answering yet, so let's have a look on YouTube.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I was listening in yesterday, and people were sort of veering between 250 might be a good score on this. I think people had looked at the cracks and maybe overplayed that a little bit, and then all of a sudden it was 300 was par, and England got up to 350, just over 350. So I think it sets it up. India may very well go and score 550. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure that people were taking into account previous history at this ground, where it's a bit tricksy in the first half a day.
It's a small sample size though at this ground.
Yeah, only 2 Test matches played there before.
Out of India's 27 Test venues.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, given the comments before the match, you know, about the pitch, then you'd have to say, well, 350 is a decent score, and here's Basher. He drops that one short, and Jeswell, all the time in the world, doesn't find the gap this time. Plays it to cover point. I mean, it was just, it was hard to actually predict, all the way through, wasn't it? Because we had the comments before about never seen a wicket like this in my life, and then certain batsmen playing sensibly looked like they could hang around for a while. As out to rid off for no run. So what is par score? Do you reckon that is par score, 350? Or is it good score?
I think you'd have to say it's slightly above par or good. It certainly sets the game up.
Certainly does. Down the wicket, and that's flayed away by Jeswell. Beautifully placed. It's going to go down. Oh, it's just pulled back by Stokes, and Robinson in a bit of a relay there fires it in. Some decent work in the outfield there by the England skipper, backed up by Robinson. They take 2 runs. Jeswell goes on to 29.
How soon in this innings do we think we're going to see Stokes the bowler?
He was warming up, wasn't he, in the lunch interval? So I don't think it's far away. Because once he gets the ball in the hand, sometimes it's difficult for him to give it up, isn't it? So I would say, I wonder if his surgeon will be watching.
Nervously.
Through fingers.
This one is hit hard back to Bashir, and Bashir aims to, as if he was going to shy at the stumps, decides against that. No run. Jeswell looking like he wants to get on with it. He's 29. So we faced 42 balls, but the way he's announced himself in this series, I mean, he's going to be pouncing on anything that's
29 with 5 fours.
Huge, huge talent,
massive talent, and that spins away from him. That's a decent ball from Bashir, and Folkes efficiently takes the bells off in a manner that Jason will have seen many, many times during the season at the Oval.
Yes, there's no frill to it. It's just all function. It's in and gone as quickly as you can blink an eye.
It's beautiful. There are few things in cricket more beautiful.
He just makes everything look so damn easy. It's so annoying.
It's just played tentatively by Jeswell, but it's actually nicely placed. Enables him to get a single just behind third man. And that completes a very quick over from Bashir, who's 0 for 9 off 3. India 42 for 1. Yes, okay, folks, decent innings, Jason. You would have enjoyed his innings in the
partnership. Yeah, he and Root do have previous, I think. Didn't he get his ton with it was a Bairstow innings in that occasion when his first test in Sri Lanka?
Well, I was saying this before lunch, Dave, that actually of all of Root's batting partners in his whole Test match career, Folkes is the one where they average the most. So it's like 70 odd that they average as a partnership.
I mean, it was a situation designed for Folkes where he likes to just sit back in and let somebody else take the heavy load, and he'll just follow on in their jet stream.
Well, that's exactly what you should do as an international wicketkeeper, coming in at 7 as he does. He's not an Adam Gilchrist, no one is, but he's a very, very good batsman. He averages about 38 or 9 in first class cricket, which is by no means a slouch.
No, he has batted at 5, although more normally at 6, I think, and possibly even 7 now for Surrey if Jax is in the side.
And it sort of breaks my heart a bit that it's more than likely when we get back to England this summer that it'll be dropped and Bairstow will get the gloves again. But there we are.
Anyway, one tweet whilst we're waiting for Jimmy to set up. Kiwi Rade says, I don't consider myself part of the Trotty and don't have anything to say, but I'm enjoying listening to you guys. Cheers. Well, cheers for you.
Oh, nice one. Anderson starting you over, and that's covered up very solidly by Jeswell, and there's no run. Yeah, Folkes looked like he was just accelerating. Hit that 6, didn't he? A couple of 4s yesterday, and then got out shortly after in a manner that he had got out in our previous test as well. So if I was being critical, would you say he gets to 30 and 40 and doesn't go on? That's too critical.
He scored a ton on his debut, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's got a couple of other good scores since, and there's limited opportunities.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Bob. It'd be a shame when he is left out. Some has dropped, played down to third man by Jez Walden. Plenty of time, just leans on that nicely.
You think he'd walk into quite a lot of other sides in the world?
Yeah, I mean, England are very lucky to have him. Who am I to question the wisdom of the selection panel, or indeed this England side in general? But I do think it is a shame that he's not in the side all the time. But there we are. I'm not a moaner.
No, that's the one thing you will never accuse you of, Robbie. That's defensively by Gill, and there's no run.
I do sometimes moan about the moaners. So
yes, I was going to say, yeah, you weren't happy about, and I could see that you weren't happy about the a lot of the route criticism in the last test.
It just, I think there are certain observers of the England game who are just waiting for something to moan about.
Yeah.
And they're very quiet when it's going well, and then all of a sudden, when it doesn't go quite so well, the whole thing is.
They're only happy when they're crying.
Exactly. A pessimist is never disappointed, said that song, but the opposite is true.
And some bowls, that's angled into Gill, and plays that out to the offside, and there's no run. Just giving a shout out to the travellers in Sofia, James and Katie. I know you've been having difficulties getting visas and various other things as you're travelling around, and thanks for listening this morning. And Katie, really, we feel your pain after your day yesterday, and hope you're recovering in Sofia today.
I should write to Shoaib Bashir and share their not getting visas stories.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Here's Anderson bowls, and that's a lovely ball from Anderson. Very well directed, and nice straight back from Gill. Yeah, of course, the teachers working in Europe, and it's not easy now for British or American, particularly British teachers working in Europe.
Yeah.
The visa situation.
Now we're not in the Schengen zone. It's a real administrative struggle, I think, for
really
lots of things, and teaching is probably one of them, where they would expect previously to have free cross-border.
Absolutely. Very nice defensive shot there from Gill. A lot of schools are now saying in Europe are saying it's too much effort to employ English teachers from England now because of the visa issues caused by beginning with B. End of that over, and the score just evades me at the moment. Anyone?
Oh, don't worry. Sorry, I'm just watching an ad with a giant in it, so
yeah,
that's all good. Not the Johnny Green giant.
Not that
no.
one, no. Classic of its genre.
It's no, I still haven't got the score.
It's 43 for 1, I think.
43 for 1.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Jeswell on 31, Gill on 9.
Yeah. Twitter's still very quiet.
Bashir,
as people are waking up for the first time or coming back in slowly for the second session.
The X is silent, as in Twitter.
Bashir bowls, and Jeswell on the back foot plays that. Well, a lot of space on the offside there. They're encouraging him to go for the drive. There's no one extra cover, and mid-off has to drop round and field. I mean, who would you compare Jeswell to? You know, who do we think that he looks like when he's batting?
I think there's it's half Sourav Ganguly and half Virender Sehwag.
Well, Sehwag is no finer compliment. I suppose, think of exciting left-handers in years gone by. Saeed Anwar be another one.
Gill plays this one on the walk, and acrobatic, theatrical dive there by, I think could be Duckett or Pope, one of the two. Doesn't stop it. He goes through to deep mid-on for a single, and Gill moves on to 10. Its current partnership's already up to 41, so England will be looking to break this up, and it's Bashir who bowls, and Jeswell plays that defensively and then has a little wave to someone down, possibly moving behind the bowler's arm.
Get out of my sight line, I think, was the
yeah,
gist of that.
Yeah, filled it down there so straight. Either that or he's complaining about the guy with the binoculars in the stand. And that's defensive. he doesn't like that. There's obviously a fielder there who's a bit too straight. Asks him to nose. Is he talking to a member?
Must be talking to someone in the crowd.
Yeah, someone to sit down. It's probably a steward who's more wandered into the wrong area with the high vis on.
Yeah,
as they are wont to do.
Filled with confidence at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Jaiswal.
And let's just took it down to square leg and no run. Yeah, can't be asking Stokes to bend a bit lower at mid-off. Got to be speaking to someone in the stand.
Doesn't he? His body language is so positive, and
this one is off the back foot, and that gap I mentioned that cut extra cover because there's a man sweeping. I haven't seen him on the boundary, so that's why there's a big gap there. And they just trot through for a single, the end of that over. It's 46 for 1. Gill's on 10, Jaiswal 33.
No, still no Twitter. And let's just see if we can read some of these.
Interesting. Any other sport on your agenda today, Grubby?
Ipswich Town are playing Birmingham City later on today, hoping to draw back level with Leeds in second place in the Championship. Very exciting season for Ipswich Town.
I'm off to Blackheath after this to watch.
Very nice.
Plymouth Albion play Blackheath. And also watch International 1 in the rugby. And there's also Six Nations.
Six Nations, which I'll be enjoying later on as well.
Yes. This one, new over from Anderson, and that's guided down to third man for a single. Of course, decent meeting at Kempton Park this afternoon, Grubby.
Yeah.
Race meeting.
Yeah, a triumvirate of grade 2s on the card there, if you're interested. Including the Dovecote and the Adonis.
Oh yes,
and the Pendle Novice Chase, I believe, is the other one.
Oh,
Adonis,
yeah.
Greek horses only. Trojan
Sorry
Hope.
to interrupt, guys. Nestlers is pleading to be let in.
Is he?
He is.
He can wait.
Is Anderson bowls, and that's just tucked away by Gill to mid wicket, and there's no run. You're looking decent, quite secure at the moment. Jimmy Anderson's 6th tour of India. We're just seeing a little photo montage on screen.
Goodness me.
Various haircuts and youthful features on 2006.
Yeah.
2012 was his 2nd tour, 2021 and 2024.
Hard to believe that in 2006 he was already 3 years into his career, pretty much.
Indeed. That's a diving stop by Bashir at Gully. Does well to get a hand on that and save some runs. 16 tests he's played in India, 41 wickets, averaging 30. Economy rate of 2.7. That's going to be challenged a little bit. It's going to edge up a bit if his bowls a lot to Jaiswal, because Jaiswal scores quite a decent rate off Jimmy. He certainly did in the last innings.
He can normally be relied upon at the moment in this stage of his career to go for no more than 2.5 and over.
Yeah.
Jimmy, but obviously Jaiswal's taken a bit of a liking to him.
And but Gill is very watchful against Jimmy. It's noticeable that it just pops forward, plays that one sort of a little bit half and half without getting fully forward. Obviously, Jimmy's bowled a couple of bumpers to him to kick things off after lunch, so that's stopping Gill from coming down the track to him.
Just a bit of Bannerman watch for you. Jaiswal currently has 72.34% of the total India score, so well ahead of the 67 and a bit that
Jimmy,
Bannerman had.
Yes, indeed. And some bowls, and we're going to take a quick single here, and nothing that even Ben Stokes can't. No, it's Robinson who comes in. Can't stop that one from happening. But yeah, Jimmy bowled a couple of decent bounces straight after lunch, and that one is getting Gill onto the front foot.
Yeah, there's no pressure for the Indian batters at the moment. They're just happy to sit there and score whatever they can, because they know that they want to get ahead in the first innings, so they'll take as long as it takes, and the pitch isn't doing anything particularly awkward.
No, but there was a lot of talk about the new ball hitting the cracks or whatever. There's been a couple that have sort of lifted, and Jaiswal's having a little look at the at the pitch in a suspicious way as we look at a plate of what could be biryani. And I think there are some, maybe there's a little bit of potato sagaloo, is it there?
There's certainly a bit of roti, a bit of flatbread there.
Certainly a bit of aloo. Why do they do that when they know that I'm hungry and they show delicious food on the screen?
Well, it's making me look forward to my curry tonight with some people who are just returning from a cruise in Southeast Asia. So I haven't had a curry for 3 weeks because of that.
What would be your first choice on the menu?
Me, fish curry, going fish curry, almost always.
Dave?
Followed by lamb.
I like a Rob and Josh.
Yep.
Any form of biryani always hits the spot. Grubby, yourself?
There's a ginger chicken I get from my local Lahore Karai, which is absolutely delicious.
And that's just the new over from Bashir. The first ball is guided down just behind square by Gill, and there's no run. So he's on 11. Jazz was on 34. India on 48 for 1. As Jason said, they're just taking their time here. Long way to go, because England posted a decent score. Coming down the wicket, a couple of steps down by Gill, plays that to the man who's in very close there at sort of silly mid on short. Short mid wicket, silly mid on. That's I hope he's in there
with a garlic naan and vegetable samosas.
Oh yes. So I'm torturing you here, lovely. Did you manage to, because it was an unscheduled, that was 4 defensive there, no run, because it was an unscheduled stop last night at Gorilla Towers, did you think about bringing the morning patisserie with you? This played out by Gill, no run.
Sadly no time. I got more or less the last train here, so by the time I docked in Sydenham, all the boozers were closing. The only thing that was open was a Londis, so it wasn't really conducive to bringing fresh produce.
No, so have you had to reach into the depths of the sort of
bacon wheat crunchies?
Bread? See, that's the sacrifice that the Gorilla team make so that you can enjoy this coverage, and that's played out defensively by Gill.
He's not resorted to the toast this morning yet.
No, toast sandwiches are available.
Right. Peanut butter?
No, toast sandwiches. That's
toast sandwiches.
2 slices of toast with some toast in the middle. The Nestlers special. Welcome, Nestlers.
Yes, on the one hand, all the taste sensations of India. On the other hand, a toast sandwich.
Did I hear toast?
Defensively by Gill, there's a huge gap there on the offside because there's a man sweeping, so they can just trot down for a single. That takes Gill to 12. Jez was on 34. India 49 for 1 for 17 overs, chasing England's 353.
It's like Beetlejuice. You have to say toast
three
times and Nestlers appears, or at least his voice does. I was thinking about that Super Chunk gig that we went to, Nestlers, for some reason. Yeah, which was
good, wasn't it?
Absolutely terrific. Sort of post-punk band, if you're not familiar with Super Chunk, out of North Carolina. Am I right in saying?
I'll be seeing them all in April because I'm going out there.
Of course you will. Of course you will. Friend of the stars, Nestlers. Anyway.
Yeah, me and Becca.
Anderson starting you over. That's drilled very firmly. Really nice timing there from Gilbert straight to mid-off. And there's no run. That's exciting. Nestlers, who we're going to be hearing from shortly, I think. It's going to be Guest coming on with the Bear at the end of this over. And Krishna's in the house as well. So it's going to be all change in this over. 49 for 1.
Ding ding, tickets please.
Said Murph Hughes.
To Jarvid.
Anderson in, and that's tucked away neatly by Gill. There's a little chase around the boundary, and that's called in nicely there by Hartley down there. They're going to run 3. They're decent running, but good work on the boundary from Hartley. Hasn't yet been called into action, and that's the 50 up for India. Going to have another look at that just to check that there was nothing on the sponge, as they call it.
I think
that's
it might be.
that might be 4.
I think we're going to be looking at one of these.
Right, Rob is getting into position
number
for
of the
a
day.
boundary jingle.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I think his knee in the
On
bottom
review.
part of his leg is definitely touching the sponge as he palms the ball away
It
for
was
the
a double,
second time.
double movement, wasn't it? He sort of flicks it, or attempted to flick it back, didn't quite get all of it, and then very quickly went again with his hand, but by that point his knee was sliding along the sponge.
What he did was he flicked it. He flicked it, hit his other knee, went out in front of him, aiming, dribbling towards the sponge, and then had to have a second dig.
You heard it first on Gorilla with Grubby there, very quick off the mark, and signalling the jingle before the umpire.
Premature, some may say.
Well, you're confident in what you saw,
Yeah.
and good to see first mover advantage there. That next ball is tucked into the pads of Gill, and decent ball from Jimmy.
I've been confident of going early in the past, Dave. It's not always paid dividends.
Get the best odds though, generally.
Well, you do get the best odds. Yeah, I have to ask if you're on Apple today, Grubby, before we.
Oh, okay. Oh, we've got 2 balls to give you that, though. Right.
2 balls to give you that. If not, it'll have to be shared in private, which would be a shame, because I wouldn't want listeners to miss out. On the back foot, Gill covers up and plays up defensively.
There's
Of course, it could be
been a
Newcastle, but
tail in there for Anderson.
yeah. Anderson 1 for 22, and well, he's certainly been very accurate and been treated with a great deal of respect by these two.
I mean, they're doing a lot of work on the ball. It might be just the situation where it's just started to get enough lacquer off to start reversing, because of the pitch being slightly abrasive.
I mean, Robinson probably due to come on shortly. He'll have a second spell. It looked okay. Looked good in the first over. In the first spell, I should say. And of course, 58 runs to his name in the first inning, so he's already made a decent contribution in this match. But Robinson can get the ball to lift off a length, which is what England will be looking for him to do. He was caught Jarrell Bowler-Jadeja for 58, first one to go today. Bashir was caught Petita Bowler-Jadeja for naught with a terrible shot that you'd see on any village green. And then Jimmy Anderson not looking really OBW Bowler-Jadeja for no score. They were for 3-5-3 all out.
Here you go then, Dave. Before I leave you, Fiercely Proud, Ben Pauling is in great form. Fiercely Proud, 7-2 shot, 3 o'clock Kempton.
Oh, thank you very much, Bobby. That's drilled down. There's a chase here for Stokes, who's going to be running down to try and put this one in. It's going to beat him to it. It's gone down to the boundary, and that's going to be 4 runs. And hope Ben Jones will take the right, Bobby.
Ben Jones in the saddle, yes.
Oh, great stuff. Thanks very much, Bobby. Pleasure to you and to Jason. I'm going to hand over to the Bear, who's going to be joined by Nestle and Krishna to take you through the next half hour.
And whilst we're doing that, I'll just put up the one outstanding tweet, which is from our part of the place. Says, I like a tikka masala. Talking about curries. It's like a tikka masala, but a bit otter.
Yeah, Tarka the Otter. I remember that. I have to do that.
And with that, I'm out of here for a few stints.
Yeah, so you're going to go and have a kip, which is exactly what I did. Morning, Krishna. How are you, mate?
Hi there. Nice to talk to you again.
Good. And Nestlers, how are you, mate?
All right, mate. How are you?
I'm fine. I can't read that T-shirt. What's it got on it? Defender back to the bowler, no run.
Bruise Control.
Bruise Control. They're banned.
They are. A very fine band from Manchester. And it's a take on Black Sabbath, Volume 4. I don't know if you know Black Sabbath. It's a copy of their Volume 4 LP, but with Bruise Control. There you go.
Okay. That's punched up to mid-off, and it is no run. It's all looking a bit flat.
Sorry, we went to see them the other night at a venue with a capacity of 50 people. And we were actually standing next to the band while they played.
Nice. Down a track comes Gyswall. Gets all of it. Bummer. They have decided to go on the attack. That's 6 runs. So, Chris, what's happened to this pitch from yesterday morning?
It's gone to sleep since yesterday.
It certainly has, hasn't it?
Jekyll and Hyde surface. The trucks look kind of big, though. I'm wondering what they're going to look like on the 4th and 5th day. You might be able to plant some potatoes in them, I reckon.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
There is a lot of cracks on it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it should fall apart. Oh, there's an appeal. That's not pitched outside the line, surely.
So Nestlers, did you get discount tickets because they were chocolate view for that concert?
We had a perfect view because I was literally standing next to the band. The bass player kept bumping into my mate.
50 people, that's a bit less than Taylor Swift's 96,000 at the MCG last week.
Yeah, I don't like big concerts. It was perfect the other night.
Yes.
Tossed outside leg stump again by
I went to see
Bashir.
I went to see Ed Sheeran last year at the MCG and he had over 100,000 and it just didn't, for me, it didn't suit what he represents.
Music's supposed to be indoors in a club. I'm sorry, I don't like...
Sweaty club.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not big, that's just defending on the leg side and there's no run.
But these days as well, these people, they play these big venues. And I mean, like AC/DC have announced some gigs over here, and like the tickets are 160 quid. I mean, I'm never going to pay. The other night was £7.
Yeah, that's more like it.
And they were fucking brilliant. They were better than AC/DC at Wembley Stadium, I tell you that now.
We were talking about this with the kids the other day. I mean, the price of tickets these days with all these bloody, varying ticket prices or whatever they call it, demand ticket pricing. I was saying to the kids, we used to go to Brixton Academy, we used to actually have to go and queue up at the ticket office. It was only open a certain amount of hours a day on certain days of the week. You go down there because you wanted to see a band.
Well, I used to have to send a letter to the box office with a postal order back in the day, and then you'd sweat it, waiting to see if you got tickets back.
Exactly, and you could go and see a good gig at Brixton Academy in the 90s. Was it tenner? 15 quid? Maybe 20 or 30, but nothing more.
No, yeah, I mean, I've got a Clash ticket for £2.50 in my box somewhere.
Mad, isn't it?
I was watching a Paul McCartney documentary on TV the other day, and he was talking about the Beatles being the support act for Roy Orbison. I thought, wow, what a gig that would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have a change in the bowling. I'll give him a jingle after his first ball. He's got the first ball's down the arse and there's no run. He's got a bit of a Foden going on with the bleached top of his head. Of course it is. He got a 50. It's Ollie Robinson.
I was on at the start of the Indian innings and disappointed with Robinson's pace. Like, he was struggling to get into the mid-120s.
I know. He does need to nip it up a bit. He had managed at one point last year to get it into the mid-80s quite consistently and on repeatable spells. But that was the high point, as that one is just defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Since then he's dropped back down. He certainly got it in to be a lot quicker than this. Maybe it's because he hasn't played a test for 8 months. So
what makes you go to a hairdresser and have that done?
I don't know.
I know I'm old and bald, but flipping hell.
I guess there's a time in your life. No, maybe not. Ollie Robinson is in. That's up there. Punched. Beats mid-off. Great timing by Shubman Gill. Down to mid-off boundary, and it all looks very easy. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
In Australian football, we sometimes see players bleach their hair just as a way of getting notice from the umpires. Don't know if that happens in America, in the EPL.
I never thought of it. What, when they get hit and shit for fouls?
No, more to do with, because the best and fairest award in Australian football is an umpire's award. And so it was to get noticed by the umpires that they're playing really well.
That's pathetic. That's clipped into the leg side by Shubman Gill to mid wicket. And there is no one. Oh, that was a much slower delivery. A little cutter.
In the EPL, they just roll around on the floor screaming and then argue with the ref to get noticed.
Well, yeah. Have you got this weekend?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Who have we got?
This pace, Folk might be coming up to the stumps soon, I reckon.
Well, exactly that. Ollie Robinson is in bowls, just guided by Shubmangill square on the offside. It'll be just a single. Serenely moving
Gill's
along India here. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they are. I was about to say Gill's a beautiful player to watch, but I just think he leaves his bat hanging out to dry outside the
Yeah,
offside.
he dangles it a bit.
At an angle. It's a funny kind of angle.
Yeah. A lot of guys do it these days though, isn't it? I mean, the days of getting your foot across is just gone. It's all in your eyes now and the head.
And it works in India because the pitches are a bit slower, but I just wonder how it's going to work in England, in Australia, in South Africa.
Well, he hasn't been particularly successful, I don't think, in England when he has come here. He nicked off, funnily enough. Oh, edge gone, surely! That is gone! It's carried. Folks thinks it's carried. I thought it carried.
They look pretty confident.
They do look pretty confident. Gyswell may have just got himself out. I thought that carried. He definitely cut it. Of course, they don't give an opinion anymore.
I was just about to say they need to break this partnership up.
They certainly do. It didn't look like they were doing it any time soon either. That could be a big mistake. Well, out of nowhere. Let's have a look. So, who's reviewing? If England, he definitely nicked it. Yeah, he nicked it. Now, did it carry? I thought it carried all the way. Oh no, maybe. Ooh.
This is going to be difficult to judge, isn't it?
It is.
That's not out.
You don't think that's out?
That's not out. And
I think his thumbs are underneath it.
Confident.
It's going to be one of those.
Yeah, of course, there's no soft signal these days.
God, jeez, how can you tell?
That's on the top of his finger, I'd say, but of course I would do because I'm English, and I'd say that's gone up into his palm. But
how can you tell? That's not out.
I think it's going to be given not out. Yeah, it's not out.
The risk is Joel Wilson's the third umpire here.
Yeah.
Oh well.
England can't believe it.
Anna Forsyth says it's 11:15 p.m. and I want a lamb booner. Thanks for that.
A lamb booner.
I don't like
What
that.
is that? I don't
Oh,
know what
lamb's
a
good.
lamb booner is.
It's a
It's
curry
curry.
dish. I don't know what a booner is.
I don't know exactly what a booner is either.
It's an English Indian dish.
Could be.
Or Bangladeshi, let's say. They're not Indians, are they? The restaurants in
No,
England.
like I'm an Indian and I've never heard of.
But everyone says, "Oh, go get an Indian." I think like 99.9% of the restaurants in England are owned by Bangladeshis. Certainly in London.
Yeah.
They're imposters.
Yeah.
And it's not Indian food, really. It's English food.
Well, Stokes is upset that wasn't given out, but you can see why it wasn't. Even if it may well have been, who knows? Did he get his finger underneath? You couldn't really tell. Foreshortening says no.
It's impossible to tell from what we saw. It really is.
I thought it was higher up than that. I thought he juggled it actually, but there you go. So anyway, Bashir is in, and Gill just defends, and there is no run.
Messers says the untold scandal of Taylor Swift's Melbourne concert, the whole surface of the MCG has had to be relaid, which will result in many knee injuries for AFL players.
Yes, and to add to that, I heard that she had given $1 million to the MCG.
Well, that's good of her. That's clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run. Although how much does it actually cost?
She probably got insurance for that. So.
Yeah, that's probably true too. That's flat and into the pads, worked into the leg side. They'll get a single at least, probably two. There's no one out in the deep. And they do indeed get two.
The whole Taylor Swift phenomenon is a strange thing. I mean, she's sort of...
Yeah, because I've never...
It's okay. I mean, I like the folk album she brought out, like lockdown time. That was good. But the rest of it is all sort of just...
I'll be honest, I've never listened to it knowingly. I may have heard some of it, but...
Yeah, but I mean, the actual... The amount of money she makes and the...
I know.
Incredible.
There's a level of wholesomeness about her.
That's on the back foot pushed out through point. And they've got another three, I think, now. Yeah.
which is why she appeals to young girls and young mothers. It reminds me very much of when ABBA were in their heyday.
Oh, no, ABBA, musically wise, ABBA were brilliant. Those records are fucking incredible. I mean, her songs will not get remembered like that. Theirs.
See, when you, I just, if you watch that slightly quicker, it looks like it's gone in because of the way it doesn't bounce up. Bounces on to the, I don't know. Anyway, I think that's what England were really upset about. It was given, not out. It's clips into the leg side by Jai as well. Get himself another single.
Well, Tom P says, for fuck's sake, again, that lack of an extra yard of pace is what didn't let it carry through. Folk needs to stand up a pace or two.
Yep, I agree.
I was always told to move forward.
Well, no, it was his decision.
Yeah. Just a little move forward.
Well, Bashir's going to come into Shubman Gill, who plays out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
I find it interesting that England brought in Tom Hartley as a like-for-like for Axar Patel, and India's hardly played Axar Patel in this series.
Yeah, well, I was saying this earlier. The thing about Axar Patel is he does rely on, in the last series, every wicket ragged, and all he had to do was bowl kind of fast and flat into the wicket, and the wicket would do all the work for him. If you bowl like that and the wicket's not really doing much, it's very predictable. He doesn't get much of an arc, doesn't get much dip. Just bowls quite flat darts, really. And I don't think I expected the wickets to be as good as they have been, to be fair. Really good cricket wickets, actually been quite easy to bat on for 2 or 3 days. Have started to turn in a good Indian way. And nothing's been really massively extravagant.
I agree, totally agree.
And therefore I don't think he's as effective. But I think, and I said this in the podcast, I think that's because actually they knew they had a better spinners attack, and even if England were going to attack, they could probably outscore them, but their spinners would probably win them more games than England's callow, inexperienced attack, and so it's been true. It's defended out to cover, and there is no run.
Look out, Jay's woken up.
Morning, Jay.
Morning all, he says. Dandy Castro says, Joe Root saved the England innings, but they're about 100 short. Feels like India could easily get 450.
They could do. Things like that change. What? I mean, the pitch got rolled this morning. They would have got rolled again when India came into bat. So, in 2 hours' time, it might start doing some shit. Who knows? Robinson is in. Jai as well just defends that. And there's no run.
And Kushal Shah says India may have recognised they don't need the pitch to rag for their spinners to be effective.
Well, exactly, that's my point, yeah. And now we're looking at earlier today when Rohit was, and he said no, it didn't carry, and whereas England thought theirs was out. I don't know, it's always the way, you've got to put it behind you. I think that's what Stokes was saying to the group. Oh, that's an absolute ripper from Ollie Robinson out of nowhere. Jags off the pitch, squares up Chiswell, and flies through to folks at a very comfortable height.
Yeah, I wonder whether that one's found a crack.
Yeah, well, please, they want those cracks opening up. Chiswell's like, what the hell happened there?
As a batter, you just have to put those balls out of your mind, don't you?
Yeah, you do, absolutely. Ollie Robinson in again. Inside half of the bat, off towards fine leg. Should only be one, it is one. Well, I mean, if nothing else, it should get Ollie Robinson ticking, You'd hope. His speed hasn't gone up, but maybe he'll hit the deck a little bit harder.
Well, he
now we're looking at it from the side. Oh, I think that's gone straight in, if you look at it from the side. It's easier to see from there. Anyway,
was pretty confident, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Standing next to folk.
Well, anyway, Ollie Robinson is in. It's cut by Shubman Gill out to the boundary. It's 4 runs. Spicy little passage of play.
1, 2, 3, 4.
short and
Little
wide.
timing by Gill on that occasion.
Yeah. But it was a pretty poor ball, really, wasn't it? Short, wide. Climbed into it. And that one didn't get up particularly high.
I believe when I heard that they said Robinson hasn't played since July last year. Has he been injured?
Oh, that one come back in quite sharply to Shubman Gill. No run to end the over. 79 for 1.
So folks has moved up now, says Tom P. The pitch is starting to give a bit on length clearly. And Stephen Kelt says to his amazement he thought that the Taylor Swift album 1989 was fantastic, with the Ryan Adams cover version of the entire album an added bonus.
Oh, that was a no ball. Last ball. Ooh, marginal.
Cool.
Very marginal.
Like, isn't it?
That's about as marginal as you can get. Robinson therefore will bowl the last up ball again. It's cut once more, and it'll be 4 more. It's all going out there. It's all going off. It's all going off. 4 more runs out backward point.
On the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Anna Forsyth says, apropos of absolutely nothing, booked my flights for the World Cup today. I'm going to Canada versus Ireland and South Africa versus the Netherlands in New York. Anyone else in the GC Massive going? That sounds exciting. And then Majard says, hello folks, Giles Wild suddenly a bit skittish after that not out decision.
Yeah, let's hope so. Shubman Gill looks like he's purring along now though.
Yeah, they need to get
England needs something to happen, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm sure it will.
Well,
have faith.
Shows around the wicket. He's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. No signs of any real turn.
I think that Hartley hasn't been introduced as yet.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for 2 right-handers. I think they want to get rid of Gyswell. I've attempted though at that end to give him that rough outside his off stump, but he doesn't seem to like bowling over the wicket. But sometimes you've got to bowl to what's your advantage. That one is just knocked out into the deep on the offside, out through cover, and it will be a single. Yeah, there's quite a lot of what the loosest stuff looks like at one end outside what would be Gyswell's off stump, and if I was Hartley and bowling left arm over rather than bowling that sort of defensive round the wicket line, you might get some joy. Pack that offside field. Down the track comes Shubman Gill. Likes using his feet. It's a good move. It's defended back down the track. No run.
Any poor crowd for a Saturday in India.
Yeah. It's quite cloudy. It's a little cloudy as well, isn't it? It doesn't seem as bright and sunny. Ooh, that one is just off the pads down to the man on the 45. With Jimmy.
We are in the north of India and it is winter time and the temperature's not even 30, so it's comfortable weather to watch cricket.
Well, exactly. Is it hot enough to beat the earth? Oh, now, yeah, there's an appeal for LBW. Probably going down. It's a missed sweep by Shubman Gill. But it was too short and it turned already and looked to be heading down. Everyone's ticking. It's an interesting passage of play.
She's varying his pace nicely.
Yeah, that one again. Is a good delivery. Pitched in the right place. Turned into Shubman Gill. Played it off the pitch though, out to mid on, and there's no run. Ends the over. Over to you, Nestlers.
Let's have a look. Jay Grover. Sorry, Nestlers. I'm in equable and dull sober mood at the moment. Coincidentally, I've been reading about ancient Essex. It's a bugger for archaeology because the acidic soil destroys the body so quickly. 'Twas ever thus.
Yeah. Deeps of Essex, huh?
I didn't know we had acidic soil in Essex. My dad always used to complain about the Essex clay when he was a landscape gardener. He used to hate digging gardens up in Essex.
Well, it's London clay, isn't it? It's all the way around, yeah.
Is it the Thames Basin or something? I don't know.
Presumably. Right, Ollie Robinson is going to continue. Over the wicket to Jaiswal. He comes down the track, defends, and there's no run. Weirdly, after what happened in the last over, they've only got one slip in now.
If you read your history, Jay, about Essex, read into the revolutionary side of the county. There's a lot of revolution going on back in the day. A lot of anarchists, not just the crass in the late 70s, who are still there in Dial House, just up the road here.
Robinson in to that one that goes along the ground, doesn't get up at all. Outside the off stump of Jai as well, through to the keeper, no run.
I mean, you're seeing Jaiswal step down the wicket to create some pace on the ball for himself. I think for that one, he stayed in at home and he just went past the outside edge.
I think that did hit a crack. They were just showing that. It looked like it took an edge actually, but
yeah, I thought that.
Didn't get anywhere near, folks. Maybe, just maybe, the roller is wearing off, finally. Robinson is in. That one's straight, fullish. And Jaiswal covers any movement, drives it up to mid-off, there's no run.
Was it a heavy or a light roller?
Well, this is the discussion we were having earlier, Nestlers. We don't know. Do you get a choice anymore, or is it just the one roller? It usually looks to be some massive motorised thing, which can only be a heavy roller. Another no ball by Robinson.
Pretty poor given his pace at the moment.
Yeah,
he's
and
not
again,
really exerting himself, is he? They're too tight, no balls.
Really fucking tight. I mean, literally, his back of his heel can only just be a millimetre or two over the line.
They're coming around the wicket.
Cool, coming around the wicket to Jaiswal. Mistimes that drive up to mid-off, and there's no run.
With his blonde hair now, he looks a bit like, reminds me a little bit of Carl Rackerman running into bowl.
Yeah, but Carl Ratton, didn't he have a rat tail or something? I don't remember a mullet or rat tail or something.
No, that was Gillespie. I think Rackerman was okay.
Okay. I vaguely remember him. I think he used to play in a John Player League over here as well. I remember rightly. Anyway, Ollie Robinson around the wickets. And that's defended out to the offside, no run. One ball left in the over. Jaiswal
Getting some movement.
Yeah.
Away from the left-hander from over the wicket.
And it up and down all of a sudden as well, isn't it? A few have kept low. There's a little spot there, obviously, on the right length. It's got to be consistent enough to keep hitting it, I guess. Anyway, Giles will face up to the fifth ball of the over. Robinson's given up on round the wickets, come back over. Jabbed into the offside by Jaiswal. Now looks a little bit skittish. 43, just jabbed it out to point, and there's no run.
Nitin Bajaj tells us Jaiswal is currently 189 short of Gavaskar's record of most runs for India in a Test series, 774. This is his 7th innings in the series. Gavaskar did it in 8 versus the West Indies.
Wow.
Fair play.
Yeah, that was an amazing series.
Yeah, he has an amazing series. 2 doubles is outstanding. Robinson, last ball of the over the wicket. Jaiswal down the track, covers up and defends up to mid-off. And there is no run to end it, 86 for 1.
Jay is in the 9th century of the Essex history at the moment, so he's a while to go yet. Stick with it, Jay.
Well, I'd like to know what happens in 9th century Essex. Do inform me.
Well, we've got 2 ancient Iron Age forts near me. One rumoured to be where Boadicea was stationed on her way to sacking London. But I think they've discovered that that's not quite the case.
But don't tell anybody.
Well, Amesbury Banks is pretty impressive when you go into the middle of it and look and see how high the walls are now compared to what they were. They're earth kind of, earthwork type things. And you're not allowed to mountain bike on them.
Damn.
There are signs up. It's an ancient monument, so, take your mountain bikes elsewhere.
I remember. Bashir is in. LBW, surely that's got to be given. It is given. The question is, did it hit him outside the line? But it's definitely going on to hit the stumps. That looked good to me. It might well be close if he reviews it. He might just get lucky and be outside the line because he has reviewed it.
I think he's in trouble here.
I think it's probably umpire's call. I don't think it's going on to hit the stumps. It's certainly looked out. It is going to be all about where that line is and where it hits him, I think. But it looked good, didn't it? It just looked good. It pitched just outside off, kept a little bit low, came back in enough. Is it in line? Let's have a look. Comes back in. Oh yeah, no, that's in line. Now the question I've got is it going down? There's no inside edge. It's not. It's no. It's definitely in line. The question is it going down? I think not. It looks like it's going on to hit around maybe the outside of leg stump. Might be umpire's call on leg stump, but it just looked out. Certainly no inside edge.
Well, Kushal Shah says if that's not out, then I don't know what is, honestly. That looked plumb in front of Midland leg.
Well, umpire's call on impact, hitting leg stump. They will retain the review, but England gets the breakthrough. Fuck, we needed that.
I went for a lucky wee.
You went for a lucky wee. Well done, you. That lucky wee worked because we have to say goodbye to Shubman Gill.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Weird, isn't it? This wicket does fuck all for a while, and then all of a sudden it starts doing shit. Because it seems to be doing something that it looked bloody placid for a good 2 hours, and then all of a sudden, boom, maybe. I don't know.
What about that stat before as well, Jason? I was just discussing that next door. Ollie Robinson has bowled almost as many no balls in Test cricket as he's taken wickets.
Oh, wow.
We're due a change, aren't we?
We are due a change. We might as well have it.
Ships in the night, Nestlers.
I'll just read the last tweet from Jay. It says this picture's made every commentator look like a wee bit of a muppet.
We don't need pictures to make us do that.
No, exactly.
Indeed.
Exactly.
I still believe it's going to break up and be a nightmare. I was expecting it to be a nightmare.
India have got a bat last on this. Unless they don't.
Unless they don't, yeah.
See you, Krish.
See you later, Krish.
See you, Krish.
Well, I mean, that's clearly what Robinson's bowling for, because basically he's just trundling, keeping a decent line and hoping that the wicket will do something.
I think it's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh, Nestle. Sorry, Messers. I think that's just the way he bowls. He's sort of relentless line and length merchant.
But he's not putting any effort into giving any pace.
He does appear to be a bit down. He does appear to be a bit down on pace. I'll give you that. But I don't think he's just putting it there. I think he's a bit more wily than that, I'd say.
Maybe. I'm sorry. I just don't like Robinson. I don't like his history here, and I don't like.
Oh well.
I just don't like the look of him. Sometimes I take against the player for no apparent
No, fair enough. You're allowed.
Everyone has those.
Yeah.
There's enough Australians I feel about that.
Yeah, I noticed.
if you want to get cross about bleached blonde hair, I'll send you some old pictures of me.
Oh man.
No. Always loved you, Grubby. I do like your Wes Grubby shirt. I think it's excellent.
Well, I was mindful of the light criticism we got last time I was in, where we were all wearing sort of shades of grey or charcoal or stuff, and we all looked a little bit monochrome. So I thought I'd come in with a little bit of colour today.
Everyone's a critic.
Exactly.
I mean, I was wondering if Hendo's actually there, but we just can't see him.
Yeah. Don't be daft. He's still in bed. Well, England have got breakthrough. Thank Christ for that, is all I can say. You might as well just take over straight away, even though we're only one ball into an over or two balls.
Game's moving on. Well, I thought it would, yeah. Yeah, we're at that change time. Yeah, the score's 86 for 2 now, with Gill having been dismissed by Shoaib Bashir. LBW. recently for 38. Jaiswal still there on 43, having survived a close call for caught behind a couple of overs ago. Rajat Patidar, who's not had the best of series.
I was going to say, how can he find what interesting way can he find to get himself out today?
There's a slip, a forward short leg, and a short mid-wicket in close attendance, and his first ball he lunges forward to defend into the offside. There's no run.
I mean, his 2 dismissals in the last one was a pat to cover, which is an awful shot, and then a cloth to mid-wicket off a fucking half tracker.
Oh, yeah. Flighted up, and that's off the inside edge and loops up out of reach of the forward short leg and dropping just to the right hand of that short mid-wicket fielder. So Patidar pats it in the air and very nearly is demised. He's forward again in defence and turning that square where a diving Ollie Pope does the fielding at forward short leg.
Are you trying to turn demise into a transitive verb? I think that's impermissible.
To demise.
Yes.
Patidar faces up to Shah Bashir again and turns this one square at the wicket. Can't get a run.
It's a player's jingle. I'll try and get it in. You can talk over the top of it.
Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar. From the top of the order.
A lot of effort went into that one.
That sounds like an IPL one where they've got to do about 3 dozen in a day. Flighted outside the off stump. Nice bit of bowling from Shoaib, and Patidar is forward and playing it defensively into the offside. That completes the over. 86 for 2 is the score.
Kushal Shah said, if that's not out, then I don't know what is. Honestly, that looked plumb in front of middle and leg. Indeed it was. Tom P says, as I stated earlier, this pitch is doing just enough, especially on those canyons of cracks. Tasty. Kushal Shah says, I thought bash in for Rowe was a good call because the pitch is conducive and you don't need someone to spin it extra. If Bash spun it any more, it wouldn't have been out. Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of spinners have not taken wickets because of turning it too much.
I mean, it did turn significantly though as well, didn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. What was the final analysis? If that had been given not out on the field, was it umpire's call on the?
It was umpire's call on impact.
On impact,
yes.
but not hit. Yeah, okay. Anyway,
now, the umpire's call on impact is one I think should be got rid of because there's absolutely no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's an actuality. Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's well.
Anyway, the platinum dipped Ollie Robinson has come round the wicket to Jaiswal, who fends at this one and is beaten. Genuine play and miss by the Jazz Whale. And Robinson still does not have his man, but more than any bowler in this series, arguably, he's giving Jaiswal a bit of trouble.
Well, he's got it just that little bit shorter of a length, isn't he? And the odd one is coming up,
yeah,
and then the one keeps low.
When you got him playing away from his body there, he's looked so comfortable, isn't he?
I know.
Jaiswal. And he is wildly talented. We've talked about that, and his confidence is clearly sky high. Has any... No batsman has ever got 3 double tons in consecutive tests. A long way off that at the moment, but he's down the track here and looking to negate any late movement that Robinson might be getting and just defending it up to mid-on for no run.
Wally Hammond has done it twice.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, that's a great feat, isn't it? It's a lovely list, that. Wally Hammond twice, Don Bradman, Jaiswal now, and of course Vinod Kambli, the lost talent to Test cricket. A complicated character, I think we can safely say. Mr. Kambli with his diamond earrings.
And McCullum often gets left off the list for some reason.
McCullum, yes. Was one of those his triple? Must have been, I'm guessing. Robinson comes round the wicket, just the one slip in place, and Jaiswal fends it down to deep backward point to get himself a single and off strike.
There's a little puff of dust.
In a minute.
Little puff of dust, as you say there, in that wicket ball. It'd be surprising if there were nothing coming out of the pitch, given what it looks like. It's one of those. This is impossible to do.
Well, it's definitely at It's that bit outside what is Gill's right leg stump there, but to the left hander, that's outside the off stump.
He's got almost that marbled effect.
Yeah.
Such as the nature and the multitude of the cracks on the pitch. But as a batsman, you just got to try and put it out your mind, because it's playing okay, the pitch. It's doing the odd thing, as this is defended up to mid-off by Patidar, who still can't get off the mark. And India are on the Australian Devils number of 87 for 2.
Yes, that was one of them was his triple ton. It was 224 and then 302, both against India in
Hell's
Auckland and
teeth.
Wellington in 2014.
Oh, just the 500 odd runs in 2 innings.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Patidar has faced 6 balls, can't get off the mark just yet, and there are 2 slips in for him now, as he's back in his crease and studiously defending that into the offside.
He very nearly did it again. He got 202 against Pakistan in Sharjah in November 2014. Then a month later, he got 195
Bloody hell.
against Sri Lanka in Christchurch.
So he's got at least 3 test match doubles in his career. That's probably it for McCullum, isn't it? I don't think you got any more than 3. I can't imagine. Great player.
Yeah, that's it.
Great player. In comes Robinson again. This one just tails in at the end of its journey, but played very well by Patidar, who just leans on it and it races away to
nice
wide third man for one of these. That was a 4. He's got 4, and Jaiswal has 44, and the score is 91 for 2.
Interesting thing about McCullum is that despite all those double centuries, he only averaged 38.6 in Test cricket.
You say only, that's decent
too
for
bad.
a man who kept wicket for most of his career as well. There was some chat about Ben Folkes earlier and whether he was a throwback to pre-Gilchrist. I mean, no one is Adam Gilchrist. But, you know, Folkes averages 38, 39 in first-class cricket. This is turned to square leg and they're through for a quick single. Jaiswal getting that run. Yeah, so 38, 39 Folkes averages in first-class cricket. Hasn't quite got up there. He's averaging about 30, 31, I think, in tests.
Yeah.
I think he looks a very organised batsman, folks.
Very organised and more than just a competent bat.
Yeah, definitely.
And as I've said a couple of times today, he is Joe Root's preferred partner in terms of average partnerships. 70 odd they average together when they bat in tests. Patidar is forward to this one and defending it.
Yeah, I was looking that up afterwards. I couldn't find a list, but Bairstow's got to be up there too, because he's had some terrific partnerships with Root as well.
Yeah, I'll maybe try and find it later, Messers, as Bashir is in again and Patidar shoulders arms to this ball outside the off stump. I'm just seeing a replay of that 4 he got in the previous over. He just sort of stood there, stayed leg side of it,
and pushed at it, didn't
and
he?
pushed
Didn't
it
move
with
his feet
fairly
at all.
hard hands and just timed it beautifully off the face of the mat. This one defended to backward point. There's no run.
Important question for you from Brown in Brisbane, Bear. Is it a green or a brown bear today?
Well, it's green, isn't it?
No, that's brown.
Oh, fuck off!
That's definitely brown.
It's not.
I'm
brown.
I am 100% colourblind, so it's quite possible that I'm wrong. Patidar very nearly offers a catch to that forward short leg, but it whistled past him and is fielded at square leg, and there's no run.
It's the green side of brown.
I'm coming to the stage in life where I'm trying to be less binary about everything, so I'm prepared for it to be whatever you want it to be.
It's ground. Patidar, who's not looked 100% comfortable by any means, is forward in defence to this ball from Shoaib. And he rather fumbles the ball as it comes back to him, but there's no run. That completes his 10th over. 1 for 27 are his figures. 92 for 2 is the overall score, and England are currently 261 runs ahead. Any socials at all?
Indeed. Brian goes on to say, morning from a foggy East Midlands.
Morning.
England may have a chance today with 2 wickets already gone. Bears breakfast order preference is noted for the coming delivery.
Oh, you're joking. Is it? Could it be true?
Could it be true?
Could it be true? Is there food on the way? That would just make my day. Oh.
And Tom P says it would be interesting to see if Stokes comes on soon. Might be a cunning plan. Or he may have had a call from his surgeon or physiotherapist in England saying, you do that, you're going to have to find a new physio.
Well, it might just be it might be a cunning plan in the sense that, wouldn't it be funny, just the Indian batter's thinking, oh, when's he coming on, and then he doesn't come on. That would be quite a Stokes thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
To have sort of telegraphed it and signalled it and then not actually to do it. Now, we've got one of those funky fields again. We've got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover who've just come into the batsman's purview. And Jimmy Anderson's going to come round the wicket. And this is driven at quite expansively by Jaiswal. The ball fetches up at deep backward point where it's fielded by Tom Hartley. He of the hair, Hartley hair. And just one run.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Jaiswal doesn't seem to have a lot of respect for Jimmy.
No, that's one way of putting it. That's definitely brown, your top.
It's not.
Definitely brown. The lettering is orange, yeah? You'd agree with that?
It's orangey yellow, yeah.
No yellow in that.
Well, yeah, there is a...
Obviously, I don't like seeing yellow and green in any circumstance.
You're taking on Tony's role as a sort of nagging wife, Grubby.
Yeah, happy to do that. Patterdale back in his crease.
Leave me alone, man.
And patting it back for no run.
Dear.
As I said, and I said yesterday, I was listening in yesterday when you were chatting about it, and I did write in to say I am colourblind, so I can't really be held responsible for any. This is green. Obviously, on the screen, it's something else, but that's green.
On the screen, we're actually sitting in the stadium.
Well, that's still green, isn't it? Because it's
the grass. Yeah,
it's the green sward. Patidar faces up to Jimmy Anderson, and he's forward in defence. Jimmy's come back over the wicket to the right-hander now. He defends it into the offside for no run. Gets applause from his skipper, who's, in bowling terms, just waiting in the wings. Will he come on? We await his arrival.
Interesting, isn't it? It hasn't gone to Hartley. I've used him so much in the last couple of tests, and this time he's gone, no, we're going to hold him back.
He'll get a go sooner or later, you'd think. Anderson in again, and just playing this back in his crease into the offside. There's no run. He's just had the one scoring shot from his 16 deliveries so far, which brought him that 4. Jaiswal at one point early in the innings was threatening the Bannerman, but that's long since gone. He's only got 50% of the runs now.
You can't look at Bannerman's until there are 7 wickets down, I reckon.
Yeah, but it's quite fun to do, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just that record that's stood since the very dawn of Test cricket, which is quite fun if you're nerdy and statty like we are. Many of us, at least. This is a nice looking shot, turned off his legs. The ball boy was running round a bit prematurely, I thought, but as it turns out, he was absolutely right to do so, because Hartley running round couldn't prevent it from running into the sponge for one of these. The ball boy's senses were working overtime.
Yeah, oh, boom.
Thank you very much.
Unlucky there. He got round to it, tried to back palm it. Couldn't quite get enough of the ball.
It's a quick outfield, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the biggest playing surface either, is it?
Yeah.
It doesn't look massive. It's not one of those sort of municipal, nice-looking stadiums that they seem to have in India.
It doesn't necessarily look like what you might think an international ground would look like, but it's got a bit of character about it, as a lot of these provincial Indian stadia do. Nice delivery from Jimmy, just outside the off-stump and tailing in at the last moment, and a lead from Patidar, which turned out to be fairly close to his off-stump there.
Yes.
Anyway, the beautifully tonsured Anderson has to finish his over there. 97 for 2.
Ombre Nuevo says, if Australia has 87 and England 111, do India have a devil's number or any other teams? Or are England and Australia the only ones stupid enough to add another psychological monkey to our batters' backs? I've got to say, for Australia, it's not the big deal it's made out to be. It's almost always English commentators who draw attention to 87. I very rarely hear anybody in Australia being interested in 87.
It's a good question, though. I'd like to hear if India or Pakistan or New Zealand or South Africa have similarly, some numbers that are supposedly lucky or unlucky or whatever. Anyway, this is pushed by Jaiswal to wide long off, and he gets a single at the start of Bashir's new over.
Yep. He's not really getting to bowl much at Jaiswal, is he? He bowls him a ball, gets a single, and then it's all at Patidar, which is not too bad because he's troubling Patidar more than Jaiswal.
Well, I'm a big fan of right arm orthodox off spinners coming round the wicket to right handers because you get all those methods of dismissal in play, don't you? But anyway, he's staying over the wicket for now, and back goes Patidar to a ball that was zeroing in on his stumps, defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, well, he probably wouldn't have got that one to come back for LBW against Gill had he bowled that ball from.
I just like it as a line of attack. I'm not saying
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
I'd like to see it used more often.
Well, it depends.
Bit flat this one from Shoaib and turn around the corner by Patidar. Can't get a run.
A lot of these things, it depends on how far it's turning. If it's turning a mile, then it's a really advantageous line because you can get it to square up and come back and get LBWs. But if it's not, it's quite difficult. Although Ashwin did yesterday with that LBW of Bairstow because that wasn't turning much.
A little bit more flight this time from Shoaib Bashir, and forward in defence comes Patidar.
But the geometrics have to be just right.
I think you're right, and particularly because that puts doubt in the batsman's mind. If you're thinking this I've got to play at most things, and brings the outside edge into play as another defensive shot is demonstrated by Patidar up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to bring Hartley on him.
Give him a go, wouldn't you?
Get him to bowl over the wicket outside. Bowl him at the end where all that rough is outside that off stump.
Into the omelette.
Left-hander. This end. Get him on at this end.
Another flighted delivery from Shoaib, which is turned defensively into the onside. That completes that over. It's 98 for 2, India.
There was some discussion on YouTube that I never got to read out during the last match. Grubby was suggested that omelette wasn't actually the word used, but pancake.
Well, I'm just quoting Phil Tufnell. He talks about the omelette.
Oh,
stick it in the
omelette. I
omelette.
was suggesting that Tufnell talked about pancake.
Stick it in the omelette there, son.
Jay Grover says irrational cricketing hatreds are deep-seated. My dad descends into apoplexy whenever Alex Stewart is mentioned. He looks like a Tory. It's not really a specific enough justification for loading a cricketer. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's about as sensible as some of mine.
An awful lot of them are probably Tories.
I saw some old footage of his old man, Mickey Stewart, from the early to mid-60s.
He was like an air pilot, wasn't he?
He just had that.
I used to watch Mickey Stewart and John Edrich batting forever.
There we are. That sort of upward tilt of the face, though, made it look exactly like Alec, who at the time was still playing. It was quite uncanny. As Jaiswal is forward to Jimmy Anderson's first ball of this over, defending it back to the bowler.
He was the one who got job to the boys, wasn't he? He became in the TCCB days. Was it TCCB?
Yes.
It was Testing County Cricket Board.
Testing County Cricket Board.
Before Wales got involved in the ECB, where's the W?
Yeah.
That's the only question I'd ask.
Silent W.
Where's the W? Jaiswal has 47 runs. He's going to face up to Jimmy Anderson again, who comes round the wicket here, aims a drive straight, but it just takes the inside portion of the bat and is fielded at short mid-wicket, and Stokesy sucks in his cheeks as if to say, ooh, that was close. Not that he speaks like that.
No. But it'd be quite fun if you did. You've got to love the photo they have. I mean, the photo they have on the side of the scorecard for Stokes on this series looks like a gimlet-eyed goblin. I mean, it doesn't look anything like it.
Gimlet-eyed goblin.
It looks like something somebody mentioned yesterday out of an Elizabethan play.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. That's also true. Yes.
Jaiswal lays the bat on this and runs it down to deep backward point to get himself off strike, and the score up to 99 for 2. Jimmy Anderson just half grimacing there. It's always going to be a lot of hard yakka in that heat. How hot is it there today, Messrs? You normally across all the weather.
It's only 23.
Ah, well, mild.
Indeed, and
Like
it's 35% humidity. So
beautiful day.
Perfectly comfortable.
Beautiful day here in Sydenham, I'm here to tell
Yes.
you. Probably about 23 degrees out there. As this is going to be India's 100, Patidar slashing this one backward of point, races all the way to the boundary sponge for one of these. Might say a bit fortunate to retain his place in this India 11, Patidar, after the couple of games that he's had. Another one just trying to make his way in the team. Be desperate for runs, they all will be, of course, but unlike Jaiswal and occasionally Gill in this series, who have to a certain extent, or to a large extent if you're Jaiswal, have really stamped their mark on this playing 11, Patidar has not, as this one rather does him on the inside edge. A rather indeterminate half step forward trying to play that one. No appeal for LBW though, it was tailing down leg.
Well, I've got to tell you that the Met Office doesn't believe you, Grubby. It reckons it's about 7 degrees in Sydenham at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm just going on what I can see. I'm here under the hot lights in the studio and looking out over a rather pleasant scene as the early morning light plays across the Sydenham houses. Jimmy,
Jesus Christ.
Jimmy's in again and defended from the crease by Patidar up to mid-off. There's no run. He's got 12. The India score is 103 for 2. Jaiswal is just shy of his half century.
The bright sunlit council estates of South London.
Yeah.
The pastoral landscape of Sydenham.
A bucolic idyll.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. Is it the Fox's Eye?
Probably somewhere.
Can't see him. You'd hear him before you'd see him at this time of the year.
We appear to... Oh, Jay Grover says Tufnell definitely talks of omelettes. There you go. He's on your side. And he says India used to have astrologers knocking about the team, so everything is potentially unlucky. And Farang says, nah. There is an unknown quantity in the English stocks. Rohit has balls and brains, whereas Angry Bun doesn't. Jaiswal has had a bowl, but do you know who hasn't been given the opportunity?
Duckett.
Jaiswal is forward defending this first ball from Shoaib Bashir, who's continuing. He's into his 12th over of the innings now.
One day your wish will come true for Ron.
Coming round the wicket, and Jaiswal drives it straight back at the bowler. Takes him on at least one of his hands as he fields that and careers up into the air the ball. Is he just shaking? Is he shaking his bowling hand there after that? It seems to be okay.
Our artistic expert, Hombre Nuevo, sent us a colour chart I'll come to in a minute.
A colour chart?
Oh, God.
That'll be no good for me. But it's
got
definitely
greens
brown.
And browns on it. And the closest green that comes to the Bears' top is seaweed.
Jaiswal turns this into the leg side, can't get a run as it's fielded at mid-wicket.
Well, I don't know, it must be what it is.
Well, some seaweed is brown as well.
Well, it's greeny brown, I'll give you that. There's brown and green in it, but for me, it's the green side of brown.
As I say, I'm perfectly happy to continue this discussion, safe in the knowledge that I'm
it's quite
100% colourblind.
I guess it's quite subjective.
But inside-out shot here, Jaiswal just playing it to long off. Ball that was fired in, probably just wide of his leg stump actually, but he manufactured it to that offside position. He's moved on to 49, and India are 104 for 2. We're in the 31st over of their first innings, still trailing by 249. Good game in progress, as they all have been, I would say. Possibly the exception being the last couple of days of the previous Test match where India just mullered England. Shoaib Bashir is in once more, and it's turned by Patidar onto the leg side where it's fielded at short leg.
want a shooter. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Get someone out.
Yeah.
Puts the
You
fear
think
of God in them.
at some point it's going to come, just law of averages on this pitch. We've seen a few shoot. So yeah, keep sticking it in there and the natural variation will take hold at some point.
So interestingly, England scored at 3.36 per over. India are currently scoring at 3.37 per over. There you go. I like that sort of thing.
Very interesting. Forward comes Patidar, playing it defensively to cover point. And there is no run. That is the end of the 31st over. It remains 104 for 2. Are we having a change?
We are having a change.
All right.
Dave B is coming back.
All right.
Nestlers is coming back, and so is Jason.
All right. Well, as long as the people in position, can I vacate?
Yeah, you can vacate. All right, Dave.
All right. All right, Dave. Nice to see you again, and catch you in a bit. See you later, everyone.
Thanks very much.
Thanks,
indeed.
guys.
Yeah, cheers.
We're all up to date, Nestlers.
Cheers, Messers, and thank you to Grubby as well. Great to hear you all guys at the Sydenham, and poetically describing the pastoral scenes there. What was it? The sunny uplands of Sydenham, where we also find Jason. But Nestlers, you're in a different part of you're further out.
I'm in Essex, yep.
I know all about
Ping.
it after our last time together.
A ping.
And you join us with 104 for 2. Yes, so tale of two ends. Patidar looking very hesitant at one end. He's not out 12, and Jasewell, well, not getting much of the strike, but hasn't looked in any difficulty really. Apart from that, of course, that controversial nick that was given not out. It looking from one angle like it had touched the ground. What was your take on that, Jason? Because I know.
I think there's 50-50 whether he got all the glove underneath it, but you can't give it from what we saw on the cameras.
Yeah, it's certainly. Well, Robertson didn't celebrate straight away. Hartley, it is, who into the attack for the first time today. So we might jingle him up in a moment. And he's in, and that one's played out by Jasewell. He's looking for a single for yet another half century for him. He's past 50. About to his record in this series, averaging 71 now in Test cricket. This could be it. Comes down the wicket. He's going to take a quick single, and gets it without any trouble at all. Raises his bat. Congratulations, sir.
Half a 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 century.
Well batted, Jasewell. Well, we know that his appetite for big scores, and this looking like he's set for another one, Jason.
Yes, he's definitely be calm for a while whilst Gill caught him up, but I think he's just decided to, bat in a serene mode, and just if he gets 150, India are well in this game.
Absolutely. Taking a little rest at the non-striker's end as he Patidar takes strike now. He's been a little bit nervous and hesitant with his foot movement, but it's only time to play that one. It's the back foot into extra cover.
Hartley's got away with that one. That was a bit of a drag down, and Patidar has, unfortunately for him, punched it straight at the man at extra cover. When a yard on the side, that could have well been 4.
Yeah, that's defensive by Patidar. He certainly found a couple of interesting ways of getting out in the last test, didn't he? Just nothing shots, just ending up holding out. He's obviously a better player than that. He's very keen to show that.
Well, I mean, he was picked for India, and then he got a chance on the basis of his performance in that match against the Tawney side, against England.
Very defensive from Patidar. It's not. He's faced 31 balls. As I say, he's taken the majority of the strike, and whilst he is there, you'd say that India won't make fast progress. Not until he feels more comfortable at the crease. Hartley bowls to him now. That's over pitched, and he's not taking any chance. Just plays that out to mid wicket.
Well, you kind of think he's playing for his place to a certain extent, because his coliness will be back at the end of this series after the birth of his second child.
KL Rao as well, of course.
Yeah, he'll be back once his injury is abated.
Nice to see some footage of Pant training, looking like he's coming back to. What's that? What's going on here? Was there a? I wonder what Ben Stokes was signalling for there. Quite sure.
Some strange hand signals to the changing room there, I think, for something.
Yeah, 595 runs for Jeswell in this series, so he's closing in on the most runs for India in a Test series. Kohli with the record 655, Dravid 602.
That's versus England. I did wonder why Gavaskar isn't in that side. With
I see. Yes, the Test series versus England.
With his 700 runs in his inaugural series against the West Indies.
Yes, so that one's 7-2, I think it was, against West Indies. He takes strike now to Bashir, who's bowled very tidily, mainly because he's been bowling to Patidar, this one, and that's played through to extra cover, but it's actually well picked up at short extra there.
Yeah, that was on
in there.
Stokes a bit quicker than he thought it was going to be. He sort of spun around trying to catch that one.
Stokes is in quite close, and he managed to get down to that. This one he leaves it, but didn't miss by much. Missed the off stump by much, that.
No, I think that was the arm ball. I'm not sure he expected it to not turn as much as that. It's gone maybe 3 inches outside off stump when it finished up.
Yeah, the previous ball he really drilled it into the ground, and Stokes was, as you say, it was on him very quickly. So Stokes staring down the batsman, quite close in at short extra. This one played back to Basher, gets through his overs at a clip.
Yeah, he kind of went down in instalments there to stop that one, which was check driven by Jaiswal. He sort of onto his knees and then he sort of sprawled around trying to get that.
Bit of hesitation. Do they want a single here as he plays out to the onside? Yes, Patidar does want it, and they do in the end make it without too much trouble. And Jaiswal moves on to 51. So yeah, two of the coming breed of Indian cricketers at contrasting stages of fortune so far in this series. Patidar yet to make an impression, and Jaiswal dominating it.
Yeah, I could see Jaiswal being at the top of the order for another decade of the way he's batting at the moment.
Yeah, and certainly with his record of being prolific, not just in Test cricket, but in domestic cricket as well. And that's short, and but there's got 3 close fielders in the onside for Patidar. One of them fields it there at seam mid-on. You've got a short leg, you've got a short mid-wicket and a seam mid-on for him, because we saw that he spooned a couple of catches in the last.
Yeah, it's quite a well-timed clip, and it was on Stokes at sort of a long way away, very quickly.
So, Patidar defensive in that last ball of the over, not taking any risks at all. 6 for 2. Nestle.
Jay Grover says, oh blimey, that's unfortunate. Tommy Robinson alongside Ollie Robinson. Google Army Green, the Bears jumper is there. He also says, you want a shooter? Nestle's will be back on in a minute, he'll sort you. Time for Paul Howarth has retweeted a picture of a cat with who's chewing at a bottle of champagne, saying Flora is showing early confidence in the result. Calm down. It's a long way to go yet, Flora. It's a lovely cat. Is that your cat, Grubby? Gorgeous.
Describe the cat. Hartley bowls, and that's a nice bit of wristy play there from Jaiswal. There's a sweeper back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they just take a single.
Yeah, I mean
this
that
century.
Nice shot. That was
it's been
only just fractionally short, and he was on it. He whipped it through the vacant area with strong hands.
In some of his shots that made up his half century. Not too many risks that he's takes so far. He's at the non-striker's end now. That's Patidar. Goes for the cut. Actually gets this one away this time. This could be a rare boundary for Patidar. It's gone down to third man, and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I need to see that again to see whether or not that's a nicely controlled shot or it was more of an outside edge. Here we see it now. Actually, that's pretty well played. That's under his eyes. That's controlled. And beautifully timed.
Hartley again. This one played defensively with an angle bat, and there's no run. But yeah, I think give the benefit was out there to patch it up. This previous ball, he waited on it and then played it late down to the third boundary. 2-4-2 the deficit. 1-1-1 for 2. Is it unlucky for India? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's an English tradition.
Yeah.
1-1-1 is unfortunate for the batting side.
No hopping around from in either of the umpires as Paddy Dar comes forward, plays that one into field short extra.
I don't recall any other umpire really jumping around apart from David Shepherd.
No. Can Hartley do something here to disturb Patidar? That one is a bit quicker, and Patidar really very, very watchful, very much in defensive mode at the moment. That 4 was a rare break from the shackles. There's short leg, strictly out extra cover, just one man back at deep point, and the wicket's quite a way back as well. I think there might be could attack a little bit more the way he's playing. That one just tucked away. That's because there's an easy single there which he helps himself to. Bairstow runs in. I think he might if he's playing like this they could attack him a bit more. 112 for 2 the end of that over.
So Shelley Beck has joined us. Says, morning all. David, it's great to see you. Been ages.
Yes, it has. Wish I had your knack of taking wickets, Shelley.
Well, she's on. So here goes.
Yes.
India collapse coming. Come on, Shelley. Come on, girl.
Yeah, whenever Shelley comes on, there's usually a rush of wickets in action, and I must admit I haven't had the same impact. Not many wickets. I haven't seen many wickets in this series defensively by Patty. I've seen an awful lot of Joswell, which I've enjoyed, but you know, I'm happy to see the back of him once in a while as well. They have too much of a good thing. And I'd be also quite content if Patidar was out, because he's not doing much to entertain or to intrigue the moment. That one's defensive again, and to just played into short leg and no run. Just seeing a replay of some pretty soft dismissals at Rajkot in the last test. It was caught at mid-wicket, caught mid-wicket and caught it cover. Both times he gave it away, so you can see that he's determined not to do that this time. That's one.
That's close.
Must be in front, and he's gone. It is a wicket. Thank you, Shelley, for coming on.
Shelley!
It is Patidar, LBW to Bashir, and that looked pretty plumb to me.
Yep, has he reviewed it?
I think they have, yeah.
He's reviewed it.
I mean, just possibly a question of height, but it looked, he's right back in his stumps.
Yeah, I think the only question might be it might be just sliding past the leg stump, but it's got such a short distance to travel to hit the stumps. I think this is an optimistic review.
I'll have a look at that review now. So he was pinned right back. It's hit him just on the knee roll of the pad.
It might just miss, but I don't think it will.
There's no bat. Just watching the ball, waiting for ball tracking now to determine the fate of Paddy's High. It was Bashir that pinned him on the back foot. It was a slightly quicker ball, and Sharma and Dravid waiting for the replay, as are everyone expectantly looking at the screen waiting for ball tracking, which is taking a bit longer than usual. Over the days when the finger went up, people walked off. That's the bat under their arm and walked off.
The guys in upstairs, we ought to tell them that Shelley's on, so just give it.
Yeah, exactly. So the original decision out, still waiting. Technology.
Here we go.
Comes the ball tracking now. Umpire's call. So bad luck on, you could say bad luck on Padigard, but well, he was in front of the stumps, and that's what happens when you're sort of poking around. That's the way you can get out. LBW, he's gone for 17.
Jason's enormous hand on the screen there. Shelley Beck says, "You asked, I delivered." Stay there, Shell.
Well, we should have some fun and games now, because I do believe that it's probably going to be Sarfraz Khan now coming to the wicket.
Oh yes.
With a decent first test in the last test with a 60 and a 50.
Yeah, great to watch, wasn't he, Sarfraz? I mean, I'm sure the crowd are going to looking forward to seeing him and Jaiswal together again. That partnership they put on in the second innings at the last test really took the match away from England, and Sarfraz has looked the part.
Leah's joined us, says Jaiswal should carry his bat in both innings, and then India should never select him again to protect his career average.
No, it is not Sarfraz Khan. We have a surprise. This man has been promoted a position to bring in a left-right pair, or two lefties, in fact.
Ravindra Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done devious balls in my direction? Well, it surely is a dream.
Jadeja, who's just gone past 3,000 runs in his Test career at an average of 37. I think maybe he has been promoted up the order because he's the more experienced player, and therefore they want to snuff out any chance for a quick rattle through.
Yeah, I mean, it did happen in the first innings in Rajkot, didn't it, as well? Jadeja came in before Sarfraz. Well, I need to check what happened in the second innings, but he certainly came in before him in the first innings, and he's in at number 5 again. First ball he tucks out onto the leg side. So we're going to have to wait a bit longer to see Sarfraz, which is a shame. But yeah, so that wicket umpire's call on the back foot, and well done to Bashir, who takes this second wicket today. So we've got Gill, and that's defensively by Jadeja. So yeah, it's not like there's a left-right combination. Two lefties together. Padigal looking very disappointed by that decision, as well he might. He was looking to get through at least till tea, wasn't he? And to get through that nervy period.
I do like the slightly comical figure of everyone celebrating by trying to pat the 6'4" Bashir on his head.
Yes, Duckett needing to take a high jump, get there. End of that over, a wicket taking over for Bashir. He's 2 for 30 of 14 overs, and India are 112 now for 3.
It's all gone quiet on the socials.
Jadeja out for naught, so the 2 wickets, Gill LBW to Bashir for 38, Patidar LBW Bashir for 17. The first to go though was Rohit Sharma before lunch, caught folks bowled Anderson for 2, and yet again it's Jaiswal keeping things going for India. He's 52 not out. Still to come, we've got Sarfraz and Jurel, who looked, both of them impressed a lot on the debut in the last test, and then of course Ashwin at 8. So India going deep, but England, if you're just joining us, they got to 353 in the end, with Joe Root left unbeaten on 122. So who would have predicted that when England were 5 wickets down? Not very many. First ball of this new over from Hartley, Jez was going to get off strike straight away, just touch it onto the leg side.
I'm wondering if this might curtail Hartley's spell, even there's 2 lefties out there now.
Yeah, you feel that they could mix it up a bit now, couldn't they? And Robinson could come back for a second spell. His second spell wasn't as good as his first.
Well, we've not seen Root yet, and he may well be an option against 2 left-handers.
Yes.
Depending on how much energy he's got in the tank after his 120 odd.
Yeah, it did help that he was batting today without bowling 50 overs in the match, I guess. Stokes takes up his position close in. Pope is in at short leg. That one's quick, almost gets through the defence of Jadeja, but he manages just to get a bat on it at the last moment. Cracks on the pitch noticeable.
We're just looking at the wicket ball and seeing how it just took a little bit out of the pitch as it pitched, and the plate moved just very slightly.
Spun quite prodigiously. This one's just tucked round the corner by Jadeja. Could get a boundary here. Very, very fine leg glance by him. Goes all the way.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's obviously no bat on that because they've gone up for a review, but this surely is very optimistic.
I can't believe that is pitched in line and is going to hit the leg stump without the intervention of a pad. I think that's either outside it hitting a pad or...
I mean, I thought that was the finest of leg glances. So obviously, no bat involved. It hit Jadeja on the pad.
I think you may still be right. I still think there might be some bat on it. No, it's scrubbed underneath the bat, so it's just a tiny flick on the front pad.
That's not out.
But I think it's turned too much, surely.
Yeah.
That's a 10% review. That was unnecessary.
So it's an England review for LBW against Jadeja.
Kept horribly low.
We all think it's very optimistic, this one. There is no bat on it because it ended up fine leg boundary, which is some indication perhaps of what the trajectory of the ball.
Well, I think England have decided already they're all walking back to their positions. Yeah.
Missing by an absolute mile. That's one of the worst reviews I've ever seen.
Dear oh Lord.
Not out. Decision upheld. England wasted review there.
Excuse me. I'm just going to find the appropriate jingle for that one. Which I think is probably this.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yeah.
It's odd to burn that one off against Jadeja. I can't possibly understand it if it was Jeswell. This time, Jadeja, almost as a response to that, has lofted Hartley all the way into the stands, over long on. What a response. That's 6 runs. That was perhaps Jadeja's way of saying what he thought about that previous review. He's really put back to ball that time, launched it into the forecourt in front of the scoreboard, over long on boundary. So Jadeja's first scoring shot is a 6.
No, there's no encouragement to take the ball down the ground.
And he's gone for a big one again. This time he's launched Hartley over mid-wicket, so there's great intent here from Jadeja, looking to get rid of some of these close fielders. I think that's gone first bound. No, another 6 all the way. So Ben Stokes applauding his bowler, but it's 2 6s in a row.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Or maybe Hartley should have come out of the attack, but he hasn't, and he's gone the distance twice now.
I mean, that was picked up from off stump and almost premeditated there by Jadeja. So the last image we had of Jadeja was him poking around in the 90s, for goodness knows how long. But obviously, this is in more free scoring mode. He gets to spots down on one knee to play this one defensively. So an eventful over from Hartley, a wasted review, I should say, and then 2 6s from Jadeja, 129 for 3, and he's on 12, and Jazz was on 53.
Kushal Shah says, I'm from India, but it would be great if England can get this series to 2-2. But Jaiswal is the big wicket. We've seen any collapses, but Jaiswal has stuck it out. When do you think Stokes should bowl? And he's saying that's turned too much. And Tom P says, one of the worst reviews I have ever seen. Agreeing with David there, and I think I agree as well. That's just nowhere near it.
On the question of Stokes bowling, I think they're trying to keep him in reserve until it gets to Dharamsala if they can, but I think he may have to bowl in this test.
Yeah, you may need to bowl straight after tea at this rate. First ball of the over, have invited Jaiswal to take the single because mid-off is back on the boundary, and they do take a single. So it's Jadeja back on strike this time to Bashir. So let's see what Jadeja plans to do with Bashir. So he signalled his attacking intent with 2 sixes already off the third or fourth ball he faced.
When's the last time Stokes bowled in a test match?
Ooh.
That would have been Augustish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Maybe even before that.
Yeah, did he bowl after the second? Did he bowl after the second test? Sure. Here's Bashir's round the wicket, just turns away from Jadeja, doesn't play a shot at that.
Yeah, it's not quite the length to just step out and plonk it, so I think he's well within his confidence to just let it go.
Here's Bashir. Defensively by Jadeja. There's a short leg in for him and a slip. Jadeja fresh from that century and his match-winning haul. Player of the match in the last test, even though Jaiswal got a double century. Yeah, Jaiswal 2 double tons, yet to get a player of the match award. For defensive Jadeja. And of course Jadeja wrapped up the tail this morning. He took 3 wickets to full of Robinson, Bashir and Anderson. So he ended up with 4 for 67 as the leading wicket taker. So it's been a decent series for him. Obviously he missed that test match.
You could argue that Jadeja is India's version of Stokes. When he's in the side, they're much more balanced.
Yes, there's an appeal for a catch there. Is this the end of Jadeja? Yes, he's walking off. He's got an inside edge, and it's gone up straight up to Pope at short leg. So there's going to be no heroics for Jadeja in this innings. He's gone for 12, and there's no review at last. Player is out, and he's walking back to the pavilion. He's out for 12.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
That's the archetypal short leg catch. Big edge onto the top of the pad. It just flips up and balloons up, making it very easy for a quite deep set short leg to gather that easily. And he's gone for 12 off 12, although that 12 in fact was 12 off 2. 2 massive hits over the boundary in the previous over.
And Shelley strikes again.
Well,
thanks, Shell.
Cameo.
I'm going to tee up the jingle this time because I'm fairly sure that we know who's the person who's going to come in now. We didn't have to wait long.
Yeah, hang on. We'll just absolutely wait. I mean, what a spell from Bashir. That's 3 for him now, and justifies this kind of left field selection.
But well,
Ben Stokes, but yes, our man is in now. It's the new batsman, Sarfaraz Khan.
So far as Khan, you see, does things you won't believe. So far as Khan's that he's most 50s in the under 19s.
Bit of an old school physique.
Yes,
if I might say so.
A young Mike Gatting.
Yes, a powerful, stocky man.
Yes. Samit Patel has been compared to him in terms of physique, but he's got a little uncomfortable period here just before tea. This could be the last over. We might get one more over in before tea. Sarfaraz is going to face up to Bashir, who's got 3 wickets now, 3 for 31. This is his last ball of this over, and Sarfaraz takes a single, so they are going to get another over in, I think. Sarfaraz off the mark. Jaiswal's watched it all from the other end. Well bowled, Bashir.
Kushal Shah says that was a very un-Jadeja-like innings. They usually send him in to prevent a collapse. Tom P says, I love seeing Shoaib get wickets. Top lad. Along with Regan Hartley, we have some decent spinning options for once. Yeah.
And a tribute to the way that Stokes has managed the spinners.
Well, he seems to be a very sympathetic captain to spinners, in that I'm not sure, and that goes for Leach as well, in fact, whereas under previous captains, Leach was seen as very much a containing bowler. Under Stokes, he's blossomed into a genuine wicket-taking option and attacking bowler.
We know why he loves Leach.
Well, one not out helps, yeah.
Forever in his debt.
This one from Hartley's taken off a little bit off the crack, and there's no alarm for Sarfraz. Takes his guard again. Query from someone about the web. James has asked us about the website. Is it showing is the current commentary on the website? Can we just check, please?
I'll get the bear to do that.
Yeah, I think there's some suggestion that it's the replay. James says the replay is on there. That one's just played out onto the leg side, and there's no run. So last
the bear.
Yeah. Hartley in. There's a silly point now. Pope's really close on his knees, just in front of the batsman, getting some encouragement from his spinning partner Bashir. That was a comfortable catch for Pope to dismiss Jadeja. Yeah, what a cameo. 2 sixes and out. Hartley, can he get amongst the wickets? He's 0 for 20, and then he bowled. He's only in his 4th over. It's played out by Sarfraz, and there's no run there. Any chance of a run out before tea? There's always a bit of yes-no going on when Sarfraz is at the wicket. Can he resist playing a big shot in the last 2 balls before tea? Every encouragement to play a big shot because he's surrounded by close fielders. Hartley bowls to him. It's a quicker one, and he dabs down on that. It's well stopped at first slip.
The feed on the website is live. The label is wrong.
The label.
It says messages.
Thank you very much, Messrs.
Remote producer.
So it's the labelling is incorrect. Stokes having a word with the.
He's remonstrating, isn't he? He's quite animated here with Dharmasena. Maybe this is all tactics so they get to tea. Was it about the lights, perhaps? Because the lights are on.
Yeah, Stokes had a lot to say to that scene there. And here's the last ball. Hartley bowls, and it's defensively played out by Sarfraz. 131 for 4 India, trailing by 222. And whatever it was that was concerning Stokes remains a mystery to us. I say it could be to do with the sudden lights coming on, but Bashir getting some congratulations from his teammates as the fielders come off for tea. So Bashir with 3 wickets. He's got the wickets of Gill and Patidar and Jadeja. So 3 for him, 1 for Jimmy Anderson, who was first to strike today, taking Sharma, Court Folks for 2, and then we've lost Gill and Jadeja and Patidar. So throughout all that, Jeswell is still there, 54 not out, but England will be happy with that session because England have done well to get back into this match, and they'll be the more comfortable side as they come off the field.
I'm not so sure about it. I think that's honours even. I think 3 wickets and 100 runs in the session. I think that's a pretty even session all told. You may disagree, but
Tom P says England has noses in front, so
yes.
a little nose maybe. I'll leave you with one last tweet from Jay, and he's quoting from what his reading material at the moment. He says the Kingdom of Essex ended with a split personality, the origins of which are observable as early as the bifurcated grape fields of Mucking.
Very nice.
On that bombshell,
we shall return to the Bishop and the Bear podcast that we were playing at lunchtime, and we'll see you again in about 15 minutes.
Book early.
Yep. See you after tea.
Out, you've got to stick with what you think, and I think everyone watching that thought that's not out.
I think there are some now which are out technically, which wouldn't have been given would get overturned on appeal. You occasionally get them. We happened to get one, which was the Crawley one, which was like 51% hitting leg stump and 51% not going over the top. And okay, so technically you definitely are out. And you can always say, well, it's going to hit the wicket. You're out. Sure, that is true. But it would not have been given out. No umpire. It just doesn't look out.
And we all gave it not out. I can't remember. I've got a feeling I was on commentary at the time, and I
think I was.
It was me, Messi, and it might have been the three of us, and I think we all went, "That's not out."
If you watch enough cricket, you do have a vague feeling about whether something's out. And it did. There was one during the World Cup. Steve Smith was given out on one of those. And what the fuck is going on there?
There's a couple. I'm a bowler, so I'm going to go for the bowlers' union here, and I don't fucking mind if it's hitting the stumps. It should be given out. And I don't mind the rules as they are. I think.
But this is the thing. How do you interpret hitting the stumps? The Andrew Miller article is really interesting, by the way. If you read it in Crick Info.
Was that the one a little while back?
No. It was only this week. I will fully credit Andrew Miller and then read some of it to you. It says, we are, after all, talking about the likelihood that when stopped in its tracks some 6 feet from its target, a piece of leather with a diameter of approximately 2.8 inches would have struck a 28-inch by 9-inch stack of sticks with sufficient accuracy to dislodge either of two wooden bales that protrude a further 0.5 inches above the height of the three stumps themselves. An anomaly that might well have accounted for the misinterpretation of the aforementioned Crawley's dismissal. But then Ben Stokes himself said, if the ball's hitting the stumps, the ball's hitting the stumps. So what does that actually mean? If we take this remark at face value and assume that Stokes believes that even the faintest nudge on the stump should count as dismissal, that would in essence leave batters defending a target area close to double the actual dimensions of the wicket, around 450 square inches instead of 252, given the additional area created by the ball's diameter on the three sides.
Well, I will say
you get into physics that just alludes.
Well, exactly, and I will say this: that if the predictive technology and I think the maths and computers these days can do it, and if you're tracking the ball correctly, I mean, fuck's sake, they shoot down missiles in the sky travelling at 2,000 miles an hour. You know, I mean, this sort of technology is reasonably good. I mean, that's why you have it, right? I don't have a problem with the technology. Really,
unless you're the English Navy, in which case you can't actually get your missile to go.
There are anomalies when it's very close to bouncing and hitting the pad, where you get massive anomalies because you can't see whether it's turned sharply or it's going straight on, and that's the anomaly. But if it pitches on a length, I don't know, 8 meters short of a batsman, it's very easy to track the track of the ball, where it's going, what it's doing, and therefore predicting where it's going to go. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I think that's in the modern era, that's standard technology, right?
I think where I feel a bit queasy, I agree with you. I think the technology has made the game better because there used to be some just dreadful decisions. You go away to Pakistan, you just, let's be honest, you take your life in your hands.
And home umpires, which of course now are a thing of the past, partly for that very series you're thinking about.
Well, one thing I would say is that sometimes a player plays all the way back in his crease, and there's not much guesswork if he's only like 4 or 5 inches in front of the stumps. An umpire should, even if it's shaving, he's clearly out. Even if it's less than half a ball, you can see it's going to hit the bloody wickets. You ought to give those out. But those are the ones that are not given out by the umpire and then are not overturned, even though, like 40% of it was going to clip the left. And those ought to be given because it's clearly going to hit the stumps. Whereas there are others where the guy's quite a long way down the pitch, which weren't given in the past, and I don't think ought to be given because there's too much guesswork. And then there's a chance, there's an opportunistic appeal, and what do you know, it's just about hitting enough for it to be turned over. And I think that's, you can say.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what's brought spinners back into the game, isn't it? I mean, that whole thing, because I mean, the whole point of it. I mean, look at spinners, LBWs, pre and post DRS. The anomaly is massive because umpires with you can just, in the old days you could just pat it away, and umpires would never give it out. And I think that is an enormous part of the game that is now in the game because. That is true. Again, if it pitches 3, 4, 5 feet in front of a batsman, turns, misses it, hits the pad. In the old days, prop forward, I don't know where it's going. Now, track that ball, and if it's got enough distance between where it bounced and where it's turned and where it's hitting the pad, the geometry says it's hitting the stumps, I'm fine with that. And I think that is a valuable part of the game. And not only is that, I mean, it's things like these that have actually encouraged things like Bazball, etc., etc., and the movement of the game, because now you can't just fucking stand there all day and pad shit away. You have to put your bat on the ball, which means players play the ball in front of their pad, which gives more chances to edges, etc., 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 which has moved the game on to make it more visually exciting and more fun to watch.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you just got to live with it. I do understand the frustration of the team that feels wrong.
Yeah, but that's life. That's
technology.
Sport, isn't it?
It's a bit like offside in football.
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the width of a fingernail, but you have to have a margin somewhere. You know, you're either in or out. You're either dead or alive. Some things are absolutes. You've got to have a line that says where the absolute is.
Look, it's also, you know, it is legitimate occasionally to question the technology itself as well, and I don't want to be, you know, I think Colin was very down on our thread about saying do not question the technology, and I understand that as well, but I think it's legitimate to say the technology.
You can get very bitter when you're alone on an oil rig. I mean,
the technology is not necessarily faultless. I do remember that one that was the LBW in the famous 2019 innings, when I think Stokes was not given to Lyon, and you know that famous.
They've run out of reviews though.
They'd run out of reviews, but that one didn't. That one actually didn't look out. I would kind of agree with Joe Wilson on that one, but you know, and then
it looked out to me.
Maybe we're seeing, you know, the second half of Joel Wilson's career where he becomes almost faultless. He was doing all right in that last test with his 3 in a row, and I swear to God,
he wouldn't keep getting picked.
I swear to God, there was a flicker of a self-satisfied smile across his face with the third one. I think even he was aware he sort of got a hat trick of sorts. We probably need to think about. I never offered you a drink, Forthy, but I noticed you've helped yourself. But what have you helped yourself to?
I've just got
I would hope.
Just a Riesling.
Okay, fair enough. I've served you without noticing it. So we've got Bashir in. We've got Bashir and Hartley, left arm, right arm. Potentially 3 seamers. We've got the unknowns of how Bairstow and Root might tackle their form dips, which are extending beyond just a dip to you know, a malaise. You've got no Bumrah, money and mouth time. Because I must admit, even still, despite everything, I'm very excited for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which in itself has got to be good.
Exactly.
But I would still place most of my money, if were I a gambling man, on India. And I think England are playing against the odds. I'm not sure, you know, they're effectively playing 3 seamers to 2 frontline spinners, and India who you'd think would just know that little bit more about the local conditions.
Yeah.
They've decided to drop their gun spinner because they think Dharamsala is probably really going to be Bumrah territory, as we're thinking it's probably going to be Robinson Anderson territory. So where, Forthy, is your money for tomorrow?
Oh, heavily on India, of course, because they're the better side and they're playing at home. And England have got particularly a callous spinning lineup in India. So everything is pointing towards India, and they've got a little bit of momentum behind them. That said, this England side, if they were to bat first, are completely capable of really putting the opposition under a huge amount of pressure, and they've done it time and time again over the last 20-25 tests. And that's their trump card, and that's the strength of Bazball. And then all sorts of strange things happened. You know, we saw the heads drop in the field in the first test for India. We saw Rohit Sharma running out of ideas because he wasn't used to it. That's England's big hope, but India are clear favourites.
I agree with everything that Forthy has just said. He is dead on.
Wow.
I think England have a puncher's chance because of the way they play. And if the coin falls in the right direction and they get first innings runs, they've got a chance of winning. If they win the toss and only get 250, game's lost.
If they lose the toss? Do we lose the toss? Do we just stop broadcasting and go home?
Well, no. I mean, again, exactly that. If they'd have got Rohit Sharma out and they'd been 50 for 4, you wonder if Sarfaraz Khan coming out then would have been able to bat freely in the way that he managed to get, or 50 in a career off to a really fine start. If it had come out 50 for 4, the pressure would have been on, and he might have got himself out cheaply.
It is fascinating. Win the first hour. Win the toss and win the first hour. If you lose the toss and end up bowling, but you winkle out, if you're playing and you're England and you're playing your 3 seamers, and they all come up, with a wicket and the ball's moving around a bit. Happy days. You're probably feeling quite good about life. If on the other hand, I suspect for England, it's not up top. It's not so much the first hour with the bat. I mean, obviously, you don't want to lose a clatter wicket, but I think it's more what happens after Crawley and Duckett come and go. One of them's likely to go early. One of them's likely to score you a decent truckload of runs. But then what happens? Well, 202 odd for 2, to all out for just over 300. That's that falling apart.
If England bat first, they've got to get 400, 450 minimum for me. If they get that, well, it depends actually. I mean, if the pitch is breaking up from day one and it's turning square, etc., 350 might be enough scorewall pressure, but 250 certainly won't be. And so England have got to pray that the coin comes down, not the double-headed Rohit coin, and then if they can do that, they get. They are able to. The one thing that Stokes does is he doesn't let things drift in the field. If things aren't going his way, he's very quick to change his bowlers, trying to create an opportunity. Generally, they do. So if they get enough runs on the board, they can cause problems. Whether it'll be enough to win, who knows?
And we might well see Stokes bowl.
That'd be a good thing, especially if it's reversing.
Just lastly on that, Joe Root and Ben Stokes. Certainly Joe Root's one of the best batsmen, if not the best batsman England have ever coughed up. So let's not overlook that. He's a very fine technician, and he's probably been thinking about things and working on things. And Ben Stokes is no mug either. So let's hope that they come good at some stage, as they quite likely will.
Well, we need to pull down the shutters and shut up the bar. Never easy to say. And was it? Shut up the shutters and sit in the shop. That was the one my dad always used to get me to say.
All right.
There we go. You can tell I practice it. We will be on air. Depends when you're listening to this podcast. But obviously we will be on every ball. We can't wait, and it's going to be fantastic. We're looking forward to everybody's company. For now, enjoy the rest of your time, your day, and we're going to say goodbye from the Bishop and Bear with a huge thanks to the ever erudite Forthy.
Happy to have helped. Lovely to be here.
You on tomorrow, Forthy?
Yes, I am on tomorrow.
Lovely. I'll see you in the morning.
We'll all be there. Cheers all. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Guerrilla Cricket. Revolutionary cricket commentary.
Sports Social Podcast Network.
Hello everyone, we're back after tea with India on 131 for 4. Game still very nicely poised. England scored 353 and the pitch is starting to do a bit. The Bear has come to join me. Scrubby here, by the way, continuing another enthralling day's play as I'm passing a lovely ashtray over to the bear. And we have Will with us as well. Hi, Will.
Hiya.
How are
How's it
you?
going? I'm alright.
Great.
Haven't slept
Oh,
since
really?
yesterday.
Oh, no.
So I'm knackered. I don't know why. I just couldn't get to sleep. I
Oh.
think I sort of dropped off at about 2:30 this morning.
All the excitement of
And
the
then-
game, presumably.
Yeah, that was exactly it. Nothing to do with crippling insomnia at all.
Very good. Well, I think this is. I don't think we've been on air together before. So, hello.
No.
I'm Grubby. Nice to see you. And
It was your first day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Oh, was it?
It was great.
Ah, it was your debut yesterday. Oh, well, very.
It was.
Welcome.
It was really, really fun.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you very much.
And where do we find you? Where are you based?
So I'm down in the southwest. I'm sort of like Bath, Bristol way.
Okay. Well, I grew up in Devon, so not too far away.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. And our lovely friend Annie Chave, of course, out of Exeter. I don't know if you know Annie at all.
I do sort of through Somerset connections.
Ah.
I've sort of got a bit of a sort of connection to
Yeah.
Somerset, so I played for their disability team for
Oh, cool.
years, and my little brother was in the academy and stuff.
Oh, marvellous. So what's
yeah.
what's your strong suit as a player then?
Bowling, definitely can't bat for toffee.
Number 11, one place too high. Is it one of those?
Oh yeah, definitely. Honestly, you're better to just sort of say, all right, just let him sit there and kind of, yeah.
And what do you bowl? What's your style?
Sort of, well, increasingly slow pace.
I like it.
Yeah, I was pretty kind of rapid when I was young and
Yeah.
fit. So when I was kind of in my glory days, I think I got gunned at 82 once.
That's
pretty
definitely
rapid.
Yeah.
But it was like, I think that it was at my England trial, and which is why they were gunning everyone.
He says casually, my
Yeah,
England trial.
exactly. I know. Listen, he just dropped it in there.
Very good.
It was because it was at Edgbaston, so they had the gear to do it.
Lovely. Amazing. Right, I'm just going to jingle up some of the players who've come out after tea. This guy's going to be continuing a lengthy spell for England. Here he is. Round the wicket to the left-handed Indian opener, who is this fella.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
First ball was just defended to short extra for no run. So 131 for 4, India. England got 353. And yeah, it's nicely poised. Again, this whole series has been enthralling, I think.
Yeah.
Slightly clouded over there in Ranchi. Forward comes Jaiswal, just outside halves it to backward point. Yeah, what do you think, Will? It's a great series, I think.
I mean, it's pretty much on a knife edge within the game and the series overall.
Bashir around the wicket, and forward comes Jaiswal, pushing it into the leg side. There's no run.
But I mean, that's the Stokes-McCullum kind of wonderment. We've had sort of the classic England.
Certainly rarely dull, as Jaiswal is
Yeah.
forward defending this one to the offside. Folkes runs round to pick the ball up.
The classic England sort of dullness leading up to the Bazball thing, and I think it's interesting because people
This ball just leaps a little bit on Jaiswal as he's forward in defence. We've seen a few keep low, but he defends it very competently back up the track.
It's interesting how quickly this track seems to have changed.
Well, earlier on we saw the odd one keep quite low. We're now seeing that almost every other over, I think, one keep low. This one is driven. It's the first run after tee to long off, and Jaiswal is going to keep the strike at the end of the over. He's moved on to 55 and scored 132 for 4. We've got on socials there, Bear. Anything
Well, everyone's really slow coming back after tee, so nothing.
Well, talking of being slow, we were slowed down, pleasantly slowed down, by a lovely delivery from Greg's, courtesy of our heroic friend Brian, who is incredibly generous. This is the perks of coming into the studio. See, Will, you occasionally get the odd treat like this. We had
amazing.
Sausage and bacon rolls and coffees arrived
lovely.
for us, and I was just about to nip out to see if I could find anything this hour in the morning in Sydenham, but didn't need to do it because Brian had very generously sent us a lovely gift package.
Care package.
A care package, it definitely is. Care. We feel the love, we feel the care. It's going to be this lad coming on for England.
Shut up, Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
Jaiswal drives him to wide mid-off and helps himself to another single.
I think Jaiswal is going to look to dominate Hartley.
There's no respecter of reputations, not that Hartley would have an international reputation like Jimmy does, and he took Jimmy to the cleaners in the last game, didn't he?
Yeah. And a bit in this one as well.
I think that might kind of play into both of their wheelhouses, to be honest. They're so kind of new, both of them, that nobody has any.
Back goes Sarfraz, carving it to cover. There's no run. Yeah, I mean it's a massive ask, isn't it, for any spinner going to India? It's where you really have to prove your mettle, and the pressure's really on. But for such greenhorns as England have in their spinning ranks, particularly without Jack Leach in the side, it's an enormous ask. This one is fired in towards off stump, and Sarfraz is back and cutting it to backward point. No run.
Well, I mean, you know, I love the whole narrative around it when they're sort of Stokes said after the first test, you know, the bowling attack is averaging combined has nearly 200 caps, and you kind of go, yeah,
Jimmy's got 180 odd of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Forward comes Sarfraz defending it into the offside, the onside. There's no run.
He must have known he was saying that tongue in cheek.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I think that's what I love about the whole McCullum Stokes thing is that they're able to have a laugh.
Hartley round the wicket. Looks like he tried to give that one a good old rip as he fired it down, and Sarfraz again forward and just defending it into the onside. Yeah, that's right. And our friend Jack Leach, Somerset's finest, has been instrumental. He doesn't necessarily strike you as representative of this new style that England are playing, as Hartley completes the over with a full delivery, which is shoved into the onside. Folks runs round a very sharp bit of fielding and takes the stumps out of the ground at the non-strikers, and it's definitely not going to be out, although they're going to have a look at it, but they come through for that single. Yeah, Jack Leach has been, and Stokes has often quoted him, particularly in the early phase of this, of the Stokes-McCullum era, if you like, saying, Leachy always says, some teams might be better than us, but no team's going to be braver than us, which I quite like.
Yeah, but that's Jack all over. He's been like that since, I don't know, he was about 17, 18. Because this sounds really up myself, but we were at Somerset at the same time.
Yeah.
And so I know him a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not like mad close.
Say
to
it,
him.
Carl. Talk yourself out. Come on.
But yeah, he was like that when he was when we were 17, 18, and it's not changed. And anyone that sort of knows him, kind of goes, yeah, that's just Jack.
That's terrific. Sarfraz turns this ball from Shoaib Bashir to backward square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, and everyone in whatever walk of life it is, you do your best work when you're confident, don't you? Usually.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
certainly Jack Leach was not filled with confidence by the previous regime. If you think about sticking men on the boundary as soon as he comes onto bowl, for example, as Sarfraz takes a single too long on this time. And so under this regime, he's been made to feel, as everyone has, that
he's part of the team.
It's part of the team, and an integral part of the team, really important part of the team, as everyone is. And you play your way, and you do your things, and we respect your decisions, moment by moment in the game. Full delivery, which Jaiswal drive down the ground very comfortably, fielded by the diminutive, squat figure of Ben Duckett.
I think the thing, I think there's that public kind of idea of Jack as well, because he, with the greatest love in the world, he does look like an accountant.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
He's got a slightly nerdy air about him, so you don't associate great arrogant displays of confidence with someone who looks like that. But that's now it's going to be close. They set off for a quick single. Sarfraz just turned it into the leg side. It was fired back into Folkes, who demolished the stumps.
I thought he was in. I don't know why he's walking off.
He looks like he's walking off. I think this is really close, obviously they're going to check it. I think if I had to put my £1.50 on it, Bear, I'd say he's short of his ground. And maybe that's just my optimism speaking. In comes the ball, we're seeing it now. He's diving full length. Folkes takes the ball. Is the bat down? The bat bounces. Oh, it's over the line.
I was going to say, I thought he was in.
Yep. Okay, so a bit of an alarm there for Sarfraz. I've lost £1.50 notionally.
But now he's down the other end. I take the fucking stumps out of the ground, man. He's already walking off.
The bat is definitely grounded over the line when.
Well, it didn't ground, but I think
it didn't ground immediately.
But the back of the bat's scraping on the ground.
Yeah, it's scraping exactly. So even though it bounced, is that rule the same now? If it bounces,
no,
then you can
a part of the bat has to be on the ground. Well, it depends. Oh, actually, no, yeah, because the bow of the bat is over the line. So, and that's a part of the bat. It's touching the ground. It's over the line.
But that's the thing. I thought it might have changed such that, as long as your bat is over the line, even though it's not grounded, that
no, it has to have grounded once.
I thought that rule had changed, but maybe it hasn't. Or that law. Yeah, no, so not out. Correct decision again. Another marginal one. This time going against England. A couple of marginal LBWs before tea that did go England's way or were not successfully reviewed by the Indian batters. One that Patidar was just on umpire's call being hit just in line with the stumps.
Sarfraz there was
and the other one just clipping the leg stump when it had been given out on the field. But anyway, that's where we are. This is defended by Sarfraz. Again, it just threatens to pop up at him, and that man at short leg is definitely in the game. Bit of a nervy one, that.
Yeah.
The almost run out, wasn't it? As he turned it into the leg side, set off for a single, was rightly sent back. There was not one there. And just defends this one from the crease. Another quicker one that was fired in by Bashir. That completes an eventful over. 136 for 4. What we got?
Oh, yeah, it's me, isn't it? Have we got anything? Oh, look, someone sent us something. Leah has sent us something. She said, what are you on about, Grubbo? The Taunton Tendulkar is the finest example of baseball ever produced.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't. I just said that he doesn't necessarily appear at first glance with all of our prejudices built in, and the fact that he does look a bit, as Will has said, a bit like an accountant. You wouldn't necessarily ascribe a swashbuckling character to him.
What I was actually going to add to that is that he might look like an accountant, but actually he's a fucking rock star. Like the one not out, the guy's got ice in his veins.
Yeah. Well, he nearly lost it for us with that suicidal run, but anyway, back at his crease goes Jaiswal and plays it up towards mid-on. There's no run. In fact, Ben Stokes had turned his back thinking the game was over, hadn't he? As Jack came charging down. Fortunately, Nathan Lyon fumbled the ashes.
He knew what he was doing. He had it covered.
A full delivery, which Jaiswal plays to wide long on and gets a very comfortable single. He moves on to 58, the score to 137 for 4. Yeah, and there's that lovely bit afterwards where they all congregated in the middle of Headingley, the whole England team celebrating, and Leach recreated his one.
Yeah.
And when he got up the other end in the recreation, he went, "There you go, over to you, Stokesy. You take it from here." The tall figure of Hartley is in round the wicket left arm, and Sarfraz forward in defence once more. No run.
No times for
West
India.
Country thing.
Yeah, exactly. Make him tough down there, I tell you.
Oh, it's we're all sort of way too laid back, and
Forward in defence again, Sarfraz playing it towards mid-off this time. No run.
Not a bad attitude to have. It's all too fucking hectic up here, man. Jesus.
yeah. Oh, I think it's also the amount of scrumpy that we're all drinking.
Well, in the town I grew up in, after this, as Hartley's round the wicket and Sarfraz forward again, defending it to the offside, no run. In a place called Newton Abbot, which you may or may not know.
Oh, yeah.
Will. Market Town, market day, Wednesday afternoon, half day closing.
Yeah.
And there's a pub there. There's about 20 pubs in the middle of Newton Abbot. It's quite well served for pubs. And one of them is called Ye Old Cider Bar. Round the wicket again is Hartley, and it's turned to square leg this time by Sarfraz, no run. And back in the day when I was growing up there, the proprietor, or the landlord, Ralph Nibbs, wouldn't serve pints to women or tourists, because he said they wouldn't know what to do. So once I was in there with my girlfriend buying her a pint, and he said, "That pint's not for a lady, is it, sir?" And I said, "Oh, can I have 2 half-pint glasses, please?" And gave her 2 half-pints instead. He had to back down eventually when someone threatened to sue him. That got into the Herald Express.
I kind of agree with him with the tourist thing. I think if you don't grow up on the kind of terrifying kind of orangey stuff that somebody's made in their shed, then it will hit you different.
Yeah. Bashir starts anew over. This is cut top edged really by Jaiswal. He's going to get 4 for it though, as it races away to the third man boundary. The first one, I think, of these after the break.
I think so.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
You're right, Will. You're absolutely right that Scrumpy is strange old stuff. It's not just like any old beer or ale or anything like that. It is odd, it's weird, it's loopy juice. And like they used to sell 2 types in the old cider bar. One was called Hunt's and one was called Eric's. And they were both various they were both somewhere on the orangey spectrum, as this is defended back to the bowler.
I wouldn't trust Eric's as far as I could throw
they were both about 40 or 50p a pint, and after 3 you'd be hallucinating.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't really consider it.
Another defensive shot to short extra, and there's no run. You don't consider it what, sorry?
Like, I don't consider it proper scrumpy unless it's sold by a bloke in a lay-by and the actual stuff is in an old milk carton or something.
Yeah. A drive aerial over extra cover, hops and skips over the turf, and it's another one of these for the Jazz Whale.
I think that's honestly what makes us all...
Say again, Will?
I think that's honestly what makes us all a bit mental down here. Because, you know, when you're on that when you're about 14...
Jaiswal faces up to Bashir again. He tries to repeat the shot, doesn't quite get all of it. A bit more outside at edgy, but he does get himself 1 run to deep extra cover. Yeah, my brother-in-law, so my sister got married about 20 years ago. My lovely brother-in-law Dom wanted to have Scrumpy at the wedding. They got married down in Devon. And my dad, who was quite laid back throughout all of the plans for the wedding, put his foot down and said, "No, we're not doing that. I've seen what it does to people's insides," he said rather ominously. Bashir is in again. Sarfraz forward and defends.
What's happening?
There's some sort of midge or fly or mosquito
following you about.
Obviously likes the smell of the Greg's coffee on my breath. Oh, yeah. Kindly given to us by Brian.
Well, I would give you a tweet, but there aren't any. No, yes, there is. It's Leah. She says, "Speaking of tourists, I recently talked to some Japanese people that complained about the Gaijin visiting their land without bothering to learn the language. I presume the Gaijin, that's the foreigners, isn't it? They did this in Hanover, speaking very bad English.
Probably better than your Japanese, though. Although I don't know,
Wow.
you're probably fluent. This one absolutely grubs. That almost cleans up Jaiswal. Only barely getting up to half stump height, and went through the gate as he went back to try and force it through the offside. Beat everyone, even the diving folks. He'll be disappointed to concede a couple of byes there, but that is what happens. A couple of byes.
Oh, we need that on the straight. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it didn't break the pitch up as such. Maybe it did hit a crack. It certainly stayed low. We're seeing that increasingly happen now. And a narrow escape. There's a slip and a leg slip. And this is driven stride down the pitch by Jaiswal, who mercifully for him gets off strike, playing it through extra cover. Seeing a replay of the ball that kept low 2 balls ago. I said half stump height. It's more like a quarter stump height.
Birch along the ground.
Fancy your chances batting on this, Will?
Oh Christ, no.
Fancy your chances bowling on it?
Again, I don't know. I mean, it would be fun, but
Sarfraz watchfully plays this from the crease. This ball from Hartley. He's come round the wicket to the right-hander.
The thing is, when a wicket starts doing that, it gets in your head as a batsman, doesn't it?
I mean, Alistair Cook was talking earlier on TV about when you see those cracks, even if you've seen the ball not misbehave, you can't get those cracks out of your head and out of your line of sight. And that's a man who scored, 12,000 test runs.
Yeah.
149 for 4 is the score. 204 runs behind India on first innings at the moment. Again, Sarfraz is just playing this from the crease, very watchfully under his nose, hoping it doesn't shoot through, burn a worm, and take out one of his poles. He's just got the 3 from 24 deliveries, a slow start from him. Jaiswal 68 at the other end. Nicely flighted delivery by Tom Hartley, defended by Sarfraz. There's no run.
do you think sort of taking a sort of stride down the pitch would help? Because, I mean, if nothing else, you're literally kind of stepping over some of the cracks.
Yeah.
So you might be kind of.
Sarfraz doesn't strike
negating-
me as a very tall man, though.
Well, we saw
That's true.
We saw Jaiswal take that approach as Sarfraz turns it to the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, we saw Jaiswal after that one that grubbed through earlier in the over. Next ball, he came down the pitch and thought, right, well, I'm just going to get on top of this one, and he got himself off strike. Whereas Sarfraz, a different method, just trying to watch it really carefully off the pitch. And if it were me, I think I'd be more inclined to take the former approach rather than the latter, because you're always a bit of a hostage to fortune of one keeping low.
Messi says, I took up Grubby's suggestion to sample the Newton Abbott Scrumpy and suffered for days afterwards.
I don't want to know the details, Messrs, but I can only imagine.
And Jay says, I know this is chemically impossible, but I swear I've tripped off of homemade Scrumpy in Devon.
You see? I'm not kidding when I say it is loopy juice.
It is, like, yeah, tripping off it that's standard.
Yeah. Bashir continuing, he's bowled 18 overs, 3 for 44 his figures so far. Those figures are going to get worse though as Jaiswal goes back and slashes this one down to wide third man and gets himself one of these. 150 up for India.
Pain in the arse, isn't he, Jaiswal, for England?
He's it's a bit of an understatement to say he's in a rich vein of form.
Yeah.
Imagine if he got 200 in this innings.
Oh, fuck me.
3 consecutive 200s.
Oh.
Let's put him on that watch in the hope that we can kibosh him.
Yeah, so
forward he comes, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's moved on to 72. Jaiswal, lovely boy for his mum, and absolutely in the form of his life. Round the wicket comes Bashir. It's a full delivery, fired into middle and leg, and he just nurdles it round the corner for another single.
The fact that 72 would be considered getting him out cheaply.
You take it
is
when you...
disgusting.
Yeah.
That's about his average, isn't it? 70, 71, 72, 73, somewhere around there.
Somewhere about there, yeah.
Oh, no, that's Sarfraz, isn't it? Sorry. His average for the series, Jaiswal, was about 112 currently.
Well, it will be, yeah. A couple of doubles will do that for you. Bashir bowls to Sarfraz, who's back in his crease, looking to play this through the offside, but he can't beat the man at extra cover. He remains on 3. Jaiswal on 73, score 154 for 4. Shoaib Bashir comes in again. This one again keeps a little bit low, but Sarfraz is equal to it, turning it into the leg side. No run. No Joe Root so far in this innings as well.
No.
All the workload that he's had to shoulder in this series so far. Sarfraz looking to drive this. He's going to get a run. Didn't time it particularly well. It's fielded at point. And that's the end of the over. He's going to nick the strike. Anything on the old messages? Got a few here on YouTube. Disinterested hand job. I wonder who that could be. Will Tasmania achieve the three-peat against Queensland in the NWCL final currently underway? Don't know, don't care.
Yes. Josie Oak says, you think Scrumpy does weird things to people? You should try his homemade mead and beer. A couple of his braggart cocktails and the world becomes very hazy.
I'm not sure that I would necessarily want to try mead that's been made by Josie Oak.
Like special.
Yeah, Sarfraz half drives this one to short extras, no run.
I think the loopiest thing though is poutine.
Is that made from potatoes? Yeah. Sarfraz forward again to this ball from Hartley.
And barley.
Yeah.
And there's so
quite
many
pokey.
kind of,
Do you know what the Irish word for water is?
No.
It's poutine.
Whiskey.
No.
Whiskey's the Irish word for water. This is driven a full delivery from Hartley to Sarfraz, drives it to mid-off and there's no run. Which I quite like, and vodka means little water, I believe, in Russian.
Oh yeah.
And they didn't consider in Russia. They didn't consider beer to be alcohol until relatively recently. In law, it wasn't actually considered to be an alcoholic beverage. A full delivery that's driven to mid-on this time.
Yeah, the taxation's completely different on beer in Russia, or was until recently. It's really fun. I love stuff like that.
I love stuff like beer as well. Talking of beer, we're going to have one soon, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. In fact, we'll have one at this change.
Hartley.
Do you want to bring them with you when you come in, Jace?
Is around the wicket and it keeps a bit low again, but again, Sarfraz equal to it, playing it into the onside, no run. So he's 5/6 of the way through a maiden here, Tom Hartley. Can he see it out? Chalk one up to his name. He doesn't have a wicket yet. He's about to complete his 8th over. Which he does. It's not going to be a maiden because Sarfraz finds a gap off the back foot through the offside, and for the second over running he's going to nick the strike. It's 156 for 4.
Very cat and mouse. Is it due for change now?
No,
we've got one more.
Got a few minutes, I think, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
It's hard to keep track of time, isn't it, just generally?
Yes.
What else is going on for you, Will? Anything else planned for the rest of the day?
I'll probably watch the football later.
Yep. Scrumpy and sleep, perhaps?
I would quite like some sleep at some point, but I think I've given up on not being on Indian time until this series is done. But that's okay.
You've got 10 days after this. You can get some sort of sleep cycle back, and then there's only one more to go.
So Bashir starts a new over, a ball that turns from outside the off stump of Sarfraz, and he's defending it, and there is no run.
Scooted on a bit, kept a bit low.
This is the thing, I think he's playing a dangerous game here, Sarfraz, and I understand he's just looking to stick in there a bit. But at some point you're going to get one like that. It's not a wicket though, everyone, as he was forward. Did it take a little bit of bat as well on its way through to the pad? It certainly flew very quickly and past the left hand of the diving slip, and it's run all the way to the boundary for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for
was one of the ones that went just too far for the keeper and then got diverted away from Root, who had to be very quick to get that.
And now he's using his feet, which I think is a much more sensible ploy. Looking to aim it through extra cover. Not timing it perfectly, but getting himself one more.
Did you grab the beers? There's 2 Stellas in the fridge, please. Thank you. I don't know why I'm speaking to the microphone. He hasn't got headphones on.
As if anyone out there could go and get us a beer. Bashir is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who he's bowled him. It's gone right through him and he's hit the top of middle stump. Perhaps kept a little bit low. That is the end of Jaiswal, and it is the 73 that we were calling for. England will be delighted to see the back of him, and it's 5 wickets down for 161.
Wow, that's amazing.
He is
Marvellous.
spectacular.
Right,
that was amazing. Let's have a look at that replay. Did it keep
We're
low?
just going to see this replay before we say goodbye to Will for now.
Yeah,
Just our bottom edged it into the ground and up into the stumps. But yeah, it definitely kept a bit low. We're seeing a lot of that at the moment. Will, your thoughts before you leave us?
I think I wonder whether the being at Somerset and the fact that Somerset get fined for apparently making pitches that are so spin heavy has aided Bashir in this a bit, but also I think you can't really say that for this pitch because it's mad. I think that is just him being a very, very special bloke.
He's certainly making the most of conditions at the moment. He's in the middle of a long spell. 4 wickets he's got now in just shy of 20 overs. And, hey, living his best life. He's bowling for England and India. He's barely played any first-class cricket, and here he is doing the biz. Anyway, we have a new batter. Will, we're going to say goodbye to you. No doubt you'll be on again at some point.
I think I'm on next test at some point.
Terrific. Great to have you as part of the
later.
squad, and thanks
Cheers.
for that. And see you very soon. Right, who has
Yeah.
come to the crease? It's India's latest wicketkeeper, who is this fella.
Not a character from Souls.
Yeah, right. So we got the main man out.
Yes.
Still, Ashwin's in next. He can bat, but they're a long way behind.
Bashir. Oh, sorry, mate. You can see.
Okay, go on. You can finish your over.
That's all right. It's just defended by Jurel, the new batsman, and there's no run. Over to you, mate. You carry on now.
Okay, right. 192 runs behind. See, told you, a bit of scoreboard pressure. Have to win the toss. So imperative in India.
Could be all over by tomorrow.
Could be. You never know. Well, if the pitch gets worse than this, it will become an absolute fucking minefield. I think you were right about the roller. I think the roller has kept the demons away, and it's finally worn off. So that's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, there probably would have been 2 rolls today as well, wouldn't there? Because there would have been one at the beginning of the day and one at the change of innings. So,
yep. Well, that's India for you.
Yeah.
Always changing on Bashir, who's the unheralded Bashir, suddenly on a 4-fer.
Well, you know,
and he's bowled well for it.
Listen, there's a lot of spinners who don't get play at home. You give them the conditions, they lick their lips, and they're good enough.
We can think of a few examples down the years, though. I mean, there was that tour a few years ago where Gareth Batty and Zafar Ansari went on it, and then
that was a tour too late for Zafar Ansari. He was past his best by then.
What, age 21?
Well, no, when he was picked and injured in the previous tour.
Yeah.
But the next season he didn't have a great season, and he was picked again to go to India, and that was just on a hiding to nothing.
Hartley starts a new over, and I think it was Jurel worked him into the leg side. Yeah, it just kept low, didn't it? And he went back to punch it in the offside. It kept too low. And you know, there's a guy on 73 who scored a shitload of runs in this test, and if he can't keep it out, what hope for anyone else?
That's why I'm advocating using your feet on this pitch to the spinners now, in particular, because I mean, sure, you can get undone by doing that. You might get stumped or whatever, but you're not going to get done by as much by one that grubs through like that.
It is how Ollie Pope got his 200, is to use his feet.
He's the twinkling feet.
Hartley, that kept a little bit low, and Jarrell was a bit unsure as to how to play that. And I propped forward and then played it off the pitch.
Prop forward?
Prop forward.
Are you trailing the Six Nations?
Who England playing today?
Scotland.
Scotland.
Big game.
Scotland.
Should be close, I
the
reckon.
oldest rugby international. The Calcutta Cup.
That's on the legs though. And Jarrell will get himself off the mark quite comfortably there. A little clip out to deep square leg. Ollie Robinson chased it down. Might try a little.
It's very trusting to throw it back to somebody you haven't seen yet.
The oldest football international as well, isn't it? England, Scotland.
Yeah.
I think the first ever international football game was 0-0.
I think they were both played at the Oval as well.
Good lord, that's good. That's good.
Which is
knowledge.
one of the few places which has had rugby, cricket, football, and I think Australian rules football played on it, and baseball.
Where's that?
The Oval.
Oh yeah. Are we at home or are we in Scotland?
We are in Scotland, sadly.
We don't win there very often, do we? Oh, well, no, I suppose Scotland have been pretty shit recently. Until last 2 or 3 years, they've kind of improved, haven't they? They were in doldrums for quite a while. Defended back down to the bowler, and there is no run. That one they were just one up from Italy for a while, weren't they?
Yeah,
they're a bit better than that now.
Sorry, Collins.
England.
Colin's going to be on that
England,
on the YouTube any minute.
It's a very interesting match because it's very hard to predict what the result will be. I think the bookies will probably have Scotland as slight favourites.
There's a half appeal for LBW there, but it was on that line of middle and leg and probably wasn't coming back enough, straightening enough. And then it might have bounded and might have been caught, could have been back pad, who knows, but none of them were out, it wasn't out. The DRS timer is up, but it won't be used, and that's the end of the
Well, the man at Silly Point got a hand to it, running round as it ballooned sort of forward.
I'm not sure there was any bat on it, though. Kind of half appeal.
That's what I was thinking. It was Pope who's in that position there.
Anyway, on the socials, Joe Joke says, "You think Scrumpy does weird things to people? Should try my homebrew mead and beer."
Oh no, I've already.
A couple of my braggot cocktails, and the world becomes very hazy. And Leia says, "Southern Germany has their own variation of Scrumpy. Those parties can get a bit out of hand, and all I can say to that is, I grew up on Weston's Old Rosie, which is cloudy and headache material."
Yeah.
Sarfraz clips that quite nicely out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was telling everyone about the cider bar, the oldie cider bar in Newton Abbot.
Yes, I was listening in the other room.
Yeah. With a couple of cloudy variants, Hunts and Eric's.
Bashir's over the wicket. Sarfraz defends it back down the track. There's no run.
Certainly in the deepest, darkest parts of Dartmoor, there are definitely places where you would only get served whatever sex and age you were, and residential status in a half pint, because it was like 1100 specific gravity.
Oof. That is driven nicely by Sarfraz up to mid-off. And they've got a single.
Remember that stuff they used to sell called Gold Label? That was like
barley
wine.
wine.
But it appeared to be a beer, but it was really treacly, sickly stuff, and it was about 12%.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You had to have a can of that through a straw, and that was it.
Through a straw. You're a classy bloke.
Bashir bowls a flat one in at the pads of Jarrell, who clips it, but fine out to mid wicket.
Yeah, I mean everyone has a go at me for drinking cider occasionally, but they fail to realise that it's like 1.5 times the strength of lager generally.
Yeah. Oh, that one kept low. And Jarrell pressed, seemed to change his mind and shot, and ended up defending it. No run.
I often like a cider at the cricket as well. Not least at the Oval, where I don't like that East Coast beer that they sell. It's just horrible. And so I often migrate to cider.
I've never been a cider man. That one spins in, and Jarrell gets right forward and defends, and there's no run.
Right, time for another one of those exploding balls from
Bashir. He's got 4 for 56. Could get a 5 for in his second game.
Yeah, be disappointed not to at this stage.
Yeah, it would do. 5 to get.
You'd think he's going to have a lot of opportunity because he's going to bowl a lot of overs now.
Well, he's definitely not going to take him off now, is he? I know
No.
he's been broken up by T, his spell, but consecutively he must have bowled 10 overs on the spin. Or is it all of them on the spin? I don't know.
Can't remember. A lot.
I think Anderson bowled one spell to start with, then he came on, then I think he replaced Robinson at the other end, perhaps.
Well, Sarfraz is facing up now to Hartley. That's full and driven back to him, and there's no run.
Very watchful, Sarfraz, isn't he?
Yeah, this isn't an easy wicket to score runs on now. It's certainly the case. It never was yesterday, to be fair. Root just batted extraordinarily well. Jaiswal batted really well today. Got a nasty delivery. Not a lot you can do about that. Defender back down the track and there's no run, and that's the beauty, as I say, of winning the toss batting first in India.
Yep.
You know.
Has been the case, isn't it, so far? Win toss, win game.
Yeah, even though England did it a little unconventionally, I guess, in the first one.
Yeah.
They still ended up bowling last. Oh, now there's a big appeal for LBW. If that hasn't hit the bat, that's got to be a good shout, hasn't it?
That's quite close on the very top of leg stump, I think. I think I might just slide down a bit. I think
think
height
it was
is
sliding down.
I think
That's
height
quite-
is an issue more than anything else.
I mean, yeah, possibly, but I would go
They're
for
going to
that.
have to go for it,
I
aren't
would
they?
give that a shot.
Yeah, they're going for it.
I thought, for me, did it scrape the inside edge of the bat? If it didn't, then I think that could be out.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
And now we'll see the replay and see how bad our eyes are.
Looks straight enough.
It did look
I
straight
agree
enough.
with you, Jace. I think it's just height. But on this pitch, again, it could be keeping low enough just to be hitting.
Oh, he's a very short man.
And it's hit him in the balls.
And it's hit him in the balls, and he's virtually down on his knees. I think that's a pretty good shot. I think that's going on to hit the stumps.
Leg stump, probably,
Leg
looking
stump.
at that.
Not middle
Let's have a look at
It's already hit middle
Snicko.
stump.
There's nothing on Snicko.
Snicko.
It's all ball tracker now, please.
It'll be interesting. Where's it hit him? It's probably hit him in
Pick your
front of him.
euphemism of choice.
Yeah. Right in the bollocks.
Exactly that. It's missed the inside edge of the bat. It's slid on. Now the question is it going to hit the stump?
Is it going to hit enough of the stumps?
Well, it's
Given-
England's review. I think it has to be umpire's call not to lose it. It's definitely worth going for me.
Some slightly glum-looking analyst with Rohit.
Yeah. we'll
Glum
stare.
is a nice word. I like that.
Here we go.
Here we go.
So it's pitched, hit in line. Oh no, maybe not. And it's missing.
Bloody hell, I didn't think it
Called
was missing. He did, yeah. Well called.
Worth a shout. Look better than that to me, but hey.
I'm going to try this one.
Jingling balls, tingling balls, been hit in the groin. No one showing sympathy for my tenderloin.
He was alright. It was only a spinner and it hit him squarely on the box, so he'll be alright.
Yeah, he will be.
It would have been. You get a nice imprint all around the edge of the danger zone.
Yeah.
Wow. England down to one review remaining. And Hartley around the wicket. That one is defended by Sarfraz into the offside. There's no run.
That's the right area though, isn't it? That just outside the off stump, bringing the batsman forward. Could just as easily take the outside edge.
Yeah.
That.
It's,
God, I haven't had Stella for a while. That's clipped by Sarfraz out towards mid-on, wide mid-on. Jimmy's fielding there.
Stella, I'll twat you.
Stella, I'll twat you, exactly. I've been an IPA man for the last few years.
Have you? You've gone all crafty.
I've gone all crafty, yeah.
Everyone likes a bit of Brewdog, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, apart from their employees, it seems.
Well, yeah. Well, I prefer Hazy Jane to Brewdog.
Hazy Jane's a great drop, isn't it?
Yeah, Hazy Jane's great. That one's right forward, Jarrell defending, and there's no run.
Do you mean Punk IPA, which is their staple, isn't it?
Yeah, Punk IPA, yeah. I much prefer Hazy Jane.
Yeah, I'd agree, actually.
Neck oil's a good drop.
Very nice. Yeah. It's got that. I mean, it is quite an oily
Yeah.
beer, if you know what I mean. A lot of that craft stuff is.
It's funny, isn't it? As you get
Chewy.
older, it's also, as you get older, you try and find the sort of session ones that are 4%, whereas when I was in my 20s, everything 4%, fuck that. That's why you drank.
Well, if I'm drinking,
I want value for my money.
If I'm drinking lager, 5% is a minimum for me. I want strong continental lager. I don't even pissing about with. I mean, certainly not Carling or Carlsberg or anything like that.
Well, yeah, I guess so. That's what I mean.
Even Heineken's 5% now.
Oh, down the track comes Sarfraz. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Covers up. Good bit of cat and mouse between these two. No run. 166 of 5. England are after 50.1 overs. Jarrell 2 off 11. Sarfraz 13 off 48. India trail by 187 runs still. That one's tossed up. Trying to work it into the leg side. Did Sarfraz. Leading edge out to cover. No run.
Nicely bowled as well. A little bit of flight. Just held it back a little bit. He's bowling with confidence, as you would expect. The man who's got 456.
Yeah, this is a different game to your last game, eh, mate? India were well on top when he came out to bat in the last game. That one's straight. Plays it up towards mid-on. And there's no run. And he looked really good in that last test, didn't he? I mean, he came out pretty much blatting it everywhere all the time.
Oh,
India already
wants a drink.
Yeah.
He needs some cider.
Yeah.
I'll get some tweets in the end because they're starting to pile up.
Guinness is 4.2%. That's the closest I ever get to a session beer. Love Guinness.
Tossed up, hit by Jarrell. Probably going to go all the way. Does go all the way. It's 6 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
I don't think England mind that on 100 with a 180 run lead.
I love it when commentators say that. Oh, he won't mind that. He's been hit for 6. He will fucking mind.
Well, he will mind it, but England is, if he's prepared to play his shots and one of those, he shapes up to play that shot and it grubs along the ground, he's fucked. I think
or it goes straight on and gets a leading edge.
Yeah, exactly. Something strange happens to the ball.
What are we? We're seeing a replay of that 6 that we just described. Bear just described.
I think that hits the sponge direct.
So okay, is it going to be revised to a 4? Do we think?
No, I'm going to have a look. Well, I can't even see the ball. Where's the ball? Where's the ball?
Spot the ball.
It is short by about 3 inches.
So it's actually going to be one of these.
I thought it landed the other side of the. I didn't even see where it landed.
But the ump signal 6, didn't he?
I think
Rocking
so.
Rod. Rocking Rod Tucker.
Oh, that'll make Bashir feel better. It wasn't a 6. I only got caught up for 4. One's defending the offside and no run. Weirdly, that would make you feel better.
Only 4.
Yeah, only 4. I can still get out of this over with 5 instead of 7.
Still a good shot.
Yeah, it was.
He's hitting into a safe area as long as he gets enough of it.
Well, yeah, the problem is if the ball does something strange, isn't it, off that? Defended, back up the track, there's no run.
And Oxymorica says, so happy for Bashar, one for the future. Jersey X says,
one for now.
I take exception to the slight in my mead. I do a range of them from nice crisp dry 6% to stronger 10% ones through to a sweet 15%. Jesus.
Whoa, Jesus.
No artificial preservatives. Also ciders and ginger beers and wide range of beers. Well, do you supply us?
Feel free to send some. And,
yeah, exactly.
We'll either drink it or pour it down the sink.
I mean, all these years you've never sent us a sample pack.
And Leah says, isn't human ingenuity amazing? We've even found a way to bottle headaches.
Yeah.
Or put them in cans in this case.
Yep.
Old Fart at Play says we had barley wine in a pint glass, topped with cider, and for the ladies, a dash of blackcurrant on top. That was in a pub in Farnworth, Bolton.
God, that is like a turbo snakebite black, what you described there.
And Josie Oak says, cider with the original gravity of 1100 is going to be north of 13% ABV.
Yeah.
Cider brewed to below 1000 gravity because there's no grain. 1100 is the maximum reading on my hydrometer.
Defended out to the covers and there's no run.
I've certainly seen ciders at about 11%.
Hartley around the wicket and goes straight on. And Sarfraz just dabs it out on the offside. There's no run. 14 off 52. Very watchful.
The ones they served in the oldie cider bar in Newton Abbot, you never knew what sort of strength it was because it just came straight out of the metal
just strong
ton that was behind the jump. Came out.
And this
All
is
treacly.
Right, here's an interesting
Cloudy.
question. Defended caught! Surely he's caught him. It's edged by Sarfaraz. Classic left armers delivery. Tossed it up, it gave it a little bit more. He pushed at it, got enough turn, caught the edge of the bat. I think it bounced off Woke's gloves as well, but this time it looped up a little bit and it was caught by the slip. And
good.
Well, England right back in it. 171 for 6. You'd have to say they're quite a long way in front actually. India trail by 182.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, well done, Joe Root.
Yeah, it did. This time it didn't fly very fast.
Very well watched.
It was a classic loopy one.
Because you had folks waving his gloves about just in the eye line of the ball as it came through off the edge.
You see, this is where, right, here's the question. If England were in this situation, they'd be bazballing, wouldn't they? They'd be trying to hit everything out of the park. Would it be any worse than this? Sarfraz has scored 14 or 52 deliveries. England might have only lasted 52 deliveries, but they've got 52 runs. Probably.
Well, but I mean,
will
England's day, England in the driving seat in this game right now.
Yeah.
No, presuming they get India out for 220, perhaps, and have a lead of about 125. Will they bazball the second innings to get as far ahead as possible?
I would try it. I would certainly. The first two should go out and give it a shot.
That's how they always play, regardless, isn't it?
It is all right, but I mean, if the pitch quietens down and it's rolled, you take the fucking chance, man. I mean, it's probably still going to be quite bad because it's really starting to do all sorts now.
And is this lad who's come to the crease for India?
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey.
His hair's gone grey.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's not waiting for a bat at the moment.
Yeah.
His hair has gone all grey.
Aye. Well, Hartley's around the wicket to him. He's on the scoreboard with his first wicket, and he drives that one into the wicket on the middle of the leg line. It's defended by Ashwin. There's no run. He's been probing there, and he's done a good job. Sarfraz have been very cautious, hadn't he? Hadn't really taken any chances whatsoever, and England have been able to sit on him to a certain degree. And that's what spin bowlers love, as that's defended back up the track, and there is no run.
Dear old Tom Hartley, he looks like he should be playing wing half for the Busby Babes.
Something way back in time, anyway, definitely. There was someone sent in a split screen of him and Headley Verity, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking identical. That one is again driven into the pitch, down legs, and Ashwin just pads it. No run. End of the 52nd over. India 171 for 6.
Wicket maiden.
Wicket maiden, yeah. Waden.
Leah asks Robbie, do you like a nice dry Frisian Pilsner?
Yeah.
What's Frisian?
It's from that
North Holland.
Yeah. Oh, would that be like a Weiss beer?
I have no idea.
Leah, can you tell
I
me?
like blonde beers, I've got to say. I think they're very tasty.
Yeah. Yeah, I like most beers, Leah, it's fair to say. So I'm sure what you've described there, the Frisian...
would be lovely.
Yeah. Can you send a picture in of an example of that, and then...
It's probably got black and white spots all over it.
Hey! No, that's the Dalmatian.
Yeah.
It's Bashir's in again, and he bowls, and it's turned by Jarrell to
which
mid-wicket.
come from
Dalmatia.
Yeah, which is where?
I wouldn't say Italy, but I'm not sure.
Close, Adriatic, so it's just like
In
Slovenia.
Ooh, that one turns a little bit sharply, and it's clipped out on the leg side, no run. Jarrell facing up.
Going to need to have a Superman-like innings here.
Well, someone needs to. Sorry. Defended square on the offside, and there is no run. It's probably not even pronounced like it's like Javel or something. But we don't know. There's a short leg in. With one, we already had a bat pad, but that's just defending on the leg side, no run.
That's nicely held back. It was
Yeah.
just a little bit slower. Allowed it to turn just a little bit more.
I can't praise these boys enough, given their lack of experience in first-class cricket.
Exactly. Defended into the offside and there's no run. I mean, it's a bloody steep learning curve and they've done pretty well, actually. But there was that New Zealand, that was that Kiwi spinner, wasn't it? He got 10 wickets in a match, I think there are quite a few. I mean, they don't have the experience in the conditions, but I mean, once you get there, if you're a spinner, you go, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Can I bowl, please? That's defended back to the bowler and there is no run.
But your opposite numbers are Ravichandran Ashwin with his 500 Test wickets and Ravindra Jadeja with his 300 Test wickets.
Yeah.
And that can be intimidating in its own. You're thinking, I should do well on this as well, and that brings its own sort of pressure. But anyway, I think for such greenhorns, the England spinners have done a very good job.
Old farting places. I went to a beer festival once, and all I can remember was ordering a cider called Suicider.
Suicider, I like it.
I was meant to be very entertaining following that. Great days. And we've got one from Jay Grover, says, I've seen the old cider seller praised in the Camera magazine. Yes, I am a member of Camera. Yes, I am suitably ashamed. Yes, I'm a middle-aged man with a beard and currently wearing a cardigan.
What's Camera? Anyway, that's defended back to the bowler, no run.
Never be ashamed of anything
that
you decide to do, Jay, unless it's mass murder.
Yes, well, Hartley defended back to the bowler by Ashwin.
It does depend on whether you ascribe to the Gratso Marx maxim that you'd never want to be a member of a club which would have you in it.
Yes, hence the Groucho Club in central London.
Defended into the onside.
A media haven, particularly back in the 90s, wasn't it? And also where we broadcast the first day of the Ashes in 20... No, before then. 17, 16.
Yeah, that was a really fucking messy night, wasn't it?
It was great fun.
It was. Well, I was stressed as fuck. It's clipped out to mid-wicket and there was no run. It was not a lot of fun for me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Bear.
Well, it was. No, that's not true. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it was like I had to drag all the kit up there and then drag all of it back.
Yeah, and strangely, they didn't invite us back.
Yes.
Their members loved it. We had Rocky Stoneman with us. No, we didn't. We had Rocky Stoneman's mate with us. He was talking about Rocky Stoneman.
Defended into the offside and there's no run. We took up too much space for the manager, dude.
What?
We with all your gear?
Yeah.
One mixing desk on wheels.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards and computers and stuff.
I've still got Dave playing the Worldwide of Sport on the piano theme tune from that night. Great days.
That's defended back up the track. There's no run. That was one of Dave's ideas, wasn't it? Someone needs to let in. Can you let someone in?
Yeah.
While she's doing that, I shall say that Leah says Frisia extends to the east of the Netherlands into northern Germany. A typical beer will be Jever or Hever, which is a picture of, or nicely propped up on a sandy beach in the surf. A Weissbier is a typical South German interpretation of beer.
It's good though.
Josie Oak says, just keep drinking. You stop having the headaches. Presumably once you get competent enough at it.
Bit of warning there, Jason. I think you're going to have to jump into this chair because you're going to be the only one in the studio in a moment.
That's defended back to the bowler by Jarrell.
Is it that time already?
It is that time already, I think.
It flies by, doesn't it?
It does.
We must be having fun.
Aye.
And did you note how we were a bit quiet on Twitter, then we mentioned beer and cider and it got things moving a bit?
It did a bit, yes. Worked into the leg side, off the hip by Jarrell, sliding down leg side. And, oh dear, a bit of a misfield, I think, by Jimmy. Went to throw it and dropped it. And then, not only that, oh my God, then the thrower's come in and hit the stumps. That's comedy shit.
Oh.
And now he's
comedy
injured
injury.
himself. Oh, please no.
Oh, he's a tall, gangly.
Always cramped by the looks of things. Yeah, needs some liquid in him. Don't we all?
Some fluids and some electrolytes.
Was that Jimmy throwing in from the outfield?
Yeah, it was. And
it hit the stumps. cannoned off. They come through for a buzzer.
Oh, he's dived onto his knee. That's
I think
what it
it's
is.
cramp though, because they definitely they were doing that thing where they're doing that thing where they're flexing his toe up towards his shin in order to get rid of the cramp, and also signalling for a drinko.
A bit of salt and a bit of electrolytes to go into his magic mix that he's going to neck in one.
Oh, it is so horrible getting cramp. Well, I told you about. I'm sure I have, but I'm going to say it again anyway. I used to play a lot of squash as a teenager, and after one training session, midweek training session, this is Newton Abbot as well, went for a little walk in the park with my then girlfriend, sitting on a park bench, getting a bit friendly, and all of a sudden I got cramp. I leapt up. I got cramp in the back of my leg. I leapt up, straightened my leg like that, and straightened it so quickly I then got cramp in the front of my leg, and I was doing this back and forward, ow, 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 and my girlfriend was just pissing herself laughing at me while I was in agony. That was the end of that romantic liaison, I tell you.
Got to admit, one of the most painful things I've ever had is when you get cramp in the bed.
In the middle of the night, wakes you
up.
up.
Yeah.
You think, if I hadn't woken up there, would it have killed me?
Yeah. What have I done? I've done nothing, and suddenly my leg is absolutely killing me.
Well, we should take this opportunity to do
Probably
the switcheroo, I suppose.
I guess we should.
It is the appointed hour, with England well on top.
Indeed.
Who have we got coming in? Ajit. Hi, Ajit, how are you?
Problems.
Messrs and Ajit, hello. I'll throw to you boys. Lovely to see you both. And catch you very soon.
He is speaking in my wheelhouse about cramp in bed.
Cramp and cider. There you go. All right, Messrs, over to you.
Enough of one should avoid the other. Enough of cider.
Yeah. Oh, well. So, Ajit, tell me what the fuck's going on. We're in India. There's a pitch that's providing assistance for the spinners, but the Indian batters have got no idea how to play. Why? This is frankly, it's pathetic batting.
In the meantime,
returned.
Bashir has gotten a couple of balls in, and one of them was really low.
Yeah.
And you can see the pitch misbehaving occasionally, and I think Indians may have slipped a little in this test just here.
Yeah,
it's very clear that they are not on top of their game. England have bowled well, nothing exceptional, but they have worked Indians out. They've done well.
And Bashir comes in again, 5th ball of the over. That's a bit too short. That's easily worked around the corner, and Ashwin can just lumber down to the other end.
This is going to be the partnership, isn't it? Because if these two can't,
there's not a lot else.
250, the match is in balance.
I mean,
right now.
Kuldeep can hit, but is not guaranteed to stay around for any time. So can Sirar to some extent. I have no idea what Deep does at all. And that's played off the back foot by Jurel. Beats Bashir, trying to stop that for a single, and they amble through for a single. That's the end of the over. India are 176 for 6, trailing by 177. Jurel's on 10, and Ashwin is on 1.
Akash Deep can bat. He has a first-class average of 23.5.
In which case, he may come in ahead of some of the other players.
Definitely ahead of somebody like Siraj. All right.
Yeah. Josie Oak says, keep drinking, you stop having the headaches. I think you've done that one. Leah says, well, at least the series will probably be still alive in Dar es Salaam, which is true. Must be time to bring Duckett onto bowl, says Josie.
It's a conspiracy, isn't it?
Minus South Africa. Load shedding. When the power went off, India were 1 down. It's coming back on in 10 minutes with a minimum 6 down. Laptop and Wi-Fi currently powered by a power bank.
Good luck to you. Hamas is a lovely place. As Hartley bowls the first ball is over. That's a bit too short. It's cut by Ashwin.
No, it was
cut by Jurel. Sorry, for a single out to the cover boundary fielder.
I'm curious what sort of a field they have. A very traditional one, or maybe some interesting catches.
There's a short cover.
Yeah.
That's close. That's close. The big appeal, and after due deliberation, that's been given by umpire Dharmasena. Ashwin isn't very impressed. Has he reviewed? I think he's going to have to review that, surely. There's not a lot left.
3 reviews left, so yes.
Why not? Though it's sort of it looks like a last ditch effort simply because His only hope is it's stuck him outside the line of the stumps.
Well, it looked like it was
Otherwise
pretty
he's
low
going to
down
go
on the
and-
front pad. We're just seeing it now.
It depends
And
how
that's,
much
that's
return.
very low indeed. Now, maybe
He
he gets
missed
a
it
little
altogether.
edge.
Maybe missing leg. It may be
No,
missing
no.
leg if it's.
It's low enough. I feel it's going to hit the bottom 1/3 of the leg and middle.
Here comes the ultra edge. Does he get an edge? No, he doesn't. Flat line all the way through to the pad. So we just need to wait for the ball tracking now to see whether or not that's going to hit leg stump. He's certainly not going to be going over. He might be going under.
If only that was also a possibility.
And yeah, this pitch is definitely now misbehaving once the
It's misbehaving.
effects of the rollers has gone off it, and the wear
Ashwin
and
already
tear.
had a bad one. Earlier in this over, Ashwin already had a bad ball where he somehow kept it out. But this one has snuck through. Well, if you're an India fan...
And here comes the repair now. That's hit him in front of leg, and then that is umpire's call on leg stump for the
We're
wicket.
not very far off Messi. Umpire's
So
call.
Ashwin
Wow.
has to go.
Yep, they're in deep shit.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And that's the last recognised batsman effectively gone from the side. We're now into the tail end hitters, for want of a better word.
Well, I was wrong. My apologies. He has a batting average of 12. That's his bowling average, 23. Not a lot of confidence coming through. I think he might still come before Siraj.
Yes, I think
That
so
wasn't
too.
a great shot, to be honest. I mean, he played for turn that wasn't there, but even so, he was playing the wrong line.
I
he
think he
didn't
missed.
keep low.
I think he missed
But
a forward defensive, as plain as that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And I think you can get anyone in the first 15-20 balls if you bowl enough balls in the right place.
Yeah,
He already kept
keeping
one out.
low wasn't what got him out.
No, he played the wrong.
Being
time.
late on the
And
shot was.
It was also low, but he played the wrong time. So he was worked out. I mean, as I said, the credit goes to the English bowlers here. They've been doing a good job, especially Bashir. He's been using his height very well on this pitch. The lengths he's been bowling, beautiful, very lovely to see. Someone who's playing his first series.
This is very much
go on.
the tall bowler's mantra is to bang it into the pitch and wait for the one that doesn't get up, which is normally the one that people miss.
Yeah. Cat Martin has an excellent description for our discussion of cider and cramp. She just calls it scrampy. Kushal Shah says India hasn't done well batting second in India. I think all their losses came when they had to chase. And
Interesting.
if England have a lead of above 100 runs, it will be very difficult in the final innings. On this
Absolutely.
pitch. Yeah.
Even
Tom
if
P
England
says,
made... Sorry, go on.
Tom P says, Jez, the Indian batsmen are doing just what every other touring side does, trying to dig in and allowing our spinners to get on top. I think the fact we managed 350 has put the wind up them. Yeah, I think that's right, but I also think that they've shown a naivety in the way they've played to a certain extent. I would have expected better, given that they are batting in conditions that shouldn't be unfamiliar to them.
I think that they've allowed England to take the initiative. I think this is not necessarily a pitch where you can use your feet, although they probably should use their feet more than they have done.
I mean, somebody like Sarfaraz, as well as he looked comfortable at the crease, but maybe he would have been served better if he, played a shot or two.
Well, even
more.
Jaiswal looked comfortable at the crease, but he was not scoring necessarily as fluently as before, and it is the left arm who has come to the crease. We'll jiggle him up. He's just defended his first ball from Hartley.
I thought that cootie was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that you're deaf is my addiction.
Hartley in again, and he essays a reverse sweep. Second ball, gets good control of it, beats the man at gully, and that rolls slowly into the boundary sponge for a 4.
He's got his teammates guffawing. in the dressing room. I dare say it was a nervous-looking gaffer.
That was very nicely played, very controlled by Kuldeep. And that's prompted a change already. Hartley goes round the wicket and bowls an arm ball that goes straight past the outside edge and climbs on Kuldeep. Well, that's well taken by folks.
Yeah. I dare say, yeah, it just looks like he missed the line of the ball by a little and it caught him in front. That's just unfortunate, but yeah, can happen. This is very good bowling. England, they've just kept hitting the stumps, or kept threatening the stumps. That's all you need to do on such a pitch, right?
Hartley, that's full. It's full toss, in fact. But Kuldeep doesn't take advantage of it. He just punches it straight to the mid-off fielder. And that's the end of the over. India 181 for 7. Trail by 172.
Dave Wood says, I worked...
You guys see? Sorry, go on. Messi, my bad.
Dave Wood says, I worked as a brewer in a microbrewery for a couple of years in the 90s. As a result, I have nothing but utter contempt for members of CAMRA, which I presume is the Campaign for Real Ale.
It is.
Leah says the younger generation of Indian fans can now know what it felt like being an England fan in the 90s.
England fan?
England fan in the 90s. Josie Oak says Bashir looks like he's more relaxed bowling. Reminds me of Lyon bowling with a lot of topspin. I do think he's looking much more comfortable bowling. I've been very impressed with him, more so than I have with Hartley, to be honest.
And Bashir comes in. That's onto the hip and nicely turned around the corner to deep, fine leg. Jarrell moves to 12 off 25.
He's looked comfortable, but also I don't think he's got a whole lot of misbehaving balls. But India's hopes will rest on this guy, Jorul, and whatever the other end can produce with him, maybe support him through. Right?
And you can see Stokes' big brain already thinking about what's the plan going forward.
Well,
how to ram home with the advantage his bowlers have gained him. That's slightly shorter by Bashir, played off the back foot by Kuldeep to cover.
I see a catching cover for the left-hander and a deep sweeper, and there's a point who's sort of backward point. I'm curious.
That's Fuller by Bashir, the on leg stump, and Kuldeep just defends that and dribbles back up the pitch.
He's going to keep the ball fuller rather than short based on this field, I think. So let's see. And he's of course taking the ball away from the bat for a left-hander, Bashir.
Again, round the wicket again. Fuller but slightly quicker. Kuldeep just pats it on the head and knocks it into the ground to short leg.
Well, at the cost of jinxing the batter, he looks perfectly comfortable, Kuldeep. Probably until he plays a daft shot or something. But
Well, his patience will eventually run out, I think, but probably less so. That's defended by
run Jural out.
Defended by Kuldeep to City Point. Sorry. And that one turns a bit from Bashir, but it's too short. Kuldeep can just drop a bat on that. And that's the end of the over. It's a maiden. India 182 for set. Oh, sorry, there was a one off the first ball of the over. India are 182 for 7.
Joe Grover says, ironically, my lack of patriotism has made me fervently support this England team simply because of all the whinging, pontificating and fetching English assholes who've been giving them shit. Your contrarianism is very welcome, Jay. Classic Hindi Songs and Sports says, hi, good people. Jarrell is dad of Superman, yes. A. James Stretton says, no, they don't, but I've got no idea what that's in response to. James. It says overhopped, vacuous, thin craft nonsense. Is that camera?
Hartley starts with the first ball that's punched into covers for no run.
And Mark says, looks like we'd be going to Dharamshala tour.
Yeah, looks like that indeed. But
Hartley.
Look, this is a new India. They surprised us in the last test. Maybe they still have some surprises left for us. They're not done batting.
And Hartley bowls another ball that's slightly more round arm and flighted, and is defended stoutly by Jarrell.
You can see they are happy to give him a single. There's a deep wicket and a deeply settled arm.
Much the same for the next ball, but He plays a slightly more aggressive shot to the leg side, and Anderson fears the ball, grimaces very slightly, but it's an easy single for Jurel.
Well, he's hit that deep mid-on that we were just discussing about, and he takes the single. I think, as long as spinners are operating, he doesn't mind exposing Kuldeep, and Kuldeep might play a shot of 3. Let's see if it comes to pass, but it's about time. I think if you're India, you want to play till the close.
Round the wicket still to Kuldeep. That's on the stumps, turning in to hit the stumps, and defended by Kuldeep.
There is a catching short leg. There's a slip as well, and Hartley's bowling with a decent amount of control. He's, as we said, keep on targeting the stumps. He's doing good.
It's a short, slower ball, pushed up to wide, mid on, but no run.
I wonder if there was a single that Kuldeep said, never mind, I'll take the last ball, you can take the next over. Because there's just one more ball left on this in this over.
He hasn't bowled an arm ball yet. Is the arm ball coming this time? No, it's too full, and he has taken a single off the last ball. So he's quite happy to face Bashir at the other end. That's the end of the over. India 184 for 7.
Tom P says that was a top shout regarding Shoaib. He is a tad reminiscent of Lyon with his use of top spin, flight, and bounce on a good length. I like his control.
Absolutely.
Classic Indie Songs and Sports wants to know what the elevation of Dharamshala is. I'll find that out for you and let you know at the end of this over, Raj.
I think the issue is more elevation in terms of latitude.
I'm checking as well, Messi.
No, but
it's by far the most northerly of all the grounds.
Yeah, but it's also the ball travels more.
Oh, and that's beaten in the bat. That's an arm ball by Bashir. But I don't think it's turned enough, and I don't think they're going to appeal for that one. I think it was going to slide down and miss leg stump.
So it's about 1457 meters above sea level, 4,007
That's
meters.
correct, yeah. That's right. So the ball travels a little more easily through the air there.
Bashir in again, and that is pushed back for no run.
There's a lot of Buddhist influence. In fact, the Tibetan government in exile is headquartered at Dharamsala.
Do you think they affect the swing of the ball?
You never know. They chant a lot.
Fuller and slightly slower by Bashir. That's good bowling. Kuldeep drops a bat on it.
Meant, right? This over he showcased all his wares. A flighty one, a quick one. Always at the stumps though. He's making the batsman play. It's 5 balls out of 6.
That's slightly quicker again. Kuldeep covers up and defends that into the leg side.
Having bowled 12 overs, Kuldeep may think it's his turn to bat, just like Ollie Robinson. Just to keep himself going into the next 11 on the next test. Why not make some runs?
And that's too much on the leg stump by Bashir. Kuldeep turns it neatly round the corner and ambles through for an easy single. He moves to 6 of 17 balls.
Well, he is looking comfortable. Almost as if he's the senior partner. He's pounding the strike. Jurel gets 1 ball from Bashir.
I think a couple more overs of this, they'll be tempted to bring on Anderson for a little blast. And Jurel's decided enough is enough. He's come down the wicket. He's hit it over the top. That's beautifully connected with. And it's flown over the boundary for one of these. And that's the end of the over. India are 191 for 7, trailing by 162.
There's been a bit of discussion about camera on Twitter, which I'll leave out for the moment. Dave Barrett says, looks like the groundsman is going for the Man of the Match award.
Maybe.
Jay says, how did India surprise us in the last test? I don't think battering the shit out of England in home conditions is a shocking revelation.
Well,
yeah.
Missing a lot of key batters, their entire middle order almost away. I think they stood up very well for themselves was the point. And also Bumrah played, of course, last game.
Yeah.
We saw a replay of that shot by Jurel. It was pretty
much.
much.
In fact, it was the youngsters who scored most of the runs. It was the experienced people who failed to some extent. Well, Hartley's going to continue to Kuldeep. around the wicket, sorry, and that's defended off the back foot to mid wicket.
Still Kuldeep on strike. He looks comfortable enough, but he's sort of hanging back in the crease. There is no attempt to, slightly modify the length of the bowler potentially. He's comfortable blocking everything from the crease.
Well, again, that's a better ball outside of stump. Forces Kuldeep to play forward, and he defends that up the pitch for no run.
That's still okay. I mean, he's looking perfectly comfortable. I think Jurel is all right.
And slipping a short leg for Kuldeep from Hartley around the wicket. That's again pitching on and straightening, but that's defended for no run.
I think there's also a mid wicket that's sort of closer than normal and a traditional mid off mid on.
Stokes is happy, he's exhorting his bowler to continue, don't change a thing, keep going. And there's a bit more effort. That's probably an effort ball by Hartley. More action on the ball, but stoutly defended by Kuldeep.
They've bowled at very nice speeds. I kept noticing both of these bowlers, both Hartley and Shoaib. That's very nice to see. This is almost mastery of the conditions.
Again, that's floated up just a little bit. Hartley tries to field, but doesn't get to it. But it doesn't matter anyway because Stokes cleans up on mid on, and I think Bashir's been pushed back, and the field is generally spreading to some extent. I think they're going to ask Kuldeep if he wants a single here, and he pushes it into the vacant areas at cover. Bairstow fields and trots in, and Kuldeep takes a single. That's the end of the over.
So Mog, whose pedantry has been underutilised today, points out that Superman's father was not actually Jor-El but Jor-El.
Jor-El, yeah.
Jor-El. That's in the House of El.
Thank you, Mog. I'd be disappointed if you didn't correct that. Mayank says, imagine if Kuldeep and Jor-El get 150 to 200 partnership by tea tomorrow.
Wow.
Well, it would be interesting. Lockie6 says, Rudy is only 33. What will his career stats be if he plays for another 5 years? He's the Cliff Richard of cricket. Make of that what you will.
Bashir's back
Cliff
now.
Richard, he'll still be going in 10 years.
First ball is defended by Kuldeep.
Personally, I can't see.
I can't see them getting beyond lunch tomorrow, to be fair.
2 to 3 years, I think. I can't quite see him play 5 years.
Second ball by Bashir. That's angled down the leg side and turned around the corner for a single.
He seems comfortable enough, except when the ball is actually targeting his pads. I think Shoaib has come around the wicket to try and do that because the ball will turn away from him. Even if you pitch the ball on his leg, he's forced to play every ball. The left hand.
And they're showing some stats of spinners in India, visiting spinners in India. And I wouldn't have got that top three in that order.
Exactly. Oh, wow.
And
that's actually
over the wicket and turned a bit to leg, and Jurel just punches that to mid wicket.
Is how sharp the turn was. That's very interesting.
It's more flighted. Jurel takes a long lunge forward and defends that into the leg side.
Famously, Muralidharan and Vaughan were not particularly successful bowling in India against India in tests. And those stats show it up. As you say, probably second one, it's not really a surprise. Third one, not so much. But the number of wickets he achieved, that was a surprise.
And that's worked by Jurel down to third man. Little dink or dabble for single.
Have England become a little, I wonder? Because this is the time to put on a bit more of pressure, I think. Turn the screw this year.
I think a change to make them think about something different, change to bowling, which is why I think Anderson's not been bowling for a while. I think it's time to bring him back.
India are whittling this away. It was 179 not so long ago. It's 159 now.
Last ball of the over, Bashir comes back around the wicket to Kuldeep, and that's flat and quick and just dinked into the offside, but there's nobody out there, And there's an easy single for Kuldeep. Indy finished on 195 for 7, trailing by 158. Jarrell's on 20 and Kuldeep is on 9.
Yeah, Bashir's been bowling for nearly 2 hours straight now, hasn't he? Ian McCulloch, that's my very first tweet. Congratulations, Ian. In Denmark, Carlsberg is 4.6%. In fact, that is standard strength for a normal beer here. No wonder the Danes are happy with life. And Mayank employs this cynic to say time for India to employ some seriously slow over rates. 75 to 77 overs a day type drudgery if they want at least a draw. I think a draw is pretty much off the agenda now unless the weather were to intervene. The draw was 5-1 this morning. It's now 45-1.
That's a lovely shot by Kuldeep. He's just pushed through a full ball by Hartley. Anderson picks it up and collects it. That's an easy signal out to deep extra cover.
What we were discussing earlier, that's the shot of a player really on top of his game, I suppose. To get stretching and hit that so beautifully between cover and extra cover. Extra cover.
Hartley could continue. Oh, and that goes straight through everybody. Beats
Wow.
There was
beats
no catching.
Kuldeep. It beats
didn't bounce at all.
Folks and scuttles through for one of these. Let me just find it.
That barely got an inch off the ground.
India would be happy looking at it as the batting team, but they are the team that bats first. It hit the edge of a crack, to be frank, and I remember earlier in the day the ball completely reversed its course after hitting the edge when England reviewed LBW against Jadeja. I remember. This one just completely died.
Somehow let it through, straight through.
And that ball is defended by Kuldeep. India now got past 200. They're 201 for 7.
Kuldeep the bowler would not be unhappy seeing that. Just Kuldeep the batter might not be all that happy with that ball.
Hartley again. That's Fuller. In fact, it's a full toss, and that's punched by Kuldeep. Passed wide mid off. Anderson does a good job chasing it and returning it, and they get 2, I think. Looking for the third, but that wasn't there thanks to Anderson's good fielding.
It's top stuff actually. He's chased the ball twice and really shown top class commitment.
Well, now he's warmed up, he should be on bowling, I think. I think he'd probably replace Hartley if that was the case. Again, that's another very full ball and almost into the block hole, and Kuldeep just jabs a bat down on it in the crease, and that's no run. And yet again, the fielder is being deployed to the boundary. They seem very keen on letting Kuldeep have a single at the end of the over. And that's gone off the outside edge off a ball from round the wicket that just squirted down to third man. And no, Kuldeep, the plan has worked. Kuldeep was taking a single. He's now on strike. He's on 14. Jarrell is on 20. India are 204 for 7.
Leah says Sanjay Manjrekar was calling this a batsman's pitch yesterday. He shall endure much ridicule, methinks. Well, that won't be for the first time.
Well,
although to be fair,
didn't Manjrekar always enjoy batting on difficult pitches?
He did,
well,
though.
Yeah. But he's also an idiot as a commentator. But to be fair, yesterday afternoon the pitch was playing very nicely. So, yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen the other. But it's always good to see other commentators being criticised.
And it is Bashir to continue. First ball is into the block hole and defended by Kuldeep. He seems to be taking the majority of the strike at the moment.
He's happy. He's happy doing well. Almost like it's the end of.
And these are valuable runs for India.
Absolutely.
Well, there are 12 overs left today, including this one.
And that's cut to backward point. And
it looks like ball is following Jimmy. For Jimmy it was backward point 2, and he dove well to field that.
But no run was taken. Again, full and into the block hole, and that's defended by Kuldeep. Yes, this is looking very turgid, this period of play, really. I think they really need to change it up, take the initiative back, England, and do something different.
They're not going to get the new ball tonight. I think they're going to play the waiting game, but
in which case,
they'll want to bundle India out.
You can play the waiting game, or you can bowl Anderson for 3 overs knowing that he's not going to get a new ball today.
Alright, makes sense.
That's slightly shorter, and but still played off the front foot by Kuldeep. That's a better length. I think the previous balls would have been just a bit too full. And if were India not in the position they were in, they'd have been hit for runs. That's better. Again, that's squirted off the outside edge of the bat, half edge. But gully or backward point feels that comfortably. Last ball of the over.
Also a good chance, right? Bashir to get 5 and more. He has a tail that he can bowl it. Let's see if he can finally get there. You have a catching leg gully as well.
And that's fired into leg stump, but Kuldeep makes no attempt to play the ball and just lets it hit his pad. And I don't think they ran, even so the umpire is signaling dead ball anyway. And that's the end of the over.
Switcheroo?
I think we are due a switch.
Yeah, okay. Tom P says time for a seamer against the tail. And Mike says Kuldeep looks comfortable out there now. Yeah, well, he's had 38 deliveries to bat himself in. We'll catch you tomorrow. We're up to date on tweets, Jason.
Thank you.
Keep an eye on the GPL. It's going to be live.
Oh, it's going to be live.
Thanks, Messrs.
Right, it's very exciting.
It is
exciting indeed. We were just discussing maybe we need a change. You have to press the blank last one.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit flat for England the last 20 minutes or so, isn't it? These two have done pretty well for India, rebuilding from a difficult situation. Still, but way behind the game. 204 for 7, 149 runs behind. But Jarrell and Kuldeep doing a decent job for India.
Indeed, Hartley is in. And it's defended back to him by the batsman Jarrell. He's 20 off 32. He's done all right.
Lovely 6 where he's just shimmied down the wicket and plonked it over the top.
Ably supported by Kuldeep so far.
Who's looked very comfortable.
Maybe give Root an over or 2, we're just saying.
Yeah, that one goes on and it's well defended by Jarrell. No run.
Well, I thought Anderson, given the fact they're not going to get a new ball tonight, he can have a rest up and have another crack tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Robinson or Captain Stokes.
Yeah.
That'd be just like him, wouldn't it?
All options are available.
Indeed. Hartley around the wicket, tosses that one up, it's driven back to him. No run. Yeah, or Ollie Robinson, maybe give it a crack. I mean, if they can hit those cracks in the middle of the pitch and get it shooting on the ground.
What another excellent day's play, though.
Indeed.
As most of them have been in this series.
This has been a really good tour.
Yeah,
it's been terrific.
Good series. Hartley around the wicket, defended by Jarrell. No run.
No run.
Yeah.
With the bat pointed at somebody.
Exactly. Trailing by 149 runs, India. There's only 9.2 overs left in the day, so we're going to have a little bit of overtime, but not too much.
Tiny bit, but not very much.
Oh, that one. He's down a track, Jarrell. Feigned to come. I think he went too early, and Hartley probably saw him coming. Jammed it into the wicket. He couldn't get to the pitch of the ball and just covered it up. No run.
Which is the right thing to do.
Yep.
If you don't land the wicket, don't let it get past you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, use your feet and even make yourself play forward to ones that you might usually play back to. On this pitch.
Hartley is in. It's driven but to a too much pace up to the skipper at mid-off. There'll be no run.
Yeah, lovely net shot there. Feels good, doesn't it, in the nets, but no runs
and you
in
call
the actual game.
You call it as 4 in the nets, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Missed the fielder.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You always miss the fielder in the nets. That's 2. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
In the garden at home, we used to play if it went up off your bat, you were out caught. Yeah.
Anyway.
That's how to hone a technique, my friend.
Yeah. Got to get on top of the ball. Yeah. I remember trying to teach my son how to bat. He just couldn't get it.
It's not for everyone.
No.
No.
I think at that point was when he decided he wasn't going to play cricket. So we've got Stokesy, who looks quite happy with his day's work, has to be said. It's kind of valediction or whatever, validation, I don't know, for their thought process, you know.
Yeah, they weren't going to be swayed.
They weren't going to be swayed.
No.
The media can say what they like, you know. Yeah, we got it wrong. No, we didn't even get it wrong. We just, you know, we played the way we wanted to play, and it didn't happen. We're not going to. We're going to still carry on and be positive. Oh, that one again.
Oh, that's the one.
That's the one. The grubber. I wonder if he bowled it around the wicket though. Over the wicket. Who we got? We got Bashir.
Yeah,
around the wicket.
Yeah, he's going over at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It might sort of come into the pad.
Everyone loves a grubber, right?
Absolutely. That one is defended back to him.
Well, this is something new because
No
he was
run.
bowling around the wicket earlier in the last over. So they're trying a different plan to Kuldeep, who seems too comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, trying to get to spit maybe. Or grub straight on.
I'd still be fascinated to know how many overs he's bowled on the reel.
Quite a lot. He's been on since T, hasn't he?
And before.
And he was on before for good 7 or 8,
Yeah.
I thought. Well, looks like Rooty might be warming up.
Yeah.
He has 20. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 28 off the reel, you know, actually. 29 this is. That one is straight on. He's been given a chance to get his fifer. Maybe he just looks knackered. He's had cramp.
Well, I think Rooty's now recovered from his big innings yesterday and this morning.
Yeah.
He'll be
so now he'll be ready to go, and he often bowls well after he's had a good batting performance.
True.
Has he bowled more overs than any England bowler on this tour, in this series? Rooty.
Well, he's bowled a lot.
He's bowled about 76 overs, I think, in total. Which until
some bowlers must have bowled more than that in 3 tests.
Maybe, yeah. Of course, they haven't all played all the games.
Bashir around the wicket, defended by Kuldeep, square on the offside. Look at an easy single.
It's got the look of a sort of John Player final from back in the day, with the clouds closing in.
Yeah, the clouds closing in. It's the first time we've seen clouds closing in.
It's heavy, isn't it?
Yeah,
the
it's
sky
very
looks
heavy.
very leaden.
I haven't seen any cloud cover, I think, pretty much throughout the whole tour so far. It's not. Is it close to any mountains? Ranchi?
Don't know. It's in the northeast. It's the Newcastle of India.
It's not too far away from Kolkata.
Yeah, Bay of Bengal type area, isn't
Yeah.
it? So, mind you, it's quite flat. Looks like a cranky on the left there.
It does. Or a very young Bobby Ball.
Yes.
Or someone out of the Bay City Rollers.
This
Les.
This could
He
be
was called Les, wasn't he?
Les McEwen.
This could be Bashir's last ball. Jarrell's looking around.
Might actually be the day's last ball, looking at the clouds.
Well, around the wicket. Well, they got lights on. It's stabbed down towards third man, and there will be a single. These are important runs for India. The last wicket, they were what, 177, I think.
Yep.
This is about 30-run partnership.
India currently snookered 147 behind.
Yeah, indeed. Whoa, boom. Love it. Who's on socials?
Me, I think. Can I have the tablet, please?
Oh, sure.
In
Here it
the
comes.
meantime, I'll look at YouTube. And I'm just seeing if there's any new ones. Message says, maybe a left-arm spinner who bats at 11 wasn't the ideal batting coach for your son, Bear.
I don't bat number 11. I've batted as numbers. I've opened and batted at 5, and I had a technique. I've got no patience. That's my problem.
You wanted to see ball hit ball.
Yeah. Too often got out.
Well, I think any batter who's ever lived could probably say that.
Well, certainly.
Got out too often.
I had a season where I got a couple of 50s and an 80. That was probably the highlight.
It's good.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't too bad.
Pretty good.
Jarrell is going to face up to Hartley around the wickets. That's pish. As he's rocked back, bowled a half track and dug it into the deck. It's just
Now,
sat
come on,
up.
Bear,
So
tell us
fucking
what
hit
you
me.
really think.
That was absolutely shite. And got smashed back past mid-on for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Can we point our friend Dave Barrett to that bit of audio where you say that's pish
Yeah.
and get him to make a lovely jingle out
Oh,
of
that
it?
one grubbed. But Jarrell was able to dig it up too long on. It'll be a single. I'd just have a change in the bowling. I might give Ollie Robinson a go and I'd change up Bashir for Joe Root. He bowls quite skiddy.
Messages has given us the answer. 3 English bowlers who bowled more than 100 overs in this series are Hartley 174, Ahmed 118, Root 107.
No, there you go, third highest. Hartley around the wickets. And the gain's gone on the camera. And it all went.
The what's gone?
Very dark, the gain.
The gain. So it's actually quite a lot darker than we think it is.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a gain, much like a volume. Turn the light up.
Good technical knowledge there from you two.
Around the wicket, Hartley. And it's just defended. Back up towards the bowler. No run.
Are we talking Karachi 2000 sort of light at the moment? You know, Nasser and Thorpe in the dark.
No,
I don't think it's that bad.
I don't think the sun goes down that
But at
early.
one point it would have been.
That one does turn back in, but it's played back to the bowler by Kuldeep. His batting has improved immeasurably since the last time I saw him bat.
Well, he's I think his temperament rather than his batting. I think he's decided not to go and have a wild swipe at something when he gets.
Yeah, but still, he's lasted 46 deliveries as well, you know. That one's into the pads. He thinks about turning it around a corner, ends up playing it straight back to the bowler. No run. End of the over, 66 done.
So 3 T's, isn't it? Talent, temperament, technique.
Yep.
Yeah.
I should copyright that.
Yeah. What did England get, by the way?
353.
353, so 51 runs scored by England today. Am I correct on that?
You are correct.
Okay, 51. So
262.
262, 362 then, isn't it? Sure.
262.
262, sorry.
Nick Vicker says, "Wow, did Bear invent Bazball?" Question mark.
I could have done.
287 is the first one in play.
Okay.
Unless you refresh that.
We've been referring to it as microwave cricket. Well, I have.
Which is not microwave.
Microwave.
Yeah, microwave.
He's my friend from Arbroath. Microwave.
In fact, 263, we were on, 51, wasn't it? So 262, we were one short of Messi as first pick. That's why he was so in on us, checking out, isn't it?
Well, he might be in the game if they get England in off.
Well, now
off
he's
for the
in
weather.
it. If he's got the next 5 threes, he's probably going to be less than 9 or fewer
less
away.
Than 4 out.
Yeah. It is played back down the track off the back foot by Jarrell. There's no run. It's all very stalemate at the moment. Like the people are paying for the co's, and there's 7 overs left.
Didn't Alf Valentine? Yeah, bowl 50 something overs on the spin.
Yeah, he
once.
bowled 70 overs in the innings.
Defended back to the bowler, no run.
And he and Valentine bowled 120 overs between them.
And Ramadan. Valentine and Ramadan.
Yeah.
Those two, yeah.
Well, in one innings?
But isn't the record, wasn't it Valentine who bowled 50 odd?
Something like that. He bowled
Off
70,
the reel.
73 overs for 111 or something like that.
Jesus. That's defended, pushed, all the way back to long on for a single. Kuldeep will come back on strike.
So his Root saying, give me an over to get warmed up there.
Yeah.
She's giving the one signal.
Got a jumper on, is it chilly out there?
Yeah, well, obviously it is.
Maybe it is.
It was only 23 earlier. I remember Messrs telling us that. So with the cloud cover, probably be down to about 17.
Bashir around the wicket. Ooh, that one goes on. Kuldeep thinks about having a little poke at it. Doesn't have a little poke at it. Through to the keeper, there's no run. Shakes his head and has a little wry smile.
It's well played. It's a good leave.
Only 2 types, Jace.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Around a wicket, Bashir coming into bowl to Kuldeep Yadav. Ooh, that one turns and jumps.
Yeah.
And there's no run and it's thrown back by folks. I like that. I used to like to get the ball back from the keeper. I didn't like it going around the ring.
Yeah, get it straight back.
Straight back to
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Keep the pressure on. Don't give him any time to settle and plan.
You ever play with those keynotes in the field? They always want the ball.
Yes.
Give it to me, give it to me.
No. You
Shut
get it
up.
when it's ready.
They're not bowlers, you see. If you're a bowler, you know you're going to get the ball at some point. That's chopped by Kuldeep down towards third man. He'll get a single.
Then you get some fast bowlers who you try and get back to them quickly, and they're halfway pacing back to the top of their runner. It hits them on the shoulder, and then they look very grumpy.
Yes.
Lots of pointing going on.
They're pointing at something. Is it the
Well, I was telling Bear earlier, I had a girlfriend of mine whose family were Gujarati, and she had a brother called Akash, which means sky. And they were pointing at the sky while we saw his name, Akash, which means sky. Boom.
I don't know whether there's something going on there. Someone needs salt tablets or whatever.
And Akash is himself practicing a
maybe
textbook for defensive stroke.
Well, I was going to say, is he night watchman, but of course he's not. He's probably just next in. Because they're going to be 8 down.
Well, he's not going to be Siraj, is it?
No, Siraj is, yeah.
And as we expected, there has been a change of bowling.
There we
Good
go.
choice.
Oh, if he gets all 3, you know what happens then?
He gets a 700, 400, 500. What am I on about?
Should we jingle him
Yeah.
up?
Yeah, go on.
Some impromptu percussion.
Live percussion. No drummer, no band.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, this will slow things down. We'll go into a bit of overtime now.
6 overs. That'll be what?
Quarter past?
Quarter past, yeah.
Ridiculous, half an hour to 6 overs. But there you go. Maybe 10 past. Jimmy around the wicket. Ooh, that one does keep low. And squares up Kuldeep, but he managed to get his bat down on it. And there's no run.
He's done exactly the right thing, though. Straight on that line and length.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Keep putting it there. Things will happen.
Yes, exactly.
But
decent turnout for a crowd in India today.
There's
quite a few people in the ground.
Do we know the capacity of the ground at Ranchi?
I think it's a middling for over there is sort of 35, 45,000. I think it's around about that. Defended into the leg side. There's no run.
I'm sure Messi Jez, the doyen of Quick Info, will tell us in a very short order.
Half expecting him to be straight in our ear with the answer there, but not to be this time, Messers.
No.
Got to improve your response time.
Well, Kuldeep.
Good little fight back from India, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Partnership 36. Decent 8th wicket partnership. That one is defended by Kuldeep. Out on the offside, there's no run.
Again, it kept low there, didn't it?
Exactly. And Bashir getting lots of salts and water in him. Keeping him buoyed up.
You have to read your YouTube. It's 39,000.
Oh, what? Recent YouTube or YouTube from several days ago?
What are you looking for?
39,000. Anyway, thanks, Messers.
Yeah, indeed. Defended out on the offside and there's no run.
Replay,
I know. We're looking at Shahad's wickets. 4 for 81 in 30 overs. Pretty good going.
Very good.
There's some important ones there as well. In fact, he got the 3 most important ones, you'd have said. He got Shubman Gill, he got Jaiswal, and he got Jadeja, who's killer as well, because he got Jadeja for next to nothing.
Mainly by keeping it quite consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jimmy's in. That one jumps onto Kuldeep's hand.
Ouch.
No
Which is
run.
why I think they missed a trick in not getting him on 3 or 4 overs ago.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to give Ollie Robinson a little spin from the other end as well.
No, I quite like Seaman spin in tandem.
Yeah, he's had a lot of overs though. I mean,
yeah, but I might bring Ruti on, just give him 1 or 2.
Well, I might do that.
Man with a century behind him, as Jace says, he often bowls well when he's batted well.
Around the wicket is Jimmy into the pad to Kuldeep, who defends it. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 68. Done. 213 for 7.
We shall see. Will it be Joe Root, actually? Might be, mightn't it?
Tom P says, I have to say, lads, outstanding coverage today, as always. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom P. Tom P pour toi. they might say in French.
And Message here says it's currently 22 degrees Celsius in Ranchi, so it's not that cold.
No.
Messrs said that.
Yep.
Oh, so the same as it was earlier. I thought the temperature may have dropped, Jeremy, because the cloud cover had come, and there are plenty of people there with jackets on. So
maybe
respectfully, I would challenge that 23.
Well, maybe they're all just used to 30 and it feels cold.
It's been 23 all day.
Well, okay. Maybe it's cold inside the stadium. I don't know. I'm making excuses now, but Bashir is going to continue. I think Stokes wants him to get a 5 for.
I reckon. Yeah.
I can't
Same
see
way that Root continued for ages when he got 4 for 7.
Yes, that one's bunted back up the track by Geraldo. He does look tired though, doesn't he? As much as you want him to do it, sometimes a change is as good as a rest or whatever that stupid saying is.
There's not as much energy in the action as there was previously.
Yeah. It's always good to change it up. Is that the trophy they're playing for?
I think so. The
ICC Bank, whatever.
The IDFC Bank or whatever it is. I didn't see all the initials. So they may all be there, but they may not necessarily in the right order.
What is this? Has this got a traditional name like the, like the Ashes or the whatever it is?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh,
Horrible ball
no.
down the leg side from Bashir. It's not going to be 4 byes. I thought it would have been 4 byes, but it's only going to be 2 byes.
Yeah, well, Kepler had died off the pitch as well as being flung down the arse. Didn't make it to the boundary. Old ball.
Yeah.
And it took a bit of Ben Folkes' pad.
Ooh, that one's faster and flatter. And Kuldeep's right forward and defends, and there's no run.
It's well played, well bowled.
Yep.
Try to sneak a quick ball through. And that's just managed to get it back down in time before it comes into the pad.
Around the wicket and he throws it. But Kuldeep pulls out and there's no run. And this time he does bowl it and Kuldeep gets right behind it and there's no run.
Yeah, much as I like him to get a 5, I think it's time to make
for a change.
He's probably had a couple too many.
Although, yeah, but there's only 4 overs left, so after this over...
Sentimentality.
He gets 2 more max, doesn't he? So maybe they just take through to the end. That was defended by Kuldeep. Back up the track, there's no run.
Yeah, it's definitely time for a change. They look relatively comfortable against him, notwithstanding the odd grubber.
They've not been straight so far.
Yeah, they've been just offline, haven't they? But you wonder if the pace bowlers they would be straighter because they're bowling straighter, not from these angles. Cool. Around the wicket. Oh, I thought that beat the come off the pad, but it was off the bat. Down towards third man. That was a good line and
Should
length.
do that more often.
Yeah,
he
hit
should
that
come
spot.
in between the umpire and the stumps. Before he's coming alongside the umpire.
Yeah.
And that might force him to be a bit straighter and get Kuldeep to play across the ball very slightly.
Well, end of that over, 217 for 7. And we'll go back to our social.
Jeff Payne says, soothing coverage, lads. Jeremy West says, like a cup of Ovaltine. Not that Ovaltine is my particular favourite, I have to say.
I'm not sure that soothing and Ovaltine are the sort of things you want said about you.
And Crazy Chap says, it's restorative courage. Or coverage.
Oh, right. We're like sort of hearty soup in the middle of winter.
Dave Wood on
Smashing nice
Twitter says, proper typing cricket.
Defended back past the bowler, no run.
Per whatever it was 11 minutes ago.
Yeah. Jimmy's loving his blonde bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He plays with it a lot, doesn't he? He does play with his hair a bit, though.
For someone with such a sort of reputation for being a bit grumpy and all that stuff, which I don't think is wholly true, by the way, but, you know, a serious kind of guy, he is, on the quiet, he's a bit of a tart.
Yeah. Well, he's a lad from Burnley, isn't he? You know. Around the wicket is Jimmy. And Kuldeep just defends and there's no run. England would dearly love another one tonight.
Well,
Yeah, it's a thorn in the side, this partnership. 40 currently.
Yeah. I mean,
They've
it's
done
not
well.
been very quick, so they're still a long way behind. They would dearly love to break it.
It's just
Sure
easy
would.
up time and
Yeah, it's
tiring
not-
out bowlers.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of that. So I don't think the time's really an issue. It's day 2 and then nearly all
Yeah.
out, you know. And the pitch is only getting worse. This isn't going to day 5, put it that way. Halfway day 4, maybe. Maybe even tomorrow. Who knows if it deteriorates much more. Could all just collapse in the heat, 20 wickets in a day type nonsense as that's guided down towards third man for no run. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that latest delivery also looked like it kept a little bit low. They've done really well at keeping those out, these two. Just keeping their shape, watching the ball under the nose, getting behind it.
Well, it is
disciplined batting.
It is very noticeable throughout both sides that nobody really has eschewed this sweep.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed,
well, the variable bounce has put that one to rest, doesn't it? And that's defended back up the track. There's no run. I mean, this is it. I mean, a fourth inning score of 250 looks pretty fucking hard to me.
Cool. Kuldeep demonstrating a really decent technique in these conditions, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, nice.
Well, he's not
classic-
trying anything, is he? And,
Yeah.
and he's just, if it's got a little bit of width or a little on his pads, he's just using the pace of the ball to turn it into a gap, not trying to hit it too hard. Just making sure they get the 1s and 2s. If something's really poor, then give it a slap. Jimmy back over the wicket, goes across Kuldeep. Through to the keeper, doesn't even think about playing that, and there's no run.
Not tempted at this time of the day.
No, not at all.
No, it's got to be wicket to wicket, isn't it? Or bowling at the stumps.
51, so 268 currently. I suppose he ought to keep an eye on that with 3 runs to go, eh? So 268, no one. Next one's 273, messages, which will be a score of what? 221, 222.
222.
Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And David Stump says, has there ever been a bigger age gap in a test team? 21 years, 3 months between Anderson and Bashir.
Wow.
Well, given that George Gunn played when he was 50, there is a
Then yes.
then there's a possibility that in the 20s and 30s there's probably somebody who's younger than, what, 28?
Alright. Well, we are going to have a change. Bashir is going to get a rest. They aren't going to let him bowl through to the end. Rooty is going to bowl the last 2 overs from this end then, I presume. Change of angle. Bowls with a round arm, flat, scooty. Might well be the golden arm.
I'm convinced that he picked that round arm filthy delivery that looks horrible. Picked it up from Jadeja. Well, no, from Jadeja all those years ago, who also would fire in the odd one of those. And obviously he's a much better bowler than Joe Root. But I know what you mean, Jace.
Yeah, Jadaba's the one with the super low arm, and he
He
almost on
bends
his
his knees.
Right arm underground, someone once described it.
Root bowls it straight, and Jarrell just on the back foot forces it up to long on and going to himself a single.
Yeah, but he's not going to get out to this rubbish.
No.
I'm going to watch down the other end and wait for tomorrow.
This will be the one. That ball looks old and knackered. By the end of tomorrow, what will be 3 overs, 73 overs done, 7 overs to new ball tomorrow morning.
Come round the wicket here though, fire it in. Will it turn? Will it not turn? Is LBW in play?
Indeed. Root bowls that. Ooh, it's flat, round arm, quick.
It's not going to turn at that pace.
No, and Kuldeep just defends, and there's no run.
This has been quietly very impressive by Kuldeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looked good actually. Really good. Good discipline, good effort, good temperament.
Yeah, exactly. Root around the wickets. Oh, that one's turned a bloody mile from outside off stump.
Yeah, just that little bit further, more round arm, and he went wider on the crease.
Slingy undercut, grabs the seam, but it's turned way too far, and it started way too far off stump as well.
That honestly, that ball's turned more than any ball has today.
Yeah. Well, you can get that with a sling arm because you get a
So
lot of
why
revs
is he
on
not
the ball.
bowling until the 70th over?
I don't know. That one goes straight on though, and it's defended by Kuldeep. No run.
I think that's the difference between hitting the seam and not hitting the seam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And certain parts of the pitch still. I think the cracks are not the cracks. That one, ooh, keeps a little low, does straighten a bit. Kuldeep gets right on top of it. Need that to scuttle under his bat.
And now he's got that doubt in his mind as well,
Yeah.
since the one that turned big.
Yeah, trying to put
Means
it
he
out
might
of
have
his
to
brain.
play a few more than he would
Yeah.
want to. Or you just play for everything to play go straight on.
Yeah.
And turning one will miss the bat.
Yeah.
But it's brought in another slip.
Exactly, I was going to say, second slip is in. Stokes has brought himself in. Root comes around the wicket. Gives it a little bit of... No, not a little bit of air really. Rolls it flat and darty and outside the off stump. And there is no run, and that ends that over. 2 overs left in the day. And we are on 269 for the GPL.
And Jay Grover says, you can't spell Lancashire without la-di-da. Oh, that's very bright at this time of day.
Yeah, we're seeing some choice shirts in the crowd from some autumn year tourists.
In there to watch the game. A friend of mine's going out to Dharamsala actually. For a couple
God,
of
I'd love
weeks.
that trip.
So's mine. So's one of mine.
That'd be ace, wouldn't it?
He's literally returned from a tour to Southeast Asia, going on a cruise, and he's back for a week and he's out to Dharamsala.
That's all right. for
Nice,
some,
nice
isn't it?
life, isn't it? Oh, Bash has changed ends here, I think, isn't he?
Oh, interesting.
Mm.
Maybe they reckon there's more rough outside a certain person's crease at one end.
Yeah, possibly.
From all the
From the MS Dhoni end.
Is that right?
Yeah, it says there.
It does say, yeah.
And the
Amitabh Chowdhury Pavilion. That one goes straight on, and Jarrell dramatically covers it up. Drops it out the
made
offside,
it
no
go,
run.
scuttled a lot more than it actually did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the signalling, oh, look how low it's kept, a la Kevin Peterson.
Yeah. Because she's practicing the pull shot. Don't think you want to be doing that. Don't think you'll get many either. That one is defended by Jarrell, back towards the bowler, no run.
Well, the Anderson experiment lasted a long time, didn't it? 1 over.
Yeah. Not a bad over either.
No.
No. 6 balls he had to play.
Well, Bashir over the wicket. Down the track comes Jarrell. Mid-on is up, it's Duckett. And there is no run.
Get Duckett on, says
Yeah,
Farong.
of course. Well, now a bit of time to give him an over if you're going to give him the last one. Give him the last one of the day. And goes again straight on with the arm. It's defended. Out towards the mid-off. No thought of a run now. They're not even bothering feigning for even the easy singles.
I think Crawley Filth will come on before Duckett Filth.
You reckon? Be good for Farong to see Duckett bowl, you know.
If only to stop him tweeting in about
Yeah.
it.
There is that. 2 balls left in this. Bashir's last over the day. This is 32nd. And that one does turn in. It's defended by Jarrell. And there is no run. Still been a good day for England though, hasn't it?
Very much
they
so.
got up to 3-5-3.
Yep.
Getting 50 odd runs, 51 runs this morning.
I mean, even if the lead, even if the lead only ends up being 70,
a lead
that's
is
a good lead.
Well, exactly. Lead is golden on this track, isn't it? Bashir is in, and that's forced by Jarrell out towards deep cover. It'll be a single. Oh dear. Pardon me.
Bless the bear.
No, thank you. That's the end of the 72nd over. We've got 1 over left in the day. 51 to 70 runs in the day.
Yeah,
273 for Missy Jez.
Yeah. Joe Grover says, tell your friends to eat momos, for they are the food of the gods, or at least the bodhisattvas.
Momos?
Momos, yes.
What are they?
They're like bao, they're like dumplings.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Oh, well, I like bao.
Daddy Bow.
And mummy bao and baby bao.
There's a place called Daddy Bow, isn't there?
There's a place called Mr. Bao in Peckham.
Take a bow.
Dave Wood says, I also recall seeing the Anderson experiment at the Roundhouse in 1998.
Whoop whoop.
Hartley. Ooh, attempted sweep going down leg. Don't bother reviewing that. England have got one review left. It was a dart-like ball from Hartley.
Not yet time to burn that.
No.
Now come in here and be cannon fodder for the pull shot.
Yeah. He said, Bash, come in here, please. That's exactly what he said. He's brought said Bash into a short extra cover position.
And the mid-on is coming up a bit to stop a single.
They should all be in, shouldn't they?
They pretty much all are. That one goes straight on with the arm by Hartley.
I think he's in out. I think you've got 7-2 field, 7 in and 2 out.
Well, that wasn't missing by as much as we thought, but
also pitched outside leg.
Missing is as good as a mile, or whatever they say. Hartley defended out to the offside, and there was no run. It's actually in inches as good as a mile, isn't it?
The miss is as good as a mile. You're right, first time.
Oh, right, okay.
I think, anyway. Nice bit of alliteration.
Yes. Hartley, 3 balls left in the day. Around the wicket, tosses that one up. It's a crowd catch.
Yeah. It almost half-heartedly threw that in the air as if to fool the crowd, because they hadn't been fooled first time. Won't get fooled again.
Hartley around the wicket. That one goes straight on with the arm again. Well covered up by Jarrell. 1 ball left in the day. No, 2 balls left in the day. 1 ball left, I was going to say. Yeah. They're slow on the telling with their scorecards. Well batted by Jarrell and Kuldeep to last out his last bit of the day. England's bowlers looked a bit tired. Maybe they could have changed things up a bit, but I guess Bashir was on a 4-fer and that bowled really well. And the wicket, I don't know, maybe the ball got really soft now and it's not behaving slightly. There was a patch where it was doing things all the time. It seems maybe they're just not hitting the cracks.
And that is that. They are walking off.
They are indeed. That is stumps on day 2. So how many runs is that? 270. Sorry, Messi, you missed out. It ends up England having a fantastic day. They got 51 runs this morning. And although India lost Rohit early, there was a good stand by Shubman Gill and Jaiswal.
Yeah.
And it really got them up there, didn't it? And then all of a sudden there was a little passage of play when Jaiswal could have been caught behind, but was not. It wasn't reviewed. It was it
Gill
or wasn't it a catch?
After.
And then Gill followed shortly afterwards. And Jaiswal kind of went in his shell after that. And then things started to turn in England's favour. There was a good LBW for Shubman Gill. Who was out next?
Patidar.
How was he out? He was out LBW as well, wasn't he? Right deep in his crease on his stumps. Both were umpires' calls on reviews.
Yeah.
So the Indians kept their reviews, but both times the umpire had given out and they were there. Then Jadeja got inside edge, caught Ollie Pope short leg. It all started
he got
to go
12 because he got 2 sixes.
He's got 2 sixes,
that was
and
it.
then was out.
Sarfraz
Khan, he was very becalmed. And then he was Hartley's first victim. Classic left arm delivery, turned a little bit, caught the edge. I think it hit the gloves of Folks.
It certainly hit Folks, and then
and
brilliantly watched and well taken by Root.
Yeah. And then the last wicket would have been Ashwin, who was again LBW, I believe. Another one for Hartley. Kept a little bit low, went inside his bat and hit his pad. He reviewed, and again it was umpire's call, but this time it went in England's favour, and that was the last wicket of the day. Sarfraz Khan and Kuldeep Yadav got them through to the end, and they lasted quite a while. It must have been about an hour those two were there for. Didn't score a huge amount of runs. Partnership was 30 odd.
40 odd.
40 odd.
42, I think.
Yeah, well, they ended up 219 for 7. They're still a long way short. Still 130 behind, and that is a long way on what looks like a massively deteriorating pitch all of a sudden. Yeah. England in a box seat with day 3 to come.
Very much so. I said at the start of the game that the first session was probably shaded by England, just.
Yeah.
But they definitely took a grip in the second session where they took 3 or 4 important wickets.
Yeah. They took 4 in the second session, I think, and then 3 after tea. Yeah, when they got Gireswell, that was the big one, wasn't it? That was the prize. He'd have got 73, and to actually get him out, and he was a bit unlucky. You know, that's the thing. This is what the pitch is doing. It kept low. He got his bat down, but he couldn't get it down low enough, and it came off the toe and onto his stump in the end. So that is the end of the day. Any last messages? We got to get out of here.
Confirms that momos are a Tibetan specialty, kind of like dumplings. So probably we're going to see more of those that come the 5th test in Dharamsala.
Yep.
And it also says India will deservedly lose this match unless England can do a 27 all-out extra speed top scorer special.
Well, if they ever lead 130 and get 27, I still think it might be quite close. Potentially.
So that's all on
this wicket is
Twitter.
Not getting any better.
Is there anything left on YouTube?
I don't
Probably
know.
not. Yeah, Mayank said momos are Nepali dumplings.
Now you're making me hungry.
Yeah.
Why
Why do we always go to food?
Exactly. It's a nice spicy little moist dumpling.
Oh, stop it.
And that is it.
That is it. Right, well, play the theme tune. We're out of here. I'm not in tomorrow. I've got kids' football. I think...
But you will have some...
I'll have an alarm set for 3:40 just in case I get a phone call from Tone.
You will?
A very panicky Tony because I'm not around to support him this time.
Exactly.
You will have wonderful gorillas in. I think Nick Lyon, Tooting's Nick Lyon will be in as well.
Are you in as well?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
I switched my days to do it.
Gary?
No idea.
No idea.
I've not seen the rotor, so I have no idea.
No,
Right. But you will have some tremendous gorillas.
You will
listeners.
indeed, and an exciting
Don't you
day of
worry about
cricket
that.
to come.
Yeah.
A good flange.
Yes. We will see you.
On that flange, we'll leave you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
3:50. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us 'cause you